He raised his hands awkwardly, not knowing how to handle the situation. Ye Chen just looked at Ye Langtian with a sharp gaze, seriously asking what he meant by this. What do you mean by this? Ye Langtian, seeing that Ye Chen was a bit salty, could only try to soothe him down, because it was extremely hard to even get a meeting with Ye Chen. Palace Master, please calm your anger. Your subordinate struggled a lot just to meet you. He couldn't help it. The two old men behind them were getting hit with one shock after another, all because of how Ye Langtian addressed Ye Chen. Palace Master? Ye Chen stood up in front of everyone. At this moment, the two old geezers finally realized that Ye Chen was the legendary Palace Master. This young man is the legendary Palace Master? Deja recalled all of Ye Langtian's immense power, since he was the top dog of the entire Jiangnam province. Everyone knew the king of Jiangnam held a massive underground force, the strongest in Jiangnam province. He controlled the life and death of power, the rules of the entire Jiangnam province. He was the most terrifying existence. But despite having such power, the king of Jiangnam was only acting as a proxy for the Palace Master. Only a few people knew that the position of the real leader of this force had been vacant from the start. The king of Jiangnam always emphasized that he only managed things on behalf of the true ruler. Actually, I am the Palace Master. Daja wondered, who exactly is holding this power? Who is it really? And now the riddle has been solved. Those two old men now knew the answer, so they immediately knelt before Ye Chen. Both of them knelt at the same time and paid homage to Ye Chen. Subordinate pays homage to the Palace Master. Though Ye Chen was being honored by their kneeling, he still wasn't happy at all. I told you I'm not the Palace Master. Ye Chen just coldly ordered Ye Langtian to kick out everyone who didn't belong outside. And Ye Langtian immediately took the order from Ye Chen. Ye Langtian, you stay, everyone else out, now! Ye Langtian then turned toward Daja and his assistant, ordering them to head outside and keep a close watch. You two guard the entrance. If anyone dares to disturb us, no matter who they are, kill them. The two of them acknowledged the king of Jiangnam's order and complied immediately. Understood, king of Jiangnam. After that, they stood up, turned around to leave, and closed the door for Ye Chen and Ye Langtian. Ye Langtian firmly assured Ye Chen that they would be safe with those two on guard. Palace Master, with them watching over, no one will dare to eavesdrop or disturb us. Ye Chen kept wondering, still unable to understand, why Ye Langtian kept calling him Palace Master. Ye Langtian, I really can't figure it out. Why do you insist on calling me Palace Master? Is it just because I saved you years ago at Cloud Demon Valley? Ye Langtian then turned serious and began to recount the past to Ye Chen. Cloud Demon Valley? Man, that was a long time ago. Back then, Ye Langtian was in deep trouble, gravely injured, and thinking his time was up. At that time, my brothers and I were surrounded by a large group of martial Dao experts. Severely wounded, we were pretty much dead meat. At that time, Ye Chen, noticing Ye Langtian shared the same surname, felt a spark of compassion and chose to save him, while you were badly hurt. I originally intended to just let it be, but hearing that you also came from Jiangnam province like me, I felt some pity. So I used the old man's formation talisman to wipe those guys out. However, after that incident, it wasn't just because of that Ye Langtian called Ye Chen Palace Master, but for something else entirely. Saving my life only earned you my respect and gratitude. The real reason I call you Palace Master is, at this moment Ye Langtian took a medal out from his pocket. It was engraved with someone's image, with a massive dragon right behind them. It's this medal. Ye Chen took the medal from Ye Langtian's hand and examined it, but didn't see anything special on the medal at first. It's just a regular medal, nothing to write home about. When Ye Chen looked closer, he noticed something quite shocking. Wait, the young man on this medal. Upon zooming in on the medal, one can clearly see the boy and the dragon. When Ye Chen saw the boy, he realized the face looked exactly like his own, which caught him completely off guard. He was stunned. How does he look just like me? Confused, Ye Chen turned to Ye Langtian, asking who had made it. Ye Langtian, who did you commission for this? They even carved my likeness on it. Palace Master, you've got it all wrong. But Ye Langtian's response left Ye Chen in total shock. This medal is a century old. It existed long before you ever saved me. With your sharp eyes, there's no way you didn't notice. Ye Chen actually knew the medal was ancient. He was just testing Ye Langtian. Where did this medal come from? The question was just a bait. The patina and markings on this medal definitely show a century of history. Ye Langtian then revealed that it had been kept by his great-grandfather for a long time. Palace Master, this is my family heirloom, left behind by my great-grandfather. My great-grandfather was a top-tier Grandmaster of that era. His expertise in Feng Shui was arguably second to none. Ye Lingtian told Ye Shen everything about the origin of this metal, and the reason he called him Palace Master. Back then, he foresaw the clan would vanish within a year, so he used secret arts to peer into destiny. He knew he had to find a sovereign with imperial aura and a dragon's omen. The final resort. He sacrificed the remaining 25 years of his life to obtain this metal, hoping only to change the family's fortune. My great-grandfather left a dying wish. The sovereign on the medal is also named Yi, and a century later, our paths would cross. If I don't seize this chance, I, Ye Lingtian, will be the one responsible for our clan's downfall. Ye Shen rubbed his chin, lost in thought, recalling what that old man told him to do back then. This is getting a bit extra. It's modern times, why are we still talking about sovereigns? But the old man did say once that my destiny is special. The purple chi crouching dragon destiny. That's why he told me to save Xia Roshway's father. Ye Shen sensed the purple chi crouching dragon energy around him, because this destiny can defy the heavenly laws and alter the fate of others. Ye Lingtian beamed and promised to help Ye Shen wipe out all his enemies, for Ye Shen's sake. Palace Master, I heard about the tragedy at Yunhu Villa 5 years ago. I've heard the rumors. Over the years, I've built up my own forces. While we can't take on the capital's elites just yet, just give me enough time, and I'll make sure you tear through the capital and slaughter every last enemy, Ye Lingtian promised. Instead of being pleased, Ye Shen snapped back at Ye Lingtian. I don't need anyone's help to settle my scores. If you dare to interfere, we're done. You'll be a stranger to me. Seeing Ye Shen so furious, Ye Lingtian could only apologize. Your humble subordinate begs for your forgiveness, Palace Master. I guess I overstepped. With the Palace Master's power, why would he ever need my help for revenge? Ye Shen turned serious, his gaze sharp as a needle, as he looked at Ye Lingtian. But Ye Lingtian remained obedient. Fine, I'll be your Palace Master, but you must agree to 3 conditions. Please state them, Palace Master. After Ye Lingtian agreed, Ye Shen laid out his 3 conditions. To Ye Lingtian, first, do not interfere in my life. Without my command, you are not to take any action whatsoever. Second, help me by sending people to protect Sun Yi. Anyone who dares to mess with her, kill them without mercy. Third, you must investigate with all your might the whereabouts of that man in the capital. At the same time, dig deep into the Yunhu Villa incident. This matter is not as simple as it seems. Ye Ling Tian, after hearing Ye Shen's 3 conditions, immediately agreed with pleasure. Rest assured, Palace Master, your subordinate can definitely fulfill these 3 conditions. As Ye Shen prepared to leave, Ye Lingtian asked him to wait a bit, because there was still something to say. I've already said what I needed to say. It's also time for me to get out of here. If anything comes up later, I'll contact you. Oh, that's right, Palace Master. There is one thing I must report briefly. Ye Lingtian noticed that recently there were many people investigating Ye Shen, so he reported it to him. Recently, there have been several power sources investigating. The first is from the Su family. They tried to get the surveillance from Tianchang Mountain, but I've already blocked them. The second is from the Xia family in Jiangnan province, but their investigation is very shallow. They haven't dug deep into it. As for the third force, I couldn't stop them. They're from the National Security Bureau and the Longhun Strike Team. Ye Shen, with a serious expression, pondered those 3 forces. The Xia family is easy to understand. It must be that brat Xia Ruoxue's doing. All for the sake of my pill formulas, given Su Shiran's previous reaction. It seems the Su family hasn't discovered me yet, but they are indeed investigating. But National Security and the Longhun Strike Team are government. Why are they investigating me? Could it be they've realized the deaths of the Chen father and son, as well as Yao Jinggu, are related to me? Ye Lingtian looked at Ye Shen and guaranteed Ye Shen's safety. Don't worry, Palace Master. Regarding the deaths of the Chen father and son and Yao Jinggu, I'll find a fall guy, so even if they trace it back, those people have no evidence, so they won't dare to make a move on you recklessly. Still, I hope the Palace Master remains cautious. Once the business was concluded, Ye Chen waved as he left, thanking Ye Lingtian for all his help. Ye Chen walked away, lost in thought. He couldn't figure out why the Chu family was investigating him. Why the hell is the Chu family looking into me? Could it be that my visit to offer sacrifices at Tianchang Mountain was discovered? That seems to be the only explanation. Just as he got outside, Ye Chen spotted Chu Shuran looking visibly pissed off about something. Chu Shuran was fuming, shouting insults at Ye Chen, demanding he apologize to her no matter what for what happened earlier. If you get down on your knees and apologize right now, I might consider letting you live. But under the glow of the yellow streetlights in the night, the 2 figures stood facing each other. The short-haired blonde girl said arrogantly, "If you apologize this instant, I'll think about letting you off the hook." Ye Chen didn't say a word. He simply stared at Chu Shuran with a cold gaze. Seeing that he didn't even bother to respond, Chu Shuran snapped at him. Ye Chen calmly turned his head away, ignoring her completely. Then he whispered to himself, I really should think about buying a car. It's a bit chilly out tonight. With Chu Shuran's stubborn and spoiled personality, how could she stand being ignored by anyone, especially someone she considered beneath her? She let out a furious cry. All around Chu Shuran's body, waves of energy surged with murderous intent. She gnashed her teeth and threatened Ye Chen. Then I'll just have to make you suffer a little. Chu Shuran's sharp fingers lunged toward his back. He lightly shifted his body to the right to dodge her attack. Then Ye Chen tightly grabbed Chu Shuran's hand. Chu Shuran was caught completely off guard. Faced with this move from his opponent, Ye Chen took the opening and slammed her to the ground with overwhelming force. Chu Shuran's face contorted from the pain, making her look completely hideous. It hurt so bad she started drooling uncontrollably, unable to even close her mouth in time. She then thought to herself in agony, my strength isn't considered weak in the martial arts circle, so why is Ye Chen so chill? He looked down at Chu Shuran's flattened body. He glared down at her. Chu Shuran struggled to sit up, unable to fight any longer. She resorted to hurling insults at him. Kid, no matter who you are, you won't get away with offending my Chu family, unless you hide in the royal club for the rest of your life. Otherwise, you're a dead man! Ye Chen slowly opened his mouth. Instantly, his powerful hand clamped shut the mouth of Chu Shuran, giving her a massive shock and making her jump. She let out a muffled groan, outraged by Ye Chen's brazen behavior. Shuran screamed through her teeth, You bastard, I'll kill you. He glared at her and threatened her right back. A woman with a foul mouth like yours needs to be put in her place. But Ye Chen maintained his position, keeping a tight grip on Shuran's mouth, and slowly dragged her over to the trash can. She seemed to realize what he was up to, and begged in terror, Don't! What the hell are you doing? No, please! She was so scared she was on the verge of tears. The entire upper half of Chu Shuran was dumped into the massive trash can. After finishing the task, Ye Chen brushed off his hands as if dusting away filth, then glared at her while speaking. This is the most suitable place for you. Ye Chen walked away leisurely. At that moment, the trash can containing Chu Shuran fell to the ground. She cursed, You bastard! I'll make sure you die a miserable death. I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces! It was a chilling threat. It was enough to strike terror into anyone's heart. But the filthy appearance of Su Tuxian actually lessened that intimidation, replacing it with pure disgust instead. At the Grand Metro Apartments, Ye Chen stood in front of his door. He thought deeply. Su Tuxian might be hateful, but she had nothing to do with the deaths of his parents. Her sins didn't warrant death. Of course, if she dared to cross the line, then she must be killed, even though I don't like killing women. If my investigation proves the Su family was involved back then, the Su family must die too, he thought, radiating bloodlust. Opening the door, Ye Chen continued to think. It's already 1 a.m. now. Sun Yi is probably asleep, better not disturb her. He gently opened the bedroom door and then Ye Chen was immediately shocked by the strange sight. Right before his eyes, on his bed, there was the silhouette of another woman. She was sleeping with her back turned toward him. Ye Chen thought, Women? Then he felt it was quite funny. Haha, Sun Yi is really something, usually so shy. Yet now she's sleeping under my covers. She's probably still scared about what happened that day. Whatever, I'll just sleep first. Ye Chen thought casually while taking off his jacket. The next morning, Ye Chen woke up first, yawning sleepily. Rubbing his eyes, Ye Chen turned to his side and asked Sun Yi, What time is it now? He was once again startled by something. Then immediately the high-pitched scream of a young woman rang out, so loud it shook the neighboring buildings. Ye Chen was completely stunned. The owner of that scream, embarrassed, pulled her short skirt down. Then her face turned bright red as she stuttered, You, why are you here? He was just as confused as she was. What? I should be the one asking you that. Why are you here? Right at that moment, Sun Yi walked into the room and said to Ye Chen, you're back? Didn't you say you weren't coming back last night? Then she also froze up. At the sight of the man and woman sitting on the bed, Sun Yi said suspiciously, You guys... All three different people in the bedroom now shared the exact same feeling, which was pure bewilderment. Sun Yi's face darkened as she spoke first to Ye Chen. Didn't you say last night that you weren't coming home? Hey, you two didn't do anything last night, did you? On the outside, Ye Chen and Xiao Roxue looked relatively calm, but inside, their minds were a total mess. He and the girl spoke and thought to themselves in turn. I think that's what happened. It was late after chatting with Ye Lingtian last night. Sun Yi called to ask if I was coming back. I thought she wanted to wait up for me, so I lied and said I wasn't coming home, just so she could get some sleep early. Of course nothing happened, it was just an accident. Don't overthink it. I drank way too much last night. My head is still pounding right now. Otherwise, how could I not have noticed this guy? Xia Ruoxue continued to think gloomily. Yesterday, Mom suddenly came to Zhang City, saying something went wrong with the Jia family, and told me to return immediately within a week. If I actually go back, I'll definitely be forced to marry that man. Then she remembered venting her frustrations to Sun Yi, so I ran off to find Sun Yi and get wasted. I drank so much that I just passed out. The last image Xia Ruoxue could recall was her own self falling into a deep sleep. Sitting beside her, Ye Chen seemed to be affected by Ruoshue's emotions, making him feel completely exhausted too. The girl looked at the guy in front of her and thought, I totally forgot this guy was crashed at Sun Yi's place. I can't believe I ended up sleeping with this deadbeat. This is so messed up. My virtue is just gone like that. Then Xia Ruoxue snapped out of her thoughts. It was Ye Chen's turn to speak. He said anxiously, Look, since this already happened, and I'll take full responsibility. Then he thought to himself, I didn't actually do anything inappropriate anyway. Is there really a need to cry? But after all, I did hold her while sleeping all night. It counts as being physically intimate, so I should take responsibility. Xia Ruoxue was trying her best to hold back her tears, but after hearing those shameless words from Ye Chen, she simply couldn't take it anymore. Ruoxue's tears gently rolled down her cheeks. Xia Ruoxue reproached Ye Chen. Responsibility? With what will you take responsibility? You're just an ordinary person. You have no idea what kind of burden I carry. We were never from the same world to begin with. Hearing that, Ye Chen felt a surge of irritation. He snapped back. You're right, we're not from the same world. Then he slammed the door shut. Suddenly, Ye Chen's phone started ringing. Ring, ring, ring. It seemed like someone was calling him. He picked up and asked, Hello, Shenhaihua, what's up? The person on the other end reported happily, We finally have a lead on the Tianjin Group information. Ye Chen's previous annoyance was instantly replaced by a sense of pure excitement. With a smirk, he asked Shenhaihua again, What's the situation? Holding a piece of paper in his hand, he explained calmly, Mr. Yi, our legal team has found evidence that Tianjin Group was maliciously seized, but we've hit some procedural snags that are very difficult to resolve. The reason being... But before Shenhaihua could explain further, Ye Chen interrupted impatiently on the other end. No need for long explanations. I trust you. Just tell me what I need to do, and what results we can get. Haihua, as if anticipating his reaction, said calmly. I have a document here. Mr. Ye, you must find a way to get Zheng Jingming to sign it. Furthermore, Tianzeng Group, now known as Qinghe Group, is currently controlled by a dark syndicate called the Qing Sect. Needs to be resolved. Hearing this, Ye Chen quickly replied, I can handle everything you mentioned. If these two issues are settled, within 3 days, can you take back Tianjin Group? Shenhaihua said excitedly. As long as Mr. Ye can pull that off, I will reclaim it within 3 days, Ye Chen said in a low voice. Deal. Ending the call, Shenhaihua felt a secret chill of awe. If Mr. Yi can truly do that, it proves his capabilities are far beyond my imagination. Good God! Just what kind of monster am I following? At the Qinghuo Tower, Ye Chen held the documents in his hand. Looking up at the massive building before him, he muttered to himself. So this is the Qinghuo Group headquarters. According to Ye Lingtian's intel, right now, Zheng Jingming is here discussing a business deal. He spoke calmly, then instantly turned terrifying. Ye Chen's entire body was enveloped by a wave of bloodlust. That was absolutely chilling, he growled. Time to make him cough it all up. The elevator reached the 28th floor, then stopped with a ding. Ye Chen stepped out while thinking deeply. It matches Ye Lingtian's intel perfectly. The building has 33 floors in total. The elevator only goes up to the 29th floor. The remaining floors require a special pass to access. Floors 29 to 31 are just offices for show. Floor 32 is where the Qing sect's thugs congregate, handling all their illegal business. Ye Chen formed a layout, mapping out the building's floors. Inside his head, he thought, Zheng Jingming is on the 33rd floor. Getting up there will require a special approach. Ye Chen channeled spiritual energy into the glass door, thinking that while shattering it would be easier, falling glass shards, hitting innocent bystanders wouldn't be cool. He held that position for a moment, then determined to use his energy to dissolve it instead. Ye Chen was now shrouded in an incredibly powerful and sharp spiritual energy. He exhaled sharply. He put strength into his legs and leapt right through the glass. His entire body was now suspended in midair. Ye Chen caught his momentum and instantly flew off at breakneck speed. On the 32nd floor, many people were inside. Suddenly, a strange noise rang out, making the crowd start whispering and buzzing. What was that? What's the situation? Is someone attacking us? Or did some idiot just fire a stray bullet? A man with a scar over his eye who looked extremely fierce, ordered the other henchmen, "Go check it out now!" They replied, "Yes, sir." Ye Chen appeared out of nowhere and told them, "Stop looking, I'm right here." But seeing a stranger suddenly appear, the whole group started to panic. "Who the hell are you? Do you even know where you are?" Ye Chen unleashed his spiritual energy. He smirked and said excitedly, "I'm the last person you'll ever see in this life." Ye Chen looked completely at ease, casually stuffing his hands into his pockets as he threatened the lot of them. "I'm the last person you'll ever see in this life." The man with the scarred eye cursed at him. "Are you out of your mind?" Before the kid could move, a single strike from Ye Chen sliced right through the man. Seeing this, the others cried out in terror, "He's dead! Someone's been killed!" Ye Chen thought to himself calmly. According to Ye Lingtian's intel, the Qing sect thugs would do anything for a price. Smuggling, drug trafficking, arms dealing, human trafficking, and contract killings. To them, it was all just a day's work. He raised his hand to threaten them. "For people like you, letting even one live is a crime." Amidst such chaos, inside a fairly well-furnished room, two men are chatting with each other. Behind them, there appear to be some bodyguards. A man with blonde hair speaks first to Mr. Zheng Jingming. "There seems to be some commotion downstairs. Shouldn't we go check it out?" The other party calmly replies, "It's probably just the boys playing cards. And getting into a heated argument, it's no big deal. Besides, this floor is guarded by the Qing sect's top dogs. They are all martial arts masters. Nothing will go wrong." The blonde man gives a light chuckle and says, "All right, let's get back to business. This time, our country, the U.S., has come with great sincerity. As long as you provide the blueprints for the airport and military equipment of Jiangnan province, then all of the U.S. business at the Jiangcheng port of entry will be handled entirely by you as our agent." Zheng Jingming's two bodyguards exclaim in shock, "What? The military equipment blueprints? If we hand that over, Huaxia's security will be compromised. That's straight-up treason." Zheng Jingming simply lets out a "ha!" The old man says to his bodyguards, "So what if it's treason? At most, it's the death penalty. Between the drugs and the guns that you guys are smuggling right now, you've already earned yourselves a firing squad countless times over. Why start worrying about this now?" Both of their faces darken instantly. Unable to utter a single word in response, the man from the U.S. offers another deal. "Mr. Zheng, let's add one more item." He explains that the U.S. is willing to provide 10 pieces of high-tech automated equipment to your group in total secrecy. "I'm sure you know that a single unit has a market price of 50 million. Zheng Jingming stands up, satisfied, and laughs. "Haha, your country is indeed very sincere. We have no reason to refuse." The two happily agree to the collaboration and prepare to shake hands. Before they can do so, suddenly an explosion erupts right next to them. Zheng Jingming and the American man ask in terror, in unison, "Who is it?" At this moment, Ye Chen appears, radiating pure bloodlust. He spoke fiercely. "You refuse to be decent Huaxia citizens and choose to be lapdogs for the U.S. instead. For pieces of trash like you, dying 1,000 deaths wouldn't be enough." He glared at them intensely. Seeing such a familiar face, Zheng Jingming seemed to suddenly remember something. "This kid looks very familiar. Could it be Ye Chen? No, that's impossible. That little loser should be long dead as can be. There's no way he's still alive." He screamed in panic, "Security, where are the guards?" Ye Chen replied calmly, "They're asleep. And they're never waking up." Out in the hallway, a row of corpses lay scattered across the floor. Some bodies were even pinned to the wall by sharp blades. But Zheng Jingming didn't believe a word he said and shouted furiously at Ye Chen. "How is that possible?" Several of those men were high-level experts. Suddenly, a document slapped him right in the face. Zheng Jingming grabbed it, dazed, stuttering as he asked Ye Chen, "What is this?" He replied, "Sign it." He opened the folder and read, "Unconditional Equity Transfer Agreement. Kid, you've got some nerve to even dare try and take the shares of the Tsinghua Group." Suddenly, a clicking sound rang out. The blond man ordered his bodyguard, "Kill him!" The man replied respectfully, "Yes, boss." Ye Chen looked up to see a massive gun being held by a man who was just as massive. The bodyguard shouted, "Mission start! Neutralize the target!" A hail of bullets was unleashed, but not a single one hit Ye Chen, or rather they couldn't even reach his body. The bullets were blocked by a wall of spiritual energy, a solid barrier that was impossible to penetrate. Ye Chen moved, his thumb glowing with purple spiritual power, as he whispered softly, "I've seen plenty of heat in my time, but I don't care for using it. I'm giving it back to you." Right as he finished speaking, the bodyguard's head was blown open, striking pure terror into the American man. He was so horrified that his voice began to stutter. "Well, what the—" Ye Chen continued nonchalantly, "Is that all? Really? Zheng Jingming's two bodyguards also advanced toward him. They barked out, Hey kid, just because you've practiced ancient martial arts for a few years doesn't mean you can act like a big shot here." Seeing his two enemies drawing closer, Ye Chen spoke with total indifference. A half-step transformation expert in Zhongcheng. Might be considered a regional powerhouse, but unfortunately. He smiled slightly as two slashes of light flashed. Those bodyguards were taken out by a single strike from Ye Chen. He said arrogantly, "You're still light years behind me." As Zheng Jingming witnessed all of this, he cried out in horror, "A martial arts Grandmaster? How is this possible? How can someone so young be at the Grandmaster level?" He stammered, Who are you?" The blonde man standing next to Zheng Jingming looked at the gun lying on the floor in total shock. His face turned pale as he thought to himself, "Damn it!" Thinking fast, he held his hands out respectfully and said, "I'm staying out of your business. You two should take your time and talk it out. I'll be excusing myself now." Ye Chen glanced at the blonde man, then slammed his foot hard onto the ground. Ye Chen delivered a devastating kick to his stomach, instantly killing the American. Drop dead. He stared at Ye Chen in absolute agony. Then Zheng Jingming saw the blood pooling out from the American man and screamed in terror, "Eek, no help!" Zheng Jingming then collapsed onto the floor. Ye Chen spoke up, "Get over here." With a terrifying gaze, Ye Chen ordered him to sign. Zheng Jingming replied fearfully, Yes, of course." With that said, he scrambled to grab a pen and, while signing the pile of contracts, he pleaded, I'll sign, please don't kill me." Once finished, he bowed and respectfully handed the papers to Ye Chen with both hands. He looked at the contract in his hand and said, "In that case, you don't need to be alive anymore either." Zheng Jingming gasped, "What?" He started playing the threat card against Ye Chen. "You really want to go through with this? Do you have any idea that the Azure sect stands behind the Tsinghua group? If you dare kill me, the Azure sect will never let you off." Hearing that, Ye Chen just clicked his tongue. Then he sat down and smiled at Zheng Jingming. "To be honest, I originally only planned to target the Tsinghua group, but now I've changed my mind. Tonight, the Azure sect will be wiped out." Ye Chen's tone turned dead serious as he questioned him. "Any last words?" Fuming with both fear and rage, Zheng Jingming yelled, "You! Don't be so damn cocky. You really think you're invincible? So what if you're a Grandmaster? The leader of the Azure sect is a great Grandmaster. If you kill me, not only are you dead, but your whole family will be hunted down for revenge." Ye Chen's face darkened as he replied, "My family. All died 5 years ago. They died at Cloud Lake Villa." Zheng Jingming's eyes widened in total shock. You really are Ye Chen?" Terrified, he thought, "This kid is still alive." Zheng Jingming scrambled forward, clinging to Ye Chen's leg in a desperate attempt to fix things. "Ah Chen, listen to me. This is all a big misunderstanding. I was your father's best friend. How could I ever hurt you guys?" Ye Chen didn't want to hear it, and slammed his knee into Zheng Jingming's face, sending blood spraying everywhere. He said coldly, "You don't deserve to speak about my father." "And you sure as hell don't deserve to be my uncle." Zheng Jingming shed crocodile tears as he looked up. "Chen, please. I beg you, let me go for the sake of all those years." Hearing that, Ye Chen suddenly burst out laughing. His laughter grew louder and louder. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Ye Chen kicked Zheng Jingming and spoke with a voice full of hatred. "Let you go? Why didn't you let my Ye family go back then? Why didn't you spare my parents?" He delivered another punch and barked, "How did my parents ever wrong you?" Ye Chen's physical strikes rained down on Zheng Jingming as he continued to shout, "Why did you betray them? Didn't you people tear my family apart? You took everything from me. Do you really think I enjoy killing? Who is born wanting to be a killer?" Ye Chen punched Zheng Jingming frantically and raised his voice. He said he just wanted to study and live a normal life. Back then, even seeing a chicken slaughtered made him tremble. He thought to himself, "But now the only thing keeping me going is pure hatred." A long while later, Ye Chen leaned against the wall and thought, "I'll keep on killing, until every last one of these scumbags meets the Reaper." The sky had turned pitch black. The moon hung high outside the building, Ye Chen said as he walked away. "The king of Jiangnan is quite thorough. Saved me a whole lot of trouble. Not only did he send cleaners to scrub the scene, he even prepared fresh clothes for me." But then his expression darkened as he stated, "Next up, it's time to deal with the Azure sect." Suddenly, a girl appeared from behind him. She called out, "Ye Chen, what are you doing here?" Ye Chen glanced at her and asked back, "Officer Bailey Bing? I should be the one asking you that. Is there a criminal nearby?" Bailey Bing replied, "Classified mission, I can't say." Ye Chen walked past Bailey Bing and waved his hand dismissively. "Then I'm under no obligation to answer you either." Suddenly he heard a strange noise. Ye Chen looked up toward the sound. A boulder was falling from above, but it smashed into that building, shattering into pieces. Then another rock came falling down. Unfortunately, where the rock was about to land, it was heading straight for Bailey Bing. Her face went pale as she looked up, thinking to herself, "I'm cooked, I can't dodge it in time." Bailey Bing thought, "Is this how I die?" Ye Chen quickly built up momentum, then lunged forward and carried Bailey Bing away. The rock slammed into the ground and shattered into pieces. Ye Chen turned to Bailey Bing and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Blushing, Bailey Bing turned and replied to Ye Chen, "Thank you." Ye Chen told Bailey Bing everything was fine. The two of them stepped apart. Ye Chen turned and said to Bailey Bing, "Don't mention it." He then thought to himself, "After all, this whole mess is kind of on me." Ye Chen looked up. An explosion went off at the top of that building. He continued to think, "I know they wanted to wipe the tracks, but blowing up the entire building is a bit extra, isn't it? This must be the work of the cleaners." Ignoring the panicked crowd running in every direction, Ye Chen and Bailey Bing stood there calmly, staring upward at the building. Two men suddenly ran past Ye Chen. He felt they looked familiar, so he glanced back, eyeing one of the men who had just sprinted by. Bailey Bing also turned around abruptly to look at the man. She thought, "That tattoo, he's from the Azure sect. Could they be the ones behind this explosion? I've been investigating the Azure sect for days. That organization is a total cancer in Jiangcheng. The police have been struggling to find evidence. But now here's the evidence." With that, Bailey Bing started to run off, but didn't forget to wave goodbye to Ye Chen. "Sorry, I've got stuff to handle. Catch you later." Ye Chen watched Bailey Bing's retreating figure and sighed. Always so impulsive. "Whatever, it's none of my business." He began channeling spiritual energy into his hand. Ye Chen's expression turned grim and dangerous as he said, "Better hurry up and tie up those loose ends." Somewhere near the spot where those two men had passed, Ye Chen slipped inside stealthily. They opened the door, completely unaware that right behind them was Bailey Bing tailing them closely. She thought to herself that the place these two were going was very likely some kind of stronghold for the Qingmen, maybe even their headquarters tucked away in an abandoned factory. It really was quite suspicious. Bailey Bing walked toward it, thinking further. As long as I can snap some evidence, then I can call in the squad and bust the whole nest. With that in mind, she leaped off the ground. Bailey Bing jumped onto a shipping container. She peered through the window and looked inside the base, and she thought with total certainty, just as I thought. Inside the base, there were scores of people holding guns, pacing back and forth on guard duty. Bailey Bing pulled out her phone and thought, "This damn place has no signal. Calling for backup is going to be a nightmare." She thought further, "Besides, who knows what's inside these crates? Best to find a way to open them and get some proof." Suddenly, someone let out a loud scream. A burly man was grabbing someone by the head as a booming voice rang out. "Grandmaster, please have mercy." "I don't know what happened either, but the building just suddenly blew up." The man called Grandmaster said, fuming, "I stationed so many men in Qinghe, and you two useless trash are the only ones left alive." He continued, "What's even worse is that you two didn't even know you were being followed." The Branchmaster growled, "This is a capital offense. Die!" Bailey Bing looked down, filled with anxiety, thinking to herself, "I'm cooked. I didn't expect that Branchmaster to be an ancient martial artist. He might even be stronger than me." She quickly turned away, telling herself she had to run. But Bailey Bing had no idea that the Branchmaster had already spotted her and was closing in fast. He grabbed Bailey Bing and said, "Now that you're here, did you really think you could just walk out of our Qingmen's door?" With that, the Branchmaster shoved Bailey Bing to the ground. Dust kicked up from the impact. The Branchmaster gripped Bailey Bing's head with one hand, gazed at her for a moment, and said, "Whoa, didn't expect such a little beauty. I'm definitely going to enjoy this." Bailey Bing said without a hint of fear, "I'm a cop, and my partners already know about this place. You'd better stop right now. If anything happens to me, the Qingmen are absolutely dead meat." The moment she finished speaking, the Branchmaster slammed her onto the ground without a shred of mercy. The Branchmaster said, completely unfazed, "I've committed enough crimes to be executed 1,000 times over. You think I'd be intimidated by a woman like you? Boys, let's have some fun today." Bailey Bing screamed at the top of her lungs, "You're dead!" To tell you the truth, my father is Bailey Xiong from the Southwest Military District. If something happens to me, dying 10,000 times wouldn't be enough for you Qingmen scumbags." The Branchmaster paused for a second to think. Bailey Xiong? That's a top-tier commander-level figure. Even the great families in the capital have to show him respect. Why would his daughter come to a tiny place like Jiangcheng to be a cop? After pondering it, he suddenly struck a pose and said to Bailey Bing, "Ha ha, so what if it's Bailey Xiong?" The branch master looked down at her and continued, "Once we're done, we'll clean up all the tracks." Lying on the ground in a mess, Bailey Bing thought to herself, "I shouldn't have gone solo. I shouldn't have even come here to be a cop. Wouldn't life have been better if I'd stayed safely with the family?" Tears slowly began to fall. Feeling wronged, Bailey Bing thought, "I'm definitely going to die now. Instead of being humiliated by these villains, I'd rather take my own life." The branch master let out a lewd smirk and said, "I won't be holding back anymore." From atop a shipping container, the silhouette of a man appeared. The man spoke up. "Hey, if she's not willing, why are you trying to force it?" The man then asked, "Don't you think that's incredibly shameless?" Infuriated, the branch master looked up, pointed at the man, and yelled, "Brat! Who the hell are you daring to trespass on Kingmen turf? You want to die?" That person was none other than Ye Chen. He began to channel his spiritual energy as he replied, "My bad, but I'm not just here for the Qingmen." Ye Chen glared and added, "I'm also here to wipe out every last member of the Qingmen." Ye Chen chuckled and continued, "Got it?" Hearing Ye Chen's words, Tu Dingfeng spoke up. "You say you want to kill us all?" As soon as he said it, Tu Dingfeng and the other Qingmen members burst out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha! He says he wants to kill us all! Ha ha ha! Do you have any idea how many experts we have in the Qingmen? Even a martial arts grandmaster wouldn't dare talk like that." "Ha ha ha!" Tu Dingfeng pointed at Ye Chen and shouted, "Turn him into Swiss cheese! Let him see what we're made of!" At the command, the Qingmen henchmen pulled out their guns and opened fire on Ye Chen simultaneously. Bullets rained down on Ye Chen like a storm. He vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Ye Chen lunged toward the Qingmen group. He dove low, dodging every single bullet they fired. The faces of two henchmen darkened with shock. "This kid's actually got some moves to dodge that many bullets." Another henchman adjusted his glasses with a look of pure disdain. "Looks like you guys are clueless. That's just a basic trick that any inner strength expert can pull off. You're brave to come to the Qingmen all by yourself." A henchman rushed forward, swinging at Ye Chen. "Let me test you!" Ye Chen's eyes sharpened. Ye Chen dodged and taunted the henchman, then counterattacked. Way too slow. The henchman was sent flying into the air. The remaining henchmen stood there, jaw dropped, unable to believe what they were seeing. "And Keat, Deputy Branch Master, and Keat has been killed!" 3 henchmen spat out blood and screamed, "Ah, is this who you are? You're a freaking murderer!" A henchman begged his comrades, "Damn it, help me, someone help!" Bailey Bing froze, thinking to herself, every move he makes is a lethal strike. There's absolutely zero wasted motion. It's like he's a war machine. Bailey Bing began to feel a sense of dread. How could Zhang Cheng have someone this terrifying? Tu Dingfeng maintained his nonchalant smirk. "I didn't expect Zhang Cheng to house an expert like you. You look like you're at the peak inner strength stage. I'll have to handle this personally." Tu Dingfeng flexed his muscles and said with confidence, "But against my perfect physique, you can't even lay a finger on me." "Of course. If you kowtow and submit to me right now, I might just consider taking you in." The second he finished his sentence, Ye Chen punched Tu Dingfeng. The blow sent Tu Dingfeng flying into the air. Ye Chen stood there, adjusting his shirt, and said with disdain, "Drop dead." Tu Dingfeng, now breaking a sweat, thought, "Damn, this guy is incredibly dangerous. I have to go all out." Tu Dingfeng swung his arm and lunged at Ye Chen. "I'm taking you down with me." Ye Chen immediately landed a kick on Tu Dingfeng. "Way too slow." Ye Chen chuckled gleefully. Hey, your guts are toast now." As Ye Chen was about to finish him, Tu Dingfeng stopped him and said, "Wait!" Tu Dingfeng raised his hand, signaling Ye Chen to stop. "How about we make a deal? Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Arms dealing, human trafficking." Ye Chen glanced at him. "Your words." He then unleashed a final blow on Tu Dingfeng and continued, "Or just too much." Tu Dingfeng's blood sprayed everywhere. He died on the spot. The bodies of the Qingmen henchmen lay scattered all over the ground. Seeing this, Bailey Bing was dazed and thought to herself, in just a few moments, such a large branch of the Qingmen was wiped out by him alone. Yet Chen put his hands in his pockets and looked toward Bailey Bing. Bailey Bing was terrified. What are you planning to do?" Ye Chen placed his hand on Bailey Bing's head. "Is he going to silence me?" Ye Chen's actions made Bailey Bing so scared she teared up. "Don't!" Ye Chen wanted to help Bailey Bing, but he was misunderstood. "Huh?" Bailey Bing's face turned beet red as she covered herself with her hands. "You're taking advantage of the situation. You're a low-life creep. And here I thought you were a good person. How could you do this?" Ye Chen placed his hand on Bailey Bing's leg. "Your leg bone is dislocated and pretty badly fractured. Do you want to end up a cripple or what?" Bailey Bing was startled and asked, "You're trying to save me?" Suddenly, a stream of energy emanated from Ye Chen's body. That energy flowed through Bailey Bing's body. Gradually, Bailey Bing's body absorbed that energy. That feels so good. There's a current of energy flowing through my body. Is this his chi? Not long after, Bailey Bing felt her strength returning. Her injuries had completely vanished. She spoke up happily. It's healed! Ye Chen, thanks. With your skills, you could be a doctor. You'd definitely be a legendary physician. Ye Chen replied to her coldly, not interested. Go collect their phones. There should be evidence. I'm heading out. Bailey Bing asked, puzzled, where are you going? Ye Chen looked grim. There are still a few remnants left to deal with. After tonight, I'm afraid the Qingmen will no longer exist in Jiangcheng. When the police arrived, they saw the scene inside. The corpses of Qingmen disciples were scattered everywhere. Officer Bailey Bing, who was already inside, spoke up. This is the sect master of the Qingmen. Even a martial arts grandmaster like him is dead. And look at his expression. It's as if he saw something horrifying right before he died. Regarding the sect master's death, there was a massive hole in his right chest. His tongue was lolling out. It was a gruesome sight. The Qingmen headquarters had turned into a literal hellscape. Suddenly, someone called Bailey Bing. The person on the other end said, the power balance in Jiangcheng is about to shift. Ying Jing, on the other side, spoke to Bailey Bing. Junior sister, you mean even the martial arts grandmaster? Were all these people killed by Ye Chen? On Ying Jing's screen at that moment, a video clip was playing. He found himself re-watching it over and over again. Hearing Ying Jing's question, Bailey Bing replied, yeah, he did it all by himself and he saved me. Ying Jing stared at the clip and said, I'm coming to Jiangcheng immediately. Whatever you do not contact this man again. He is extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Bailey Bing immediately asked about his current mission. Ying Jing remained resolute as he walked off. Nothing is as important as this guy. I want to see for myself exactly what kind of freak this Ye Chen really is. At this time, Ye Chen, having changed into new clothes, was walking down the street. He spoke aloud. Killing people is actually the easy part. It's just such a waste of clothes. I have to destroy them anyway to get rid of the bloodstains. As Ye Chen was walking, he suddenly spotted a familiar face. He looked at her and thought to himself, Xiaoroshui? Man, the rich life is something else, sipping tea in the afternoon. Xiaoroshui was sitting in the cafe, looking a bit melancholy. After a quick look, Ye Chen hurried away, acting like he hadn't seen her. He thought to himself, I can't be bothered with her. Let's just pretend I didn't see her. Suddenly, Roshui's eyes caught something through the window. Ye Chen! She called out. Xiaoroshui immediately rushed out of her seat. Mom, wait for me a second. Stepping out of the cafe, Xiaoroshui quickly chased after Ye Chen. She shouted, Ye Chen, wait up! Why are you walking so fast? Hearing his name, Ye Chen stopped. He turned around, acting confused, and said, What's up? I was just passing by. Wait, don't tell me you want to buy me a coffee. Xiaoroshui looked at him with a pout and said, You slept with me before, and I haven't even settled that score with you yet. Now's your chance. Do me a favor, and we'll call it even. Ye Chen immediately shot back. Clearly you were the one who slept with me. That was my bed. Xiaoroshui's mother observed the two of them from behind. She looked displeased and spoke up. Ruoshui, who is this man? Xiaoroshui immediately grabbed Ye Chen's arm, acting intimate as she said, Mom, why are you out here? As for who he is? I'm almost too embarrassed to say, Mom. Seeing this, Xiaoroshui's mother frowned and said in a low voice, Ruoshui, do you have any idea what the consequences of this will be? If that young master finds out that you're involved with another man, the Xia family will be in serious danger. Ruoshui was stunned for a moment, but despite that, she didn't let go of Ye Chen's arm. Instead, Xiaoroshui hugged him even tighter. Xiaoroshui's mother continued, Let go! You're coming home to the Xia family with me today. The family will take over your Huamei group from now on. You are not allowed to take a single step out of the Xia residence. Xiaoroshui's body trembled. No! Please, Mom. I'm a human being, not some bargaining chip. Despite hearing that, her mother still spoke coldly. Are you really going to defy your father's wishes? Xiaoroshui was terrified. Her hand slowly let go of Ye Chen's as she whispered an apology. Xiaoroshui had only taken a few steps toward her mother, when suddenly Ye Chen's hand grabbed hers. Ye Chen pulled Xiaoroshui back and spoke up. I'm sorry, ma'am, but Ruoshui can't go with you. She's pregnant with my child. I'm fully prepared to take responsibility for her. Hearing this, Xiaoroshui was completely bewildered by the pregnant part. A child? A child? After snapping back to reality, Ruoshui looked at Ye Chen and said, Ye Chen, so you really did something to me that night? Ye Chen remained calm. How can you not know what's going on with your own body? Don't you know your own body? Liar, liar. Hearing that, Ruoshui rubbed her belly, blushing. It just kicked me earlier. Seeing this, Ye Chen turned away and thought, She's laying it on way too thick. Xia Ruoxui's mother clutched her chest in shock. You! Ye Chen saw this and thought to himself, I don't even like this woman, Xia Ruoxui, and I don't care about her. But she did ask me for help. More importantly, at once she agreed to return to the Xia family. A blood-red glow appeared on her forehead. Indeed, a blood-red glow flickered on Xia Ruoxui's forehead. She remained completely unaware of it. Ye Chen continued thinking, the old man told me to protect Xia Ruoxui at all costs. If she really returns to the Xia house, that bloodlight omen will surely spread rapidly, until it finally kills her. Ruoxui's mother, still in disbelief, asked her daughter again, Ruoxui, is what this kid saying true or false? Xia Ruoxui, sweating slightly, replied to her mother, Mom, Ye Chen and I are for real. If that person finds out I've lost my virginity, would you like me to translate the next part of this story for you? They will definitely give up on me. Xia Ruoxui's mother felt like she was about to explode upon hearing those words. Damn it, damn it! The daughter I've protected so carefully, tainted by some low-life nobody. She grabbed Xia Ruoxui by the shoulders and shook her. Get back to the Xia house right now. I'll arrange for a doctor to terminate the pregnancy. From now on, you aren't allowed to take a single step outside. She completely ignored her daughter's pleas of no please. This is an order! Just as she finished speaking, a hand suddenly grabbed Xia Ruoxui's mother's arm. It was Ye Chen. He spoke up. Ma'am, that's not right. The mother glared at Ye Chen in a rage. Who do you think you are? You really think you're worthy of even touching my Ruoxui? She flung his hand away, looked at the two of them together, and continued. Do you even know the Jiangnan Xia family? They are on a level you can't even dream of reaching. You're not even fit to look up at us. Even the top-tier Su family of Jiangqing would have to kneel before the Xia family. Ye Chen's face darkened. I'm not fit to look up at you? He took a step forward, standing directly in front of Ruoxui's mother. Ye Chen's aura shifted instantly. His entire presence felt as if a spiritual force was dominating everything around them. You said I'm not fit to look up at you? Witnessing this transformation, the mother instinctively took a step back. She thought to herself, what's with this kid? How does he have such a terrifying pressure? Ye Chen turned his back to Xia Ruoxui and continued speaking. The Su family, the Xia family, I don't know them and I don't care to. But if you give me 6 months, I'll show you the real meaning of out of reach. Ye Chen walked over to Xia Ruoxui and said, let's go. The mother could only watch as her daughter slowly walked further away from her. After staring for a while, she quickly pulled out her phone. Investigate someone for me. His name is Ye Chen. He's from Jiangcheng, and he seems to be very close with Ruoxui. Walking with Ye Chen, Xia Ruoxui whispered, I'm sorry. Would you like me to translate more of this conversation for you? I'm sorry for what I said to my mother earlier. She continued, she cares a lot about profit, but she's not a bad person at heart. Actually, you didn't have to go that far, Ye Chen replied indifferently. Don't overthink it. I didn't just do it for you. He thought to himself that it was, after all, the task the old man had assigned him. Xia Ruoxui looked at him with admiration. Suddenly, she felt this guy was actually pretty handsome. After saying that, Ye Chen waved down a taxi to head back. He bid Xia Ruoxui farewell. I'm heading out. Catch you later. Xia Ruoxui seemed reluctant to see him leave. She stood there watching the taxi drive into the distance. After Ye Chen left, Xia Ruoxui thought about the Xia family's century-old hidden power. Ye Chen had no idea how powerful it truly was. I can't let him get hurt because of me. Thinking this, she pulled out her phone to call for backup. Anyway, I need to handle the immediate crisis first. The taxi was taking Ye Chen to his destination. Ye Chen looked out the window, deep in thought. To take on other major powers, relying solely on personal combat skills wasn't enough. He needed to build his own organization. He pondered, currently I have Ye Lingtian's backing, but while the king of Jiangnan is better for covert operations, I still need a force that can operate out in the open. Ye Chen told the driver to head to the Dragon Medicine Bay Villa. Shen Haihua happily welcomed Ye Chen. What an honored guest! He grinned with joy. Mr. Ye, what brings you here so suddenly? Ye Chen placed a stack of documents on the table. Shen Haihua quickly opened them to take a look. It's done, Ye Chen replied briefly. This made Mr. Shen wonder. He actually got Zheng Jingming to sign? It's only been such a short time and it's already settled? How is that possible? Why would they just hand over their profits like that? But he seemed to already have an answer. Looking at Ye Chen again, Shen Haihua was stunned. Wait, did Ye Chen kill Zheng Jingming? Zheng Jingming was protected by the Qinggate experts. Could he really have done it? Is this guy even human? Ye Chen seemed to read his hesitation. He answered, I wiped out the Qinggate last night. Hearing the confirmation, Shen's panic intensified. Even the Qinggate was... Shen Haihua dared not delay any further. Rest assured, Mr. Ye. I, Shen Haihua, give you my word. Within 3 days, I will absolutely make the Tianjin group rise again. Ye Chen then said, by the way, CEO Shen, what's your take on the Jiangnan Xia family? Shen Haihua felt a twinge of fear when the Xia family was mentioned. The Xia family is a provincial-level titan in Jiangnan. The Xia Financial Group's assets are terrifyingly vast. They aren't even in the same league as the Qinghe Group. You don't mean to tell me you're planning to take them over too, do you? Ye Chen chuckled. Look at how scared you are. I was just asking. Shen tried to save face. I figured there's no way, ha. But Ye Chen really did seem to have that intention. He gave a sinister smile. But if I were to give you a sword, would you dare to take on all of Huaxia? Shen Haihua turned pale. Holy cow! This is even scarier than before. Shen flipped back through the documents. Mr. Ye, this sword you're talking about isn't the Tianjin group, is it? Honestly, my group is quite a bit stronger than them. Ye Chen countered with a question. Then let's keep it simple. If I gave you a force like the Qinggate, but 100 times more powerful, and provided you with high-profit products within half a year, could you make Tianjin Group unite the Xia family? This question from Ye Chen made Shen think seriously. If you're serious, Mr. Ye, then I am too. Those things alone aren't enough. We would also need government backing. Besides, I'm getting on in years. I'm afraid time isn't on my side. Ye Chen considered this. Bailey Bing's father seems to hold massive power. Maybe I can bring her into the fold. Ye Chen handed Shen a medicinal pill. He said, I'll handle the government side. As for your age, that's easy. This pill can extend your lifespan by 55 years. Shen was shocked. 55 years? He thought. 55 years, that's a dream come true for anyone, though it sounded a bit far-fetched. But Ye Chen can definitely make it happen. Shen immediately agreed to the deal. He walked over and shook Ye Chen's hand as a sign of partnership. I'm in, of course I'm in. As long as it's like you said, Mr. Ye, I can definitely make Tianjin Group become a powerhouse that no one can touch. After hearing that, Ye Chen turned to leave. All right, I'll see you in 3 days at Tianjin Group. Shen saw Ye Chen out. Take care, sir. Shen Haihua was quietly celebrating inside. Things were changing. His destiny was about to do a total 180. He used to think he was destined to just rot away in tiny Jiangcheng, but now he might follow this man to conquer all of Jiangnan, Huaxia, and even the world. Ye Chen returned to Sun Yi's apartment. He kicked off his shoes, walked in, and called out, I'm back! But then something caught his eye. Xia Ruoshui was there too. She was staying with Sun Yi. Ye Chen asked, Xia Ruoshui, what are you doing here? Sun Yi was surprised to see Ye Chen back so soon. Xia Ruoshui, however, didn't look surprised at all. It seemed like she had expected this. Ye Chen teased, Don't you have your own villa? Why are you crashing at our place? Sun Yi countered, What do you mean our place? This is my house. Xia Ruoshui didn't go home. She explained that Huame Group had been seized by the Xia family. My villa is also Xia family property now. I can't stay there and my bank cards are frozen. So I'm just mooching off Yi for now. Ye Chen looked annoyed. So you're sleeping here tonight? Just so we're clear, I'm not sharing a bed with you. That comment made Xia Ruoshui snap. Who would even want to share a bed with you? Keep dreaming. Sun Yi stepped in to stop them from bickering. It's fine, Ruoshui is sleeping with me. Ye Chen stared intently at Xia Ruoshui. Sun Yi is the landlord here. You're a freeloader. You really have the nerve to squeeze in with her? Xia Ruoshui replied calmly. I don't want to be a freeloader either, but the problem is I'm jobless. Unless I work for you? Sun Yi looked Ye Chen up and down and judged him. Aren't you a freeloader too? Ye Chen actually started considering hiring Xia Ruoshui to work for him. Xia Ruoshui asked, What do I get out of this? Give me a job. She reconsidered. He had a point. She almost forgot that this guy once produced some incredibly valuable pills. Xia Ruoshui speculated that he might actually be a low-key billionaire. At Sun Yi's residence, Xia Ruoshui, full of self-confidence, said, When it comes to business, I, Xia Ruoshui, don't bow down to anyone. With me around, I guarantee your company will blow up. She looked at Ye Chen. But the thing is, Xia Ruoshui continued, you have to actually have the guts to hire me. After all, given the current situation, if you really hire me, the Xia family will definitely crush your company for revenge. Ye Chen smiled and replied, Of course I'm down to hire you. He was cut off before he could even finish speaking. Xia Ruoshui said excitedly, For real? That's great. Quick, tell me, where is your company located? What's the registered capital? What's the business model? What kind of support policies do you have? Ye Chen gave an awkward laugh and answered, It hasn't been established yet for now, but it will be soon. As for the industry type, that hasn't been decided either. Ruashu was completely speechless. I'm so stupid for actually believing you. She sighed and thought to herself, this guy is probably just trying to fulfill that 6-month promise to my mom. He's just flexing. But he knows way too little about how the real world works. He needs to realize that even if he were given Ma Jianyun's tech giants, completely free of charge, economically speaking, it would be absolutely impossible to surpass the Xia family. In Huaxia, the real top-tier financial groups stay hidden in the shadows. Meanwhile, on Madame Xia's side, she was holding a glass of wine, waiting for someone to report on Xia Roshui's status. What's the situation? The person reported, Madam, according to the report, based on the results of the young lady's medical exam, she is almost certainly not pregnant. But then his expression became serious. He continued, a while ago the young lady went out for drinks with her friend's son, Yi, and she ended up staying over that night. And there's a man living in Sun Yi's house. It's none other than Ye Chen. We can't rule out the possibility that they've slept together. The madam was so furious that she smashed the wine glass in her hand. If that brat really laid a finger on Ruoshui, I want him dead! She turned around in a rage and barked orders at her subordinates. Tell me everything about his background. Her subordinate stated, Ye Chen's history is very strange. Even with my methods, I couldn't dig up a single piece of information. It's like he just dropped out of the sky. He continued his report. However, I suspect he might be the young master of the Yi family, the sole survivor of the Yunhu Villa incident from 5 years ago. The madam was stunned when she heard this. What? She carefully weighed the facts. That incident may have happened in Jiangcheng, but it sent shockwaves through the entire Jiangnan province. After all, the Ye family offended some big shots in the capital. Thinking of this, she smirked. So that's how it is. That kid must be bitter about his family's destruction. He wants to latch onto the Xia family, using our power to avenge his parents. Her subordinate marveled, that's quite a scheme. If that's the case, then he shouldn't have made that 6-month promise. Maybe he actually has some real skills. She scoffed. The madam felt confident after hearing the intel. She chuckled smugly. Fine, I'll give him 6 months. I want to see for myself just how he plans to make our Xia family look up to him. Back at Sun Yi's place, Ye Chen stood on the balcony with a sigh. Having an extra person in the house sure was a hassle all night long. They were constantly bumping into each other just trying to use the bathroom. Ye Chen walked into the bathroom right when Xia Ruoshui was still inside. She practically kicked him out. Can't you see I'm showering? Get out! Ye Chen felt wronged. Well, I see you now. As soon as he said that, a roll of toilet paper was hurled at him. You damn pervert! Get out! Ye Chen had no way to clear his name. How was I supposed to know someone was in there? Ye Chen thought, whatever, forget it. He focused on the main task, the conditions he promised Shen Haihua. Backing shouldn't be a problem. Ye Lingtian alone is enough. High-profit products are also easy. High medicinal formulas can handle that. He was only worried about getting government support. After all, Bailey Bing and I aren't exactly close. She might not even be willing to help me. Ye Lingtian probably has some connections in this area. Ye Chen sensed something off in his line of sight. He turned around and headed inside. Ye Chen cracked a slight smile. Ha, playing hunter and prey with me? Let's see who the real prey is then. From a high vantage point, someone was observing Ye Chen through binoculars. The person was on the roof of another apartment building. It was Ying Jing. After watching Ye Chen for a while, he thought, something's not right. This kid doesn't look like anything special. He even got kicked out by women twice already. If I had to name one strength, the food he made actually looks pretty fire. He looked through the binoculars again, skeptical. Being a martial arts expert himself, he checked the lens only to find that Ye Chen was no longer there. He was caught off guard. What the? He's gone? At that moment, Ye Chen appeared out of thin air right in front of Ying Jing. It absolutely shocked him. Ying Jing was stunned. This building was 80 meters tall. To think he could scale it in such a short time, he marveled, this guy is a beast. Ye Chen sized him up. Ye Chen made the first move, lunging toward Ying Jing. His speed was insane as he prepared to attack. Ying Jing dropped into a stance, ready for the fight. The two collided directly in a heart-stopping moment. Ying Jing winced in pain as he blocked Ye Chen's blow. This kid's power is terrifying. He's about to shatter my entire left arm. Ye Chen continued his assault on Ying Jing. Ying Jing decided to switch up his tactics. I can't go head-to-head, I have to use redirection to stall him. Ye Chen's sharp eyes caught the defensive shift. He braked instantly, whipping around behind him in a flash. Raising one leg high, he prepared to bring it down on Ying with devastating force. Impressive, a truly powerful strike. He said angrily, oh yeah, then try to dodge this. His foot slammed hard into the ground. The entire area shook violently. Debris and rocks went flying everywhere. A massive crack appeared on the surface. But Ying Jing was nowhere to be found. He had successfully avoided Ye Chen's blow. You actually dodged that? You've got some skills. Ying Jing appeared from behind, attempting a sneak attack. Ye Chen gave a slight smirk. Too bad for you, you're not on my level. Ying Jing was about to land a hit on Ye Chen, but he was stopped by a defensive barrier. It prevented him from even touching Ye Chen. This left him completely stunned, while Ye Chen just stood there, looking at him with a look of pure contempt. At this moment, Ying Jing realized something. The intel was dead wrong. He discovered that Ye Chen wasn't an ancient martial artist. He was clearly a cultivator. Ying Jing recoiled in shock at the sheer power Ye Chen possessed. He cursed under his breath. No wonder this guy can flex on so many ancient martial artists. Junior sister is too inexperienced. She couldn't see it. Looking up at Ye Chen, who was brimming with spiritual energy, the man wasn't a martial artist. He was an immortal cultivator. Ying Jing broke into a cold sweat from anxiety, but a cultivator isn't necessarily stronger than a martial artist. At the very least, a top-tier martial arts grandmaster can still pull off a win against a low-level cultivator. Before he could even finish the thought, Ye Chen vanished from his sight once again. Appearing out of nowhere, Ye Chen caught Ying Jing by surprise. Leaving him with no time to react, he took the hit head-on. He was kicked back, slamming hard into the wall. Ying Jing didn't have any strength left to stand up. Ye Chen approached to assess the situation. Sensing Ye Chen closing in on him, he was petrified. Whoa, bro, don't be like that. I don't mean any harm. I just wanted to spar with you for a bit. But are you seriously trying to kill me? Can we just talk first? Ye Chen raised his foot and stomped on Ying Jing without any hesitation. He interrogated him. Who are you? Why are you spying on me? Who sent you? Spill it! But Ying Jing, grimacing in pain under the weight of Ye Chen's foot, struggled to hand over his identification badge to Ye Chen. To prove himself, I'm really not here to kill you. We've got no beef. If you don't believe me, look for yourself. Ye Chen took the badge and read it aloud. Captain of the Longhun Strike Force, Ying Jing. He nodded in agreement. Right. I'm with the Longhun Special Ops. Can you let me slide this time? Ye Chen was furious. He was about to give Ying Jing another beating. What strike force? Never heard of it. If you dare to spy on me, you're gonna pay the price. Ying Jing quickly tried to stop him. Wait! We have a mutual friend. That person knows you. The CEO, Bailey Bing. Hearing that name, Ye Chen asked Ying Jing, Bailey Bing? What's your relationship with her? Overjoyed, Ying Jing hurriedly explained. I'm her senior disciple. She told me all about you. I was just curious, so I came to check you out. My goal was to see how badass you are, and try to recruit you. I had no intention of hurting you, he thought to himself. Unbelievable. My junior sister's name carries more weight than the entire Longhun Strike Force. This is insane. But Ying Jing realized that with this kid's strength, he should have just finished the job completely. Ye Chen didn't seem to believe him. He immediately raised his hand, ready to unleash his power. You want to recruit me? You could have just come and found me. That doesn't give you an excuse to stalk me. Ying Jing quickly apologized. My bad, I'm sorry. I was wrong to watch you like that. I apologize to you. Also, I swear on the honor of the Huaxia Longhun Strike Force, if you run into trouble later, I can use the government's power to help you out. Hearing these words, Ye Chen paused, stopping his attack on him. He considered the situation carefully. If the Tianzheng group wanted to expand, it needed the backing of state authority. Bailey Bing was originally the first choice for this, but now that this guy has shown up at my door, it's even better. After making up his mind, Ye Chen grabbed Ying Jing by the collar and demanded answers. The Longhun Strike Force, what kind of status does it hold in Huaxia? Ying Jing wasted no time in answering him. The Longhun Strike Force of Huaxia is the third unit dealing with the world's mystical powers. As for our status, we only take orders from the top leaders, specifically the number 2 and number 3 officials. Ye Chen continued to ponder. If they're only the third unit, there must be even stronger units out there. But for the Tianzheng group, this should be more than enough. Ye Chen stopped attacking Ying Jing. He said, I can let you off the hook. As long as you're willing to build a relationship with a business in Jiangnan, we'll call it even. Ying Jing was a bit taken aback. The legendary Longhun Strike Force, acting as a bodyguard for some small business in Jiang City? He asked skeptically. Are you for real? Deep down, he didn't want to do this at all. Setting aside how embarrassing this would be if word got out, this is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Ying Jing asked, if I'm not mistaken, the business you're talking about must be your father's Tianzheng group. Ye Chen confirmed it. He continued, I can't make that call on my own. After all, our unit's nature is highly classified. But I'll help you get in touch with my superiors. Even if they say no. I'll find another way to help you out. Ye Chen agreed. He handed Ying Jing a medicinal pill. Fine, take this. It'll help you recover from your injuries. Ying Jing was stunned as he received the pill. He thought to himself, whoa, what's this kid's deal anyway? Not only is he a cultivator, but he even has medicinal pills. I've only heard of these things before. This is the first time I've ever seen one. Okay, Ying Jing replied, breaking into a sweat from pure excitement. Do you have any more of these pills? Ye Chen chuckled. You mean this stuff? It's just the basic stuff. I've got plenty. Ying Jing suggested. How many of these do you have? If you hand them over to the national military, they would be willing to... Ye Chen cut him off mid-sentence. What are you thinking? These aren't exactly priceless treasures. Why on earth should I just hand them over? With that, Ye Chen turned to leave. If you guys really want them, meet my demands first. Have someone with actual authority come talk to me. Ying Jing watched Ye Chen jump straight off the roof of the 80-story building. He felt helpless regarding Ye Chen's request. That official is swamped with work. How could he possibly come to see you in person? Ying Jing sighed in admiration. All things considered, Jiang City has truly birthed a real genius. Meanwhile, at Sun Yi's apartment, a rather awkward scene was unfolding. Sun Yi was laughing and playing in the bathroom. Ha ha ha! Not only does it look good, but it feels amazing too. Xie Ruoshui laughed along. You're so annoying. Stop touching me there. Ye Chen lay on the bed, letting out a long sigh. These two women. The bathroom and the sink were completely occupied. He had to wait in line for everything. He pulled out a stone. Ye Chen decided to just ignore them. My strength has improved quite a bit lately. Let's try entering the reincarnation graveyard. Ye Chen closed his eyes and focused. He slowly entered this reincarnation graveyard. When he opened his eyes, he had successfully transitioned. Ye Chen stood in a pitch-black void. A dark, desolate path lay before him. However, this time felt different from the last. Ye Chen sensed it immediately. There was no headache this time. No feeling of discomfort whatsoever. The graveyard isn't rejecting me anymore. Is it because my strength has grown? A tombstone stood where he was standing. The words Shattering Fist Sect Luo Wantian were engraved on it. Inside the domain of Shattering Fist Sect's Luo Wantian, Ye Chen walked toward the center of the area. A tombstone was placed right there. Ye Chen thought, according to what the voice in the reincarnation graveyard said earlier, it seems that as long as my strength reaches a certain threshold, he observed the tombstone. I should be able to trigger the lingering intent of a master. Ye Chen's spiritual energy was abundant. He reached out, fully intending to trigger it. He thought, the one I can activate now. Is this Luo Wantian of the Shattering Fist Sect? He released his spiritual energy and touched the tombstone. But how exactly do I trigger it? Ye Chen smirked. Guess I'll just try everything. At the Grand Capital Apartments, Xie Ruoshui waved goodbye to Sun Yi. I've got some business to take care of today. No need to cook for me, okay? Sun Yi smiled happily. Sure, remember to bring back some snacks. Ye Chen sat down on the sofa. He sipped his drink while deep in thought. I've spent the last 2 days trying every single thing. But I still can't trigger that tombstone. Could it be that my realm is still insufficient? He figured that to boost his strength right now, he'd have to rely on medicinal pills. Testing with a microwave proved it's useless for me. I need an actual alchemy cauldron. An idea struck Ye Chen. Zhou Rende said the auction was today, but I haven't heard a peep. He doesn't have my number either. Maybe I should go find him myself. At that moment, Ye Chen's phone rang. Shen Haihua was calling, probably to give Ye Chen a work update. Ye Chen picked up. Shen reported, Mr. Ye, I've officially taken over the entire Qinghe group. The staff has been completely overhauled, too. He sounded cheerful. I'm currently working on the corporate name change. We can hold the ribbon-cutting ceremony in 2 days. Ye Chen was pleased. Excellent, you're a man of your word. He couldn't hide his triumphant grin. Ha ha! Soon the whole of Jiang City will know. Ye Chen stood up suddenly, making Sun Yi feel a bit strange. He said, Tianzheng Group is back. He suddenly thought of Ying Jing. He still hasn't reached out. Did that guy ghost me? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Both Sun Yi and Ye Chen wondered who could be knocking at their place. It turned out to be old Zhou. Ye Chen went to the door to greet him. The man looked panicked. Mr. Ye, I finally found you. I waited at Thompson First Avenue all morning, but no one was there. I had to pull a few strings just to track you down here. Ye Chen thought to himself, no wonder I hadn't heard anything all day. He invited him inside. I'm sorry, I totally forgot to give you this address. My bad. Old Zhou, please come in and have a seat. Zhou Rende seemed to be in a great rush. He handed Ye Chen the invitation to the auction. He said, no need for that. Some things came up at home that require my presence. This is the invitation for the auction. Please just take it. Ye Chen took the invitation and offered to help. Ah, thank you. What's going on with your family? Let's see if I can be of any assistance. Before he could finish his sentence, old Joe had already left. He's gone. Looks like the Zhou family is really in deep water. At the Tiangxi Hotel in Jiang City, Ye Chen dressed up formally for the auction that old Joe had given him the invitation for. He bumped into Zhou Zixuan. She said timidly to Ye Chen, "Mr. Ye, you're here." Ye Chen noticed she looked unwell and asked about her. "What's wrong? You don't look so good." Zhou Zixuan changed the subject. "It's nothing. Since you're already here, come in with me." Inside the hall, some guests had already arrived. Food was beautifully laid out in a decorated setting. Zhou Zixuan took Ye Chen's arm as they walked inside. She explained that the pre-banquet time is what they call networking time. It's mainly for acquaintances to catch up. Just relax and take it easy. The actual auction will be held upstairs later. Let's grab a bite to eat. Suddenly, someone called out to Zhou Zixuan. "Zhou Zixuan, so this is where you've been hiding." A man arrived with his arms around the waists of two girls. He started questioning her with bad intentions. He sneered, "Why didn't you say a word when you arrived?" One of the girls with him piped up sarcastically, "Say what?" "It's a miracle someone like her could even show up." He gave a nasty laugh. "After all, the Zhou family can barely keep their heads above water." Zhou Zixuan held Ye Chen back before he could give them a piece of his mind. "Ignore them, let's go." Ye Chen wondered what had happened to her family. She said it was nothing and that her father could definitely handle it. "You're a guest, just focus on the auction." Ye Chen stopped prying into their family matters. After all, it was their private business. If she doesn't want to talk, there's no need for me to keep digging. From behind, Xia Ruoxue spotted Ye Chen and called out to him. "Ye Chen?" Xia Ruoxue, looking stunning in her formal gown, approached the two of them. "What are you doing here?" Ye Chen replied flatly, "I was about to ask you the same thing." Standing nearby, Zhou Zixuan marveled at how beautiful she was. She quickly excused herself to give them some space. I'll just hit the restroom. You two go ahead and talk." What she actually meant was, "I'm not going to be a third wheel for you two." Xia Ruoxue raised her glass and asked Ye Chen with a smile, "Who is that girl? How do you even know her?" Ye Chen answered, "Her father is helping me source some medicinal herbs." "And why are you here?" "Your bank cards are frozen. So there's no way you're bidding in this auction? Are you just here to score some free food?" Surprisingly, she didn't deny it. She said it was a nice change of pace. "Since you haven't started your company yet, I need to find a job, don't I? I received an invitation here earlier. If you're here to bid, how much cash are you packing? Or are you just here to window shop?" Ye Chen replied, 90 million, Xia Ruoxue, nearly choked when she heard the amount. She gave a faint smile, unable to wrap her head around his logic. "You dare show up at an auction with only 90 million? Are you kidding me?" Xia Ruoxue began to school Ye Chen on how things work. This auction isn't as simple as it looks on the surface. The people pulling the strings behind the scenes are entities you absolutely cannot mess with. In this world, besides normal people like you, there's a special breed of humans. They practice martial arts and possess immense power. With just a wave of their hand, they can kill invisibly. Ye Chen didn't seem particularly bothered. He just asked, "Oh? And then what?" Xia Ruoxue felt helpless. Sigh. "Why aren't you surprised at all?" Ye Chen feigned shock just to please her. "Whoa, martial cultivators are so powerful, that's terrifying." Xia Ruoxue felt annoyed. "You're such a fake." At the banquet hall where everyone was socializing, Xia Ruoxue was quite worried about Ye Chen. "Let me tell you, on the surface, the strongest in Jiang City are the four great families. But in reality, there are far more terrifying existences," she continued, "and those are the mysterious martial arts families." Xia Ruoxue introduced them to Ye Chen. "The puppet masters behind auctions like this one is the martial arts family, the Jin family. This auction is divided into two stages. Stage 1 is for paintings and antiques for regular people. Stage 2 is for things related to the martial Tao, like cultivation manuals, pills, weapons, or medicinal cauldrons. Any of those items can easily cost at least 100 million. Ye Chen pondered. Based on what Xia Ruoxue said, an alchemy cauldron will definitely cost a fortune. The little cash I have really won't cut it. I need to find a way to get more money. Ye Chen asked her, "Can I put my own items up for auction?" Xia Ruoxue replied cheerfully, "Of course you can. You must have realized you're short on cash and want to sell some prescriptions, right? The upper floor is dedicated to appraisals. You can go try your luck." Ye Chen thought about it. Judging by the reaction when he trained Ying Jing, alchemists in Jiang City, and China in general, definitely don't have many pills. They'll surely sell for a high price. He decided to give it a shot and headed straight upstairs. "Anyway, I've got to try." Ye Chen went into the appraisal room. Inside, a group of people were playing mahjong. The manager said gleefully, "Ha ha ha, I win, pay up, pay up. Everyone owes me 10 million, no welshing on the debt." The other players shouted in unison, "It's just a bit of pocket change." "You think we'd flake over this? Who are you looking down on?" "Nobody knows mahjong better than me." Ye Chen stood there watching them bicker for a while. He gave a forced smile. To think these people were actually sitting around playing mahjong, and they were playing for high stakes too. 10 million around. The manager spotted Ye Chen. He spoke up. "Little brother, what brings you here? Looking for an appraisal?" Ye Chen took out a pill. "I'd like to put this up for auction." He frowned. "This scent, it smells like a pill. Just not sure about its quality." The big shots from earlier crowded in to examine the pill together. "Oh boy. Speaking of pills, lately, there hasn't been a single authentic pill around here. Most are just ordinary medicine balls. Hand-rolled with a bit of internal energy? Quiet down, nobody knows pills better than me. Hurry up and appraise it. We need to squeeze in 2 more rounds of mahjong." The manager took out a magnifying glass for a closer look. "Wait, this is different. The scent isn't like that other junk. I have to look at this very carefully." He examined the pill under the lens. When he discovered the pill patterns, he shouted, "Pill! Pill patterns! It has pill patterns! This isn't just medicine, this is a genuine pill!" Hearing him, the others scrambled to see. "What, pill patterns? You're not pulling my leg, are you?" "Let me see." The scene left Ye Chen speechless. He confirmed once more that there was no mistake. "These are definitely pill patterns. The aroma is potent, and the veining is crystal clear. It looks like it was recently refined. Has an alchemist finally emerged?" They rushed toward Ye Chen to negotiate. "Little brother, where did you get this? Did your master give it to you? Could his elderly self be an alchemist?" Ye Chen frowned as he realized something. "Huh? So there isn't a single alchemist here? Not even one? Am I really the last alchemist in Huaxia?" Ye Chen replied, "I'm not at liberty to say. Have whoever's in charge talk to me instead." The manager hurried. "Little brother, please follow me." He led Ye Chen to a VIP reception area. A woman's voice called from inside, "Come in!" He brought Ye Chen before her. "Miss, this little brother has an item for the auction." "It's a pill." The woman smiled and asked, "A pill? Are you sure?" He confirmed, "Yes, absolutely." The pill in his hand began to levitate. The pill drifted into the woman's hand. She examined it with a playful smile. "It really is a pill, and judging by its luster, it was refined less than a month ago." She realized something. Could it be? The manager stepped out to let the two of them talk privately. "I shouldn't overstay my welcome. I'll take my leave now." Once he left, the woman warmly invited Ye Chen to sit. "Please take a seat, little brother. My name is Jin Lanyan." "And how should I address you?" Ye Chen answered bluntly. "Ye Chen, let's skip the pleasantries. Can my pill be auctioned?" Jin Lanyan replied cheerfully, "Of course, how many were you planning to sell?" She thought to herself that he was far too young to truly understand alchemy. Alchemy requires deep research into prescriptions and mastery over countless medicinal properties. Everything about it is incredibly time-consuming, yet this pill was clearly fresh from the cauldron. Ye Chen's answer caught Jin Lanyan off guard. "Including the one I brought, I'm selling 5. Five pills?" She saw him in a completely different light. With that kind of quantity, behind him, there must be a genuine master alchemist. Jin Lanyan quickly regained her composure. She said, "Mr. Ye, if we sell all 5, they'll fetch at least 1 billion. But scarcity drives up the price. I suggest selling them one by one. Let's only put one up for auction this time." Ye Chen set his terms. "In that case, Miss Jin, give me a quote for the other 4. Your Jin family can make as much profit as you want on them. I just need a figure that makes it worth my while." Jin Lanyan looked slightly flustered as she thought, "Oh my God, if we just play the long game and sell these pills gradually, the profits will be absolutely insane." She responded to Ye Chen, "Mr. Ye, you are truly generous." With that, she handed him a card. "There is 1 billion on this card. The PIN is the last digits of the card number. It's all the cash I have on me right now." Jin Lanyan gave a slight smile. "Of course, this amount isn't enough to buy 4 pills. If I may add one condition, from this moment on, my Jin family owes you a favor, Mr. Ye. No matter what happens, the Jin family will help you settle it." Ye Chen looked at the card in his hand. Jin Lanyan smirked inwardly. This kid is incredibly valuable. Actually, no. It's the alchemist backing him who's extremely valuable by leaving him in my debt. I'll have more chances to deal with him in the future. Ye Chen seemed satisfied with the money. He turned to leave, thinking the price was fair. "The auction is about to start. I'm heading out." Jin Lanyan tossed a token toward Ye Chen. He caught it with pinpoint accuracy. Ye Chen asked her, "What's this for?" Jin Lanyan replied with a polite smile, Bidders who come alone like you, Mr. Yi, usually prefer to keep a low profile. Ye Chen waved his hand and walked away upon hearing the answer. I'm off, he thought with a touch of annoyance. Trying to scout me out, so what? As if she could actually dig up my background. Meanwhile, Jin Lanyan happily saw him off. Take care, Mr. Ye. The door closed. Jin Lanyan seized the moment. Judging from his reflexes just now, he's definitely an ancient martial artist. I just don't know how strong he really is. She called someone to investigate his identity. Look into someone for me. His name is Ye Chen. Back at the main hall, the auction was beginning. The stands were packed with people. Seeing Ye Chen return, Xiao Ruoxue asked him, Did you get enough money? Zhou Zixuan also looked at him with curiosity. Ye Chen said, I've scraped together 10 billion. That should be enough. That single sentence of his sent Zhou Zixuan into a state of total shock. Zhou Ruoxue could tell he was lying and mocked him. Look at that. Even Zixuan doesn't believe you. The formula you have is indeed precious. But it's not worth 10 billion. Stop capping. Just then, the auctioneer's voice rang out. The final item for auction. In the opening phase is a piece of jewelry. It is named the Tears of the Stars. Xiao Ruoxue was stunned when she saw that beautiful piece of jewelry. The host introduced it. This was the final masterpiece, crafted by Master Ding Yuanshang before he passed away, the gem of Jiangnan province. However, it remains an unfinished work. It's said that the elderly Mr. Ding intended to complete it in his final moments of life as a gift for his granddaughter. Sadly, he wasn't able to finish it. Afterward, the Tears of the Stars was stolen and changed hands across many countries. Finally, it has arrived in Jiang City today. The bidding starts now at 60 million. Each increment must be at least 2 million. Xiao Ruoxue heard the bids climbing higher and higher. Her heart was in her throat with anxiety. 65 million, 68 million, 71 million. She blamed herself for having to encounter her grandfather's Tears of the Stars at a time like this. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I can't buy back the Tears of the Stars that you spent your life creating for me. Xiao Ruoxue was devastated. She apologized to her grandfather from the bottom of her heart. If I hadn't broken ties with the Xia family, even if I had to sell the Huame group, I would have bought it back at any cost. But now I have nothing. I'm so sorry, Grandpa. I'm so sorry. Ye Chen noticed Xiao Ruoxue's distressed expression. He looked at the card in his hand and decided to take action. Meanwhile, Jin Lanyan was baffled by what Ye Chen was doing. What? That kid is insane bidding that high just to buy a necklace with zero spiritual energy. Even if you're loaded, you shouldn't waste money like that. She guessed, he probably wants to gift it to some woman. Whatever. It's not my money he's spending anyway, let him bid. But hands continued to shoot up as the bidding went on. 81 million, 88 million, 90 million. Suddenly, a voice rang out. He smugly announced his price. 96 million, these Tears of the Stars are as good as mine. He chuckled to himself, heh. Others might not know, but I'm fully aware. That lady from the Xia family has a major connection to the Tears of the Stars. Getting my hands on it will definitely win Xiao Ruoxue's heart, and I can use the Xia family to level up my status. That's why I've prepared 1.4 billion. I've got this in the bag, ha ha ha! Xiao Ruoxue's expression grew even grimmer at having her secret exposed in front of everyone. The auctioneer's voice cut through the air, sending the young master into a panic. A gentleman who wishes to remain anonymous has bid 2 billion. Refusing to accept this, he was determined to find the bidder. What? Who is it? Who's crazy enough to bid 2 billion? Where are they? The host replied, The gentleman does not wish to reveal his identity. Our staff is placing the bid on his behalf. He refused to back down. He shouted, Proxy bid my ass, are you freaking kidding me? How could anyone spend 2 billion on jewelry? You guys must be rigged. I only have 1.4 billion. At that moment, another person entered, exuding a powerful aura. Jin Lanyan walked in and confronted him. Are you questioning my Jin family? Her appearance caused a stir throughout the hall. She's the representative for the organizers. It really is the Jin family, the martial arts clan. Some felt a wave of pity for the young master's impending fate. Tisk, tisk, tisk. That kid is toast now that she showed up. The young master stood frozen, unable to move. Drenched in sweat, he stammered his reply. No, I didn't mean it like that, Jin Lanyan said coldly. The Jin family's credibility shall not be insulted. Drag this guy out and break his limbs. Following her orders, the bodyguards surrounded him and prepared to drag him away. Seeing the situation, he immediately began to beg. Please have mercy, I'm Chu Mingkai. You can't touch me! He was beaten by the guards until he bled. Jin Lanyan turned away coldly. From now on, the Chu family of Jiang City is banned from entering this auction house. Anyone who defies this order will be executed. The young master of the Chu family was dragged off. Everyone admired the Jin family's dominance even more. This is the true power of the Jin family, the imposing prestige of a martial arts clan. They looked down on the Chu family's audacity. Imagine having the balls to mess with a martial arts clan. Serves them right. Ordinary families are just in a different league. The auction continued. The host shouted, 2 billion going once, 2 billion going twice. Sold. Sia Ruoshwe looked dismal. Initially, she didn't care who bought the Tears of the Stars, thinking she would find them and get it back at any cost. She was worried now. Now I don't even know the person's name or what they look like. How can I find them? The gavel fell. The first stage of the auction ended. Jin Lanyan would host the second stage. She said cheerfully, moving on to the second stage. Due to some unexpected circumstances, the final item is no longer the 100-herb cauldron. As for what it is, please stay tuned. The first item was revealed. Jin Lanyan continued the introduction, starting with item number 1. The gold-threaded jade armor, starting at 90 million. They had already reached the 7th item. Jin Lanyan grew more enthusiastic. Item 7. The Mo family sword technique, starting at 1.5 billion. The crowd below raced to bid 1.6 billion. 1.8 billion? Zhou Zixuan watched the auction intently. She exclaimed, wow, so many items have been sold already. Every single one is worth a fortune. She was thrilled. Even secret manuals are up for grabs. This is a total eye-opener. Ye Chen sat nearby in silence. He looked down on those items as pure trash, Ye Chen stated firmly. A pile of junk, yet people are losing their minds over it. The gap between the ancient martial arts world and that place is just too vast. Those martial artists who think they are high and mighty and superior have no idea that in that place, they are nothing more than a tiny grain of sand. He nodded to himself, leaving Xia Ruoshwe beside him completely clueless. 4 bodyguards brought out the next auction item. Jin Lanyan introduced it. The next item is a high-quality piece. This time, the cover cloth was removed. Inside was the Baikao tripod. She introduced this cauldron as the Baikao tripod. It was acquired by chance by my Jin family at Shenong Mountain. It can be used for refining medicine, or as a collector's item. It was originally meant to be the grand finale of this auction. But now it's the second to last item. Starting price is 300 million. Each bid increment must not be less than 10 million. Seeing that the cauldron could refine medicine, Ye Chen immediately became interested. Interesting. The people below were all scrambling to shout out sky-high prices. They competed by raising their signs, 350 million, 400 million, 430 million. Jin Lanyan noticed a message on her phone. She opened it and saw that Ye Chen had messaged her. Whatever the cost, get the Baikao tripod. Jin Lanyan smiled slightly. Haha, as expected, you're after the Baikao tripod. If I'm not mistaken, this tripod must be for the alchemist. Behind you. Another bid was shouted out, 450 million, the young master. Who placed that bid sat there arrogantly, under the gaze of the entire crowd. This caused quite a stir among the audience. It's the 3rd young master of the Jiang family. That's Jiang Wenlin's bid. Among the 3 great martial arts families of Jiangcheng, the Jiang family and the Jin family are both in the top ranks. One cannot compete with him. Doing so would likely bring disaster upon oneself. Word is that Jiang Wenlin is ruthless. He will stop at nothing to get what he wants. Jin Lanyan messaged Ye Chen back. Mr. Ye, Jiang Wenlin is not someone to be messed with. There is a martial arts family backing him. It's best to give up on the Baikao tripod. Don't compete with him. Ye Chen simply replied with one word, bye. Jin Lanyan hesitated for a moment after reading it. I'm getting a huge bargain buying your pills for 1 billion. I should also put in some effort. I'll help you out this time. The announcement rang out. A gentleman who wishes to remain anonymous has placed a bid of 500 million. This made that young master, Jiang Wenlin, very uncomfortable. Jiang Wenlin clicked his tongue in annoyance. Others thought it was a reckless move. So what if he hides his identity? With the Jiang family's resources, they will surely track him down. Unbelievable, someone actually dares to challenge Jiang Wenlin. Someone's gonna end up dead tonight. Jiang Wenlin immediately countered with 530 million. This took the entire hall by surprise. 530 million, number 138, 530 million. He seemed certain that he had secured the Baikao tripod. Locked in. 530 million is the absolute ceiling for the Baikao tripod. No one else will dare to bid against me now. The announcement came once again. An anonymous gentleman has bid 700 million? This truly drove Jiang Wenlin insane. What? The chatter grew louder and louder, making him even more agitated. My God, this guy is definitely looking for trouble. The price for the Baikao tripod has peaked at 515 million, yet he just bid 700 million. He is clearly provoking the Jiang family. Jiang Wenlin slammed his hand on the table. He was so livid he lost all self-control. He roared, "I don't care who you are, but to dare challenge my Zhang family, no matter where you hide, I will drag you out. I'll make you regret everything you did today." Jin Lanyan was speechless, ignoring Zhang Wenlin's outburst. She began the countdown, 700 million going twice, 700 million going 3 times. The gavel struck down. The Baikao tripod officially belonged to Ye Chen. Ye Chen smiled with satisfaction. Finally, an alchemy cauldron. Finally, I can quickly level up my cultivation realm. The next item has been brought onto the stage. Jin Lanyan introduced the next lot. This item was recently acquired by my Jin family. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say its value is priceless. This is the grand finale of our auction tonight. The chest was opened. Inside was the medicinal pill that Ye Chen had just sold. A genuine medicinal pill. The bidders began whispering among themselves. Rumor has it these pills can not only heal injuries, but also rapidly boost one's cultivation level. To think it would actually appear at this auction. Jin Lanyan's words can't be fake. This is the real deal. Jin Lanyan announced the opening price, starting at 400 million. Each increment must be at least 20 million. Everyone was clearly desperate to get their hands on that pill. They excitedly raised their signs, 500 million, 560 million, 680 million. Xia Ruoxue was stunned. No way. Is this thing really worth that much? This is the first time I've seen an auction crowd go this wild. Scene change. The auction has concluded. Jin Lanyan gave her closing remarks. This auction has ended successfully. Next, please join us at the gala to enjoy the evening. Have a wonderful time. Ye Chen started to leave when he suddenly noticed someone. A smirk played on his lips. Ha! On the other side, Zhang Wenlin was still fuming. He was bitter about losing the Baikao tripod. Ye Chen thought to himself, who would have thought Zhang Wenlin would drop 800 million in the end to buy that pill if he knew that the pill was refined by the very person who snatched his cauldron? I wonder how he'd feel. Suddenly, a notification sound caught Ye Chen's attention. It was a message from Jin Lanyan. Mr. Ye, please come see me. After my father heard about you, he asked me to give you some compensation. Xia Ruoxue turned and spoke to Ye Chen. Ye Chen, let's skip the gala. Let's head back together. By the way, didn't you say you had 1 billion? Why didn't I see you buy anything the whole time? Ye Chen replied, feeling a bit guilty. Nothing really caught my eye. You go ahead and chat with Zhou Zixuan. I'm going to the restroom. He thought to himself, I wonder what kind of a compensation Jin Lanyan will give me. At the Tiangxi Hotel, someone was waiting in room 001. Seeing Ye Chen arrive, Jin Lanyan greeted him warmly. She handed him a black card. Mr. Ye, there is 1.5 billion on this card. My father asked me to give this to you as compensation. After all, the previous sale price was quite a loss for you. Of course, the Jin family still owes you a favor. Ye Chen took the card. He smiled and said to Jin Lanyan, I didn't come here to ask for money. I'm just here to pick up the Baikao tripod. Jin Lanyan replied, to ensure its safety, please leave your address and phone number, Mr. Ye. I will personally have someone deliver it to you tonight. Jin Lanyan smiled brightly and asked, by the way, Mr. Ye, will you be staying for the gala? My father would like to invite you to dinner. Before she could finish, Ye Chen turned her down. No thanks. Ye Chen left, leaving Jin Lanyan in surprise. I'll pass on the gala dinner. My friend has already finished cooking at home. I'm not really big on eating out. He waved goodbye. Jin Lanyan watched him deep in thought. She thought, doesn't this kid realize that my father's invitation was purely to save his life? He offended the Zhang family. Without a powerful force to protect him, he's a dead man walking. He's definitely toast. Jin Lanyan watched his retreating figure. The Jin family gave you a chance. You're the one who didn't take it. Don't blame us when things go south. In the surveillance room on the 5th floor of the Tiangxi Hotel, several people in the room had just been beaten to death. The security cameras had been blurred. Zhang Wenlin held the medicinal pill in his hand. He sat in the surveillance room, examining the pill closely. Who knew there would be such a pleasant surprise today? This pill is incredibly pure. It's worlds apart from the ones my Zhang family has collected. Fascinating. The old man beside him was Master Ma. He said, young master, based on the pill's patterns, it was likely refined within the last 10 days. Zhang Wenlin was intrigued. I wonder where the Jin family got their hands on those. And they were actually willing to auction off such high-quality pills. Could they have secured a steady supply chain for these pills? Master Ma replied. It's very likely. If the Jin family really controls the source of these pills, they will definitely skyrocket to success. They'd leave my Zhang family in the dust. Suddenly, someone came in to report. Young master, we've got the surveillance footage. The man pointed at the screen. It showed Ye Chen walking out of Jin Lanyan's room. Today, Jin Lanyan only met with this man privately. He must be the one who snatched the Baikao tripod. At the same time, The Jin family's pills most likely came from him as well. Zhang Wenlin's teeth were gnashing in rage. He dared to mess with the Zhang family's things? He was definitely holding a grudge now. Zhang Wenlin smirked and said, I think you clearly have a death wish. Ye Chen had already reached the car. Zhou Zixuan was already there waiting for the two of them. Ye Chen and Xia Ruoshui. Well then, I guess this is goodbye for now. Ye Chen suddenly called out, Zixuan, wait a second! He asked her. What exactly happened to the Zhou family's emperor hidden enterprise? Zhou Zixuan used to have a driver waiting every time she went out, but now she's reduced to calling a cab. Zhou Zixuan's expression dimmed slightly. She stammered, Mr. Ye, no, nothing's wrong. Ye Chen reached out his hand. Give me your phone. Zixuan obediently handed him the phone. Ye Chen typed something into it. Then he handed the phone back to Zixuan. I've saved my number. If anything happens, call me. I'll help if I can. Ye Chen thought, Zhou Renda helped me a lot. I can't just ignore the Zhou family when they're in trouble. Okay, bye for now, Zhou Zixuan. We're heading out. Zhou Zixuan was moved to tears as she whispered her thanks. Now it was just Ye Chen and Xia Ruoshui walking together. Xia Ruoshui teased him. Why does that girl keep calling you Mr. Yi? It sounds so formal and cringy. Ye Chen replied, She's just being random. Everyone calls me old anyway. Suddenly he sensed something unusual. Xia Ruoshui noticed his shift in attitude. She asked, What's wrong? Ye Chen pointed toward a coffee shop nearby. He said, I suddenly have a craving for coffee. Go in there and order a cup. Then sit and wait for me. Xia Ruoshui was skeptical. Xia Ruoshui asked him, Wait, I go in and wait for you? What are you up to? Ye Chen rubbed his stomach, signaling, I need to hit the restroom. Just go and take a seat. It's on me today. Order the most expensive thing you want. Xia Ruoshui was curious. Doesn't the coffee shop have a restroom? Ye Chen replied, That one's too basic. It's not my vibe. Xia Ruoshui was confused. Wait, not your vibe? What does that even mean? Ye Chen's spiritual energy began to surge. He chuckled. I have one rule. He loosened his tie and walked off. Any threat must be neutralized instantly. Ye Chen had already been spotted by someone. While he was seeking out the danger, it turned out to be Zhang Wenlin and Master Ma, who was always by his side. He laughed out loud when he saw Ye Chen. Found him. Master Ma looked grim. Young master, it seems that kid has already noticed us. Zhang Wenlin sneered. So what if he did? He's still a dead man. Another thought crossed his mind. That woman just entered the coffee shop. After I finish off that brat and take back the Baikao tripod and force the secret of the pills out of him, I'll take her for myself. A hand suddenly reached out from nowhere. Ye Chen flickered in and out of sight, reappearing right behind Zhang Wenlin. He grabbed his head and smirked. Oh, really? Zhang Wenlin couldn't react in time. Someone had gotten close to him. Master Ma panicked when he saw his young master under threat. He shouted, Cheap shot, you have no honor! He stood in a combat stance, aiming right at Ye Chen. How dare you lay a hand on the young master? Today you're going down! He lunged at Ye Chen. The man was radiating pure bloodlust. Ye Chen pressed Zhang Wenlin's head down and sneered. What are you doing, you clown? He realized something was wrong. This isn't good. But he couldn't dodge in time. Ye Chen exploited his opening and landed a direct blow. An opening, no escape. Zhang Wenlin witnessed that scene. He was utterly terrified. Master Ma. He was at the half-step transformation realm, and he was killed in a heartbeat. Ye Chen's punch sent blood splattering everywhere. Zhang Wenlin's Master Ma was sent tumbling by Ye Chen's strike, sprawled out on the road like a dead cat. This caused Zhang Wenlin to spiral even deeper into panic. He let out a shriek. Master Ma! Then Ye Chen turned toward Zhang Wenlin. His eyes were full of murderous intent as he spoke. Now it's your turn. With those dark circles and that stupid look on his face. Zhang Wenlin was completely dazed. He tried to threaten Ye Chen. Listen, kid. You dare kill my servant? Have you considered the consequences? He then screamed at Ye Chen's face. Kneel down right now. Agree to be a dog by my side. At that moment, a hand glowing with familiar spiritual energy appeared. While Zhang Wenlin was still talking. I might spare your life and ensure you live a life of luxury. But Ye Chen's finger was already pointing right between his brows, giving him an instant nosebleed. Zhang Wenlin didn't even know what hit him. He collapsed right there. His soul left his body. Ye Chen stood there, withdrew his hand and looked at him with a curse. Idiot. Right now he looked like a cold-blooded assassin. He muttered to himself. How much longer were you planning to watch? Suddenly, a young man appeared out of thin air. He knelt beside Ye Chen. He said, Mr. Ye, please spare me. I am Jin Qian of the Jin family. Jin Chen looked at the two who had just bitten the dust. He thought, protect him, protect my ass. This guy's power is at least 10 times mine. Am I even qualified to protect him? Then Jin Qian spoke to him. The young lady found the surveillance room was hacked, so she sent me to protect you. Ye Chen looked at Jin Qian. His face returned to its usual handsome look. He stated his position clearly to the young man. Jin Lingyan, huh? She means well, but I don't like others meddling in my life. After saying that, he walked away with a calm composure. He also reminded him, Jin Qian, go tell her not to do anything extra. Jin Qian could only accept the order and comply. He responded to him, yes, of course. I will definitely pass on the message. After a brief hesitation, Jin Qian spoke to him again. But there's something I'm not sure I should say. His words piqued Ye Chen's curiosity. He stopped and told him to speak up. Jin Qian immediately said, Mr. Ye, you are powerful. I assume you have already reached the Grandmaster realm. But the Zhang family's influence is massive. The head of the family, Zhang Baoguo, is ranked 514th on the list of Huaxia's Grandmasters. Zhang Wenlin is Zhang Baoguo's son. Killing him might bring a lot of trouble your way. But the information provided by Jin Qian only made Ye Chen wonder. He thought, the Grandmaster list? What's that? And there are over 500 people ranked ahead of Jiang. Baogu, it seems Huaxia's ancient martial artists aren't as simple as I thought. Ye Chen didn't seem to care much. He waved his hand at Jin Qian. Thanks for the heads up, I'm out. At this moment, he only had one thought in mind, no matter what. For the safety of Sun Yi and Xia Ruoshui, he couldn't let Zhang Wenlin slide. Leaving loose ends is the dumbest choice possible. Watching Ye Chen leave, Jin Qian immediately pulled out his phone to call the eldest young lady. He spoke into the phone, young lady. Something big just happened. Zhang Wenlin is dead. The sound of a woman's hurried footsteps approached. Jin Lingyan arrived at the scene. She saw Jin Qian standing next to Zhang Wenlin's body. She couldn't believe her eyes and asked, Zhang Wenlin, the third young master of the Zhang family is really dead? She grew even more anxious, thinking, we're screwed, this is huge. If Zhang Baoguo loses it, all of Jiangcheng will be shaken. To be absolutely sure, Jin Lingyan questioned Jin Qian thoroughly. Are you certain they were all killed by Ye Chen alone? Without even a chance to fight back? Jin Qian didn't dare to lie. He bowed his head and said, I'm positive. That old man had the strength of a half-step transformation realm. To be able to do this, only a Grandmaster is capable. But these certain words only made Jin Lingyan even more anxious. She thought such a young Grandmaster, with an alchemist backing him up, plus the death of the Jiang family's third son, Jiangcheng is about to be turned upside down. Then she pointed to her subordinates, ordering them to handle the bodies. Send people with clean backgrounds to deliver them to the Jiang family. Once you're back, wipe out all evidence, including the ones who delivered the bodies. But within the Jin family's capacity, Jin Lingyan could only help Ye Chen this much. She thought to herself, this is no longer something my Jin family can control, even after doing all this. If the Jiang family still finds out it was Ye Chen, we'll just have to be bystanders. Scene changes to the Grand Metro apartments. Inside the house, food was already set on the table. There were many delicious and very tempting dishes. There were only 3 people, yet there was so much food to eat. Sun Yi saw Xia Ruoshui wasn't eating and asked her, Ruoshui, why aren't you eating? Is it not to your taste? Xia Ruoshui answered honestly, oh, and just a little bit. Ye Chen sat there, but he didn't care about the girl's talk. There was something else on his mind. As he picked up some food, he kept thinking about what just happened earlier, asking about the Zhang family's Grandmaster rank. It seemed a bit tricky to handle, but in his mind, right now he was only worried about the Spirit Trek realms. The realms consist of the True Essence realm, Separation and Reunion realm, Qi Movement realm, Origin Opening realm, and Body Tempering realm. The highest is Grandmaster, followed by Huajing Grandmaster, Transformation realm, Inner Strength, and Outer Strength. Thinking about the order of these realms, he assumed that was it, but it's not actually the case. Because Huaxia's ancient martial arts lineage was incomplete, no higher realms were defined beyond Grandmaster. At this moment, Ye Chen imagined different Grandmasters with their power ranked in order. He thought, in reality, Grandmasters vary in strength too. But since no realm higher than Grandmaster was established, a Grandmaster list was made to rank their power. I'm not sure. And where my own strength would rank on that? Grandmaster list, I'll only know after a real fight. Early in the morning, Ye Chen picked up a shrimp and popped it in his mouth to chew. While halfway through the shrimp, he continued thinking, if Zhang Baoguo ranked 514th comes for me, after a round with him, I should be able to gauge my true standing among Huaxia's Grandmasters. Sun Yi noticed he was spacing out and asked, Hey, little Chen, our big beauty's birthday is next week. Have you thought about what gift to give her? Ye Chen didn't even hesitate. He pulled out his phone and said, "Who gives gifts these days? Isn't sending a $250 lucky envelope enough?" Before he could even finish, suddenly, Sia Ruoshua kicked his leg as a subtle hint. She looked at him seriously and asked, "Be for real, are you sure you want to send 250? Ye Chen was still dazed. With a blank look, he replied, "No, I mixed up the numbers. Sending 520 is fine, right?" Seeing him answer so mindlessly and clearly out of it, Sun Yi double-checked. "Really sending 520? I didn't know you two were that tight." At this point, Ye Chen snapped out of it and yelled, "502. I'm sending 502. Any problem with that?" Suddenly, his phone rang right at that moment. Ye Chen looked at his phone. He wondered, a text message? He opened it to see. A message arrived saying, "Mr. Ye, please, I beg you, save my grandfather." Looking at the text, he realized the sender was Zi Xuan. Cut to. At the Zhou family mansion, a car pulled up right in front of the gates. A large group of people was standing guard outside. They were all military personnel. They were keeping a tight watch, making sure no one entered or left the premises. Shortly after receiving Zi Xuan's text message, Chen rushed to the scene. Seeing the situation, he realized things were looking bad. As he approached the main gate, 3 sniper rifles from above were already aimed straight at him. What on earth happened to the Zhou family? Why is the military involved in this? After thinking it over, he pulled out his phone again. He remembered someone. To get inside now, he'd have to pull some strings. "I don't have Ying Jing's number. And I'll just contact that other person then." He tapped on his phone to make a call. The call was being patched through. On the other end, the person picked up, and Ye Chen immediately said into the phone, "Hello, Bailey Bing, do me a favor. I need to get into the Zhou mansion. The military is blocking the way." Even though it was dark, the area around the Zhou family estate was still swarming with police. Ye Chen gripped his arm tightly. Ye Chen was getting a bit annoyed, because he had been waiting quite a while for someone to come and escort him inside. But they still hadn't shown up to meet him. Ugh, why aren't they here yet? A dark-skinned, middle-aged man with a massive build finally arrived to lead Ye Chen inside. "Mr. Ye, Miss Bailey sent me. Luo Chengguo." Ye Chen stood up, looking relieved. He smiled and walked along with Luo Chengguo. "All right, thanks for the help." Luo Chengguo reached into his pocket to pull out something he had tucked away. Luo Chengguo took it out of his pocket. It was an ID booklet to grant them access inside. "We're heading in. Is my rank high enough for you?" Upon seeing Luo Chengguo's credentials, the police officers immediately complied and let the two of them pass. "Yes, sir." Outside, the sky was pitch black and eerily quiet. At this time, the elder of the Zhou family was deeply troubled by a major problem. His granddaughter tried her best to comfort him, but he had no faith in her ability to handle it. "Grandpa, I've already called for help." "It's no use." The elder of the Zhou family had completely lost hope regarding this incident. "Don't waste your breath. Things have already come to this. It doesn't matter who you find." While Elder Zhou was in total despair, Ye Chen arrived and walked straight into the living room. "I wouldn't be so sure about that." Elder Zhou was puzzled, not understanding why his granddaughter had called Ye Chen over. "What are you doing, girl? Why did you call Mr. Ye here? Aren't we just wasting his time with this trip? But he's the most capable person I know. He's the only one." Elder Zhou covered his face with his hand in disbelief. Meanwhile, Zi Xuan explained the situation of the Zhou elder to Ye Chen. "Elder Zhou, what exactly happened?" "Mr. Ye, Zi Xuan is just being naive. I'm sorry for bothering you." "Look, don't get involved in this. I'll take the fall for this alone. It's like this. A few days ago, a big shot arrived in Jiang City. He wasn't feeling well, so he got some prescriptions from our Daning Tang. But right after that VIP took the medicine, things went south. It turns out the medicine contained heavenly poison grass. Zi Shen was worried Ye Chen wouldn't trust Elder Zhou, so she insisted that her grandfather was innocent and was actually being framed by someone else. But those herbs were handpicked by Grandpa himself. They were double-checked multiple times. There's no way that poison grass was in there. After hearing this, Ye Chen was also stunned, pondering who could possibly have a motive to swap the medicine for that big shot. It turns out, there was absolutely no motive to poison a total stranger. It's crystal clear. The medicine was definitely swapped. So how is he doing now? Elder Zhou has been worrying himself sick over this whole mess. He's still in the ER at the hospital. If anything happens to him, not only will the Zhou family in Jiang City be toast, but even the main Zhou family in Jiangnan province will be dragged down. Ye Chen calmly reached out to Elder Zhou, confidently assuring him that he could help. "Which hospital? Take me there. As long as he still has a breath left, I can save him." When Elder Zhou heard that Ye Chen could save the man, he was completely taken aback. "What? You can save him?" Mr. Yi, as a Grandmaster of martial arts, you are indeed formidable. But a martial arts Grandmaster is skilled at killing, not at saving lives. Seeing everyone hesitating, Ye Chen scratched his head and spoke up, to get them to focus. This is the only chance your Zhou family has left. I'll say it one last time. Take me there. Cut to the hospital at night. Everyone was standing outside the operating room, waiting for the results, in total silence. Surgery in progress. The big shot's son stood there sternly, waiting in front of the OR with his arms crossed. As soon as a doctor stepped out, the crowd began to scramble and push their way forward. Move aside, we need to get in. The big shot's son glanced over toward the commotion and spotted someone. It turns out the big shot's son had seen Elder Zhou and shouted his name loudly. He was visibly anxious and terrified. Zhou Rende. The big shot's son, infuriated at the sight of Zhou Rende, believed he was the one who poisoned his father. He lunged forward, intending to settle the score with Zhou Rende right then and there. You old bastard! You poisoned my dad and you still dare to show your face here? You really think I'm someone you can mess with? I'm gonna kill you right now! Suddenly, Ye Chen's hand blocked the son's powerful punch. Ye Chen parried the blow and warned the big shot's son to calm down. Before the person inside wakes up, you have no right to lay a hand on him. Then, Ye Chen lightly used his hand to flick the young man back, swiftly and effortlessly. The son seemed to lose his mind, angrily shifting the blame, claiming it was all Zhou Rende's fault, without even looking into the truth. No wonder you had the guts to show up. Turns out you found a Grandmaster to back you up. So what? China has no shortage of Grandmasters. He alone won't be enough to save your Zhou family. Just as the tension peaked, the operating room door suddenly creaked open. It made the big shot's son stop in his tracks and look toward the noise. Out of the operating room walked two doctors with exhausted faces. As soon as the son saw the doctors emerge, he rushed over and shouted, desperately asking about his father's condition. How is my father? The doctor, with eyes completely devoid of hope, broke the news to the family. There was nothing more they could do to save him. We're so sorry, Chief. The toxin has already spread. We really did everything we could. Hearing this, the son lost his cool and lunged straight at the doctor. He grabbed him by the collar, screaming and calling the doctor a useless hack. Useless? You're all a bunch of hacks! Ignoring the chaos, Ye Chen headed straight into the surgery room and threw a shady comment at someone. Someone who can't do anything but run their mouth is the real hack here. When the man realized what Ye Chen meant, he immediately turned his rage toward him and demanded that he stop. What did you say? Get back here! Luo Guozheng spoke up, pleading for Ye Chen to be given a chance to save the chief. Give Mr. Yi a chance. Maybe he's the one who can save the chief. If it doesn't work, I'm willing to face a military court, Luo Zhengguo. Why is he even here? The big shot's son thought for a moment and decided to bet on Ye Chen just once. Fine, I'll trust you this one time. But if he fails, not even Bailey Xiong will be able to cover for you. Luo Zhengguo had always been a play-it-safe kind of guy. If he was talking like this, the kid must actually have some real game. The doors to the big shot's operating room slammed shut. Inside, Ye Chen stood by the patient's operating table. Dark streaks of the toxin were breaking out all over his body. After a quick look over, Ye Chen was impressed by the big shot's intense will to survive. The death aura is leaking out. This old man's will is incredibly strong. Anyone else in this condition would have been dead meat already. Yet he's still holding on to one last breath. Before getting started, Ye Chen whispered so the man would know how lucky he was to have crossed paths with him. Meeting me looks like luck is on your side. Ye Chen suddenly tightened his fists. Then he opened them, and from his palms, a mysterious green power began to flow out. Ye Chen quickly began to channel his energy to save the big shot lying there. Ye Chen held his palms parallel to each other, and then chanted an incantation. Elixir Qi, descend into the core! Once the chant was done, he directed the light toward the man and shouted out, Purge the poison! The big shot was completely enveloped in a green aura, slowly bringing his body back to life. Suddenly, a needle-like light flew right into the center of his chest. A while later, the operating room light remained on. 5 minutes later, Ye Chen wiped his brow, let out a long breath, and looked beat. Now that he'd finished up, phew, detoxification complete. He should be coming around any minute now. Ye Chen wondering what this old man has been through, to have a body covered in so many scars. Then again, looking at this old man, once the job was done, Ye Chen hurried out, leaving the old man behind. He'll be awake in a bit. I guess I've done my good deed for the country today. He'd only taken a few steps when a voice called out from behind, calling Ye Chen back, which left him completely shocked and caught off guard. Ye Chen stopped in his tracks. What? The big shot had already woken up so quickly. After everything that just happened, this took Ye Chen by surprise. He couldn't believe his recovery speed. He's awake already? That was fast. The old chief lay on the hospital bed, speaking to Ye Chen with deep sincerity. Miracle Dr. Yi. Please tell this old man your full name. Ye Chen glanced back and replied, No need. I only saved you for someone else's sake. It wasn't for you. Just remember two things. Ye Chen continued toward the door and said, First, the poisoning has nothing to do with the Zhou family. You need to clear up that misunderstanding. He added, Second, you were hit with a chronic poison, and you've been ingesting it for over a month. Given your status, no outsider could have pulled that off. You should probably clean house. Hearing this, the old chief could only offer his thanks. The hospital room door swung open. Ye Chen stepped out. As they saw him emerge, those waiting outside cheered loudly. He's out, yes! But someone else looked furious, shouting at Ye Chen. And here I thought you actually had some skills. You were only in there for 8 minutes and you're already out? Are you kidding me right now? Just then the old chief stepped out, leaning against the door frame, and told his son, Stop it! Hearing that familiar voice, Chufulu froze. The punch he was about to throw at Ye Chen stopped mid-air. He turned around in disbelief and cried out, Dad! The doctors nearby all gasped in absolute amazement. The chief is back from the dead! Oh my God, he's actually alive! Luo Guanzhong cried out in stunned joy. That's insane, a doctor said, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Am I dreaming? He was literally just lying there, right? And now he's standing up. The chief gave a warm smile and said, If it weren't for him, you guys really would have had to pick out a coffin for me. I never thought I'd get to meet such a miracle doctor in my lifetime. Hearing that, Chu Fulu spun around to face Ye Chen. Hey kid, wait, no. Miracle Doctor, yeah, I'm sorry, I truly apologize. But then he noticed the man was gone. He looked around, startled. Huh? Where did Miracle Dr. Yi go? A man stepped forward and draped a coat over the chief's shoulders. The old man called out, Zhou Rende! Seeing the chief calling for him, Zhou Rende immediately replied, Yes, I'm here. Following through on Ye Chen's request from earlier, the chief said, I apologize. The Zhou family is innocent. My son misunderstood you. Nodding, the old chief continued, I've made things difficult for your family. I'm sorry. Hearing an apology directly from the chief, Zhou Rende replied flustered, It's no trouble at all, really. Please, sir, don't say that. I can't take such a gesture. The old chief walked up to him, placed a hand on Zhou Rende's shoulder, and asked, That miracle doctor? Your family invited him, right? Do you happen to have his contact info? Zhou Rende replied, fumbling a bit. Sir, his name is Ye Chen. He's a friend I met by chance. As for how to reach him, Mr. Yi doesn't like being bothered, so I... But the old chief didn't want to pressure him further. He just chuckled and said, Ha, I see. At the Jiang Villa, in the courtyard, 2 people stood before 2 coffins. One of them was the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Baoguo. He was both heartbroken and consumed with rage. As he looked at his son, Jiang Wenlin, lying lifeless inside the coffin, he growled, Who the hell dares to kill the son of Jiang Baoguo? The other person accompanying Jiang Baoguo was a man who was also his son. Hearing his father, he spoke up. Dad, we're currently investigating. All we know is that while Wenlin was at the auction, he had his eyes on a cauldron, but it was snatched by a mysterious person. Shortly after Wenlin was dead. Upon hearing this, Jiang Baoguo spun around and barked an order at the man. Go and vet every single person from that auction. I mean every last one of them. The man shouted back in response. Got it, sir. Jiang Baoguo was so livid that an aura of fire seemed to erupt around him. He clenched his fists and hissed through gritted teeth. Even if I have to flip Jiang City upside down, I will find the killer. I want him dead. I want him to watch everyone close to him die a brutal death with his own eyes. Under the calm moonlight, Ye Chen was walking alone down the street. Suddenly his phone started ringing loudly. Ye Chen pulled the phone from his pocket, answered it, and asked the person on the other end, Shenhaihua, what's up? The person on the other end quickly replied, Mr. Ye, the matters regarding the Tianjin group are mostly settled. Should I be the legal representative or should I appoint someone else? Also, by tomorrow at the latest, news of the Tianjin group will spread all over. Jiang City, will that cause any issues for you? Ye Chen gave a mysterious, subtle smirk and replied, What's there to worry about? There's no need to hide anymore, just use my name. I want everyone in Jiang City to know. He finished with a final punchline, Ye Chen is back. At Ye Chen's villa, someone led him to an alchemy cauldron and said, The Baikao cauldron and the tears of stars have been delivered. Please inspect them, Mr. Ye. Ye Chen reached out and touched the side of the Baikao cauldron, saying with satisfaction, Perfect, he thought to himself. With this cauldron, my alchemy efficiency will increase at least 100-fold. The man leaned in closer to Ye Chen and whispered, "By the way, Mr. Ye, the young lady asked me to pass a message to you. Right now, the Zhang family is more pissed off than we anticipated. They've started vetting every attendee of the auction. It won't be long before they track you down." He continued, "The young lady has arranged a private jet. If you're willing, Mr. Ye, we can fly you out to Sanya immediately. We have properties there, somewhere the Zhang family can't touch you." Ye Chen waved his hand in refusal. "Tell Jin Lanyan I appreciate the offer, but I'm not going anywhere. If they come for me, it actually saves me the trouble." The man thought to himself with concern. Man, does Mr. Yi really intend to take the Zhang family head-on? How can he possibly pull that off? After declining, Ye Chen gave the order. "You should head back now. I have my own plans for the Zhang family. I'll see myself in." The man scratched his head helplessly and obeyed. "Yes, sir." Now left alone, Ye Chen stood before the cauldron and spoke to himself. "Next, I'll use this Baikao cauldron to refine the Qingling pill. Let's see how effective it is." He reached out, pointing at the pile of herbs and the tiers of stars on the floor. Channeling his spiritual power, he shouted, "Enter the cauldron!" Ye Chen moved all the ingredients into the Baikao cauldron. Afterward, he extended both hands, channeling more spiritual power, and commanded, "Ignite!" A golden flame erupted inside the Baikao cauldron. Pills are categorized into 9 ranks, and each rank is further divided by 9 pill patterns. The higher the rank and the more patterns it has, the more potent the effect. Ye Chen continued to focus intently on the refining process, while pondering to himself. The Qingling pill is a rank 3 pill, used for refining spiritual energy and accelerating cultivation speed. I wonder if using this Baikao cauldron could actually produce pill patterns. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from the cauldron. Right then, Deep Tan stopped channeling his spiritual energy to stoke the flames. Deep Tan shielded his face, taking a wild guess. "The light is so intense, it's almost done." Finally, a spiritual pill, shrouded in light, rose from the Baikao cauldron. Deep Tan cheered, "The Thanlin Dan is complete!" He immediately beckoned with his hand. The Thanling Dan flew toward him, obeying Deep Tan's control. He reached out and caught the pill. Deep Tan examined the spiritual pill in his palm and exclaimed, "This is rank 3 with 7 patterns, top-notch quality." Deep Tan brought the pill closer to inspect it more thoroughly. He added, "Based on my original estimate, it should have been rank 3 with 3 patterns at most. This has completely exceeded my expectations. After all, the ingredients I used aren't high grade. There's no way I could have refined a 7-pattern pill." Then Deep Tan's attention shifted elsewhere. He looked at the cauldron before him and said tentatively, "Could it be this Baikao cauldron?" Deep Tan stared at the Baikao cauldron and muttered, "If I'm not mistaken, it must be the Baikao cauldron. It enhances the attributes of the ingredients. That's the only way it makes sense." He happily touched the cauldron and continued, "Looks like I hit the jackpot this time. This Baikao cauldron, no matter where it's found, is a true treasure. What a total win." After that, Deep Tan popped the Thenlin Dan into his mouth and said, "Let's begin cultivation." As soon as he swallowed the pill, Deep Tan's eyes suddenly turned golden. A bright golden aura of spiritual energy surrounded him. Feeling the change, Deep Tan naturally sensed something happening. He frowned slightly, staring ahead at the transformation. Then he sat suspended in midair, accumulating spiritual power. Deep Tan thought to himself, "I'm about to break through!" Suddenly a stone flew out from Ye Chen's body. It hovered above his head, and all around, it was enveloped by a layer of spiritual energy. Following that, a surge of spiritual power shot upward. Ye Chen snapped his eyes open and shouted, "Break!" A massive beam of light erupted from his eyes and mouth. Then a blinding flash flared out, obscuring everything. Ye Chen looked down at his hands with joy and cried out, "I've broken through to the 6th level of the Kaiyuan realm! Haha, the results are incredible! Keep refining, let's keep going." And just like that, the lights in Ye Chen's villa stayed on throughout the night, quiet and still until dawn. When the morning sun shone into the small room, Ye Chen was still standing before the Baikao cauldron refining pills. Ye Chen gasped in pure astonishment. "In just one night, I've broken through 2 minor realms. How is this possible, even with a 7-pattern Qingling pill? The effect shouldn't be this insane." Only then did he look up, staring in surprise at the stone above his head and wondering, "Wait, could it be because of you?" Ye Chen reached up and grabbed the stone. He studied it closely and talked to himself. "Holding it now. It feels a bit different than before. Let's head into the Samsara graveyard and check it out." As he spoke, Ye Chen took action immediately. He entered the Samsara graveyard. Ye Chen walked toward a certain tombstone. It was inscribed Luo Wantian of the Killing Fist sect. Flashes of blue light appeared all around it. He placed his hand on the tombstone and began to mutter, "It must be because my cultivation level has risen. This time I can see things differently. I can feel it now, whenever I want. I can activate this tombstone. At that moment, Luo Wantian will appear." Ye Chen continued, "At the same time I can sense that he can only appear once. After activation, his tombstone will be destroyed. This is an extremely precious trump card. I can only use it as a last resort." Elsewhere, Sun Yi looked at her phone and cried out in panic, "Hey, Xiaoruoxue!" She had just finished showering and was drying her hair when she heard her friends shout. She ran over to check on her. "What's up? What happened?" Sun Yi turned the phone towards Xiaoruoxue and said, "Look at this." On the phone was a news headline that read, "News Center Domestic News. Content. The Tianzheng Group, which vanished 5 years ago, is making a comeback." Xiaoruoxue read the headline and muttered, "Tianzheng Group, I think I've heard that name somewhere." In contrast to Xiaoruoxue's indifference, Sun Yi was deeply worried, thinking, the Tianzheng Group. It was founded single-handedly by Ye Chen's father, then it vanished for some unknown reason. Now it's back. Could it be? Xiaoruoxue continued reading the news and was stunned. She cried out, "Wait!" The news says, "The legal representative is Ye Chen." Her face flushed as she lowered her voice and asked, "Is it the Ye Chen we know?" He wasn't kidding when he said he wanted to start a company. Xiaoruoxue thought to herself, "Did he do this just to stand up to my mother?" Oh my God. Inside the Chu family conference room, Chu Shuran was shocked. She stared at her phone screen and thought, Tianzheng Group is back? And the legal rep is Ye Chen? No way. Could that guy still be alive? What is he planning? Chu Shuran's father spoke up. The investigation results are in. The Ye Chen registered as the legal rep for Tianzheng Group. Is indeed that loser from the Ye family. The one who fell into Dongqian Lake 5 years ago. Here is his registration photo. An image of Ye Chen was projected onto the screen. Chu Shuran said in stubborn disbelief, "No, that's impossible. That ancient martial artist, it's him. He is Ye Chen. He really is Ye Chen. That loser, Ye Chen. How on earth did he become an ancient martial artist?" He continued, "The emergence of Tianzheng Group isn't what's scary. What's scary is that Tianzheng Group was built upon the ruins of Qinghe Group. And Jingming of Qinghe Group died a few days ago. Even the Qingmen backing him was wiped out." Then the man stood up abruptly, slapped his hand on the table and added loudly, "What does this mean? Tianzheng Group is built on a pile of corpses. A force like that is enough to pose a real threat to our Chu family. We must find out who the umbrella protecting Tianzheng Group is." Chu Shuran fell silent for a moment. Then he turned back to his daughter and said, "Shuran, I almost forgot that Ye Chen kid. He used to have a thing for you back then. Didn't he? Don't sweat it. He's nowhere near the Chu family's league. He's just being pushed out as a puppet. Someone else is calling the shots behind the scenes." Another person approached with a stack of papers and said to Chu Shuran, "We just dug up the latest intel." The one backing, Ye Chen is Shen Haihua from Baden Group. The entire Tianzheng Group was actually built by Shen Haihua. But Shen Haihua had cancer before, and somehow he's back from the dead. Chu Shuran's father folded his arms and said, "Looks like he's lost his mind. He even dared to use the name Tianzheng Group. I want to see how he manages to open tomorrow. In all of Jiangcheng, no one with half a brain would show up to support him." At the Xia residence, Ye Roxue's mother held a tablet in her hand, finding the whole thing ridiculous. "Oh, Ye Chen, did you think that starting a little Tianzheng Group could actually shake the Xia family's status? Keep dreaming." Suddenly an idea popped into her head. "It seems I need to give you a reality check." She gave an order to that person. "Zhejun, spread the word about Tianzheng Group's grand opening tomorrow. Who would dare show up and send flowers? Whether it's a business or an individual, they will all become enemies of my He family." Hearing this, Hejun could only let out a gasp. Then he worriedly thought to himself, "Madam is trying to crush a whole enterprise, driving Tianzheng Group into a dead end. With the He family's absolute power, tomorrow morning will surely be a total blackout for Tianzheng Group. Even the corporate giant, Shen Haihua's Biming Group, will be dragged down with them." At this moment, in Ye Chen's villa, an intense aura was radiating everywhere. Ye Chen was currently deep in his cultivation. His aura was becoming significantly more powerful. Suddenly, at this very second, a phone started ringing, catching Ye Chen's attention. The call was from Shen Haihua. Ye Chen pressed the answer button. "Shen Haihua, what's up?" As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, Shen Haihua's frantic voice came through, shouting from the other end of the line. It's over, it's all over. The He family and the Xiao family have both spread the word. They want to completely block Tianjin Group's path. Shen Haihua's voice continued, sounding more desperate. Even the other three major families, the Zhao family, the Liu family, and the Wan family, have all declared their support for the boycott. Tomorrow no one will dare to attend our grand opening, because doing so means offending the Big Four. Along with the He family from Jiangnan province, even my Biming group will be affected. Our stock is taking a massive hit. Shen Haihua was now in a total panic. Wait, this is about our reputation. Why aren't you worried at all? This isn't just about whether people show up to support us or not. In the future, no one will dare to partner with us. Maybe we should reschedule the grand opening? Hearing that, Ye Chen gave a cold smirk. Why should we change it? If they want to play hardball, let them play it to the end. He shoved his hands into his pockets. A confident smile appeared on his face as he continued. Just leave it to me. Not only do I want Tianjin Group to open, but it must also be a grand and epic opening. At this time, Ye Chen also returned to Sun Yi's house. He opened the door and said cheerfully, I'm back. After speaking, Ye Chen thought to himself, everything is basically settled. Even though Ye Lingtian really wanted to show his face, I still turned him down. He's better off staying in the shadows. Finishing his thought, Ye Chen looked up and was startled, because Sun Yi and Xia Ruoshui were standing there looking worried, waiting for him right by the door. Where have you been these past 2 days? Why didn't you even give us a call? Is Tianjin Group really your company? Hearing this, Ye Chen nodded in admission. You could say that, after all. It was my father's business. I'm just following in my father's footsteps. As soon as she heard that, Xia Ruoshui immediately threw herself into Ye Chen's arms, leaving Sun Yi stunned and feeling a bit salty. Xia Ruoshui looked up at Ye Chen, her eyes welling up with tears. I'm so sorry, I had no idea that my mother would try to destroy Tianjin Group. I called her so many times to beg her, but she refused to back down. I'm so sorry. She thought to herself while crying. Ye Chen worked so hard to build this business, just to stand up to the Xia family, yet now his path is being blocked. I've really failed him. It's all my fault. Seeing this, Ye Chen patted Ruoshui's head to comfort her. Don't blame yourself. It wasn't your doing. After that, he pointed to his cheek and said, If you really feel bad, then give me a kiss. Consider it a little comfort for me. Before he could even finish, Ye Chen was caught off guard, because Xia Ruoshui, after only a slight hesitation, leaned in and gave Ye Chen a kiss on the cheek. After the kiss, Ruoshui crossed her arms and said, Are you comforted now? While Ye Chen stood there stunned, he thought to himself, Damn, she actually kissed me. Watching this play out, Sun Yi felt like her heart had been hit by a ton of bricks. She thought, so they're actually in that kind of relationship? Initially, Ye Chen just wanted to tease Xia Ruoshui, but I never expected her to actually do it. He had to play along and act satisfied, giving a thumbs up as if it were a great consolation. Don't worry, everything will go smoothly tomorrow. The next morning arrived in no time. Shen Haihua's thin figure stood alone in front of the Tianjin Group entrance. Even though he had mentally prepared himself since yesterday, he still felt incredibly anxious today. Mr. Ye, please get here quickly. At least don't let me lose face all by myself. Just then, a middle-aged man walked up. He looked at Shen Haihua with pitying eyes and said, So you're actually here, Haihua? Shen Haihua, who was in a bad mood, suddenly brightened up. He reached out his hand and exclaimed, Zhao Yo Cheng! I knew you'd give me face. We've been friends for over a decade. Loyalty really does mean everything. Wait. Zhao Yu Cheng saw Shen Haihua's hand extended toward him, brushed it aside, and said, Haihua, we've been brothers for so many years. Don't blame me for not warning you. Stop helping that loser Ye Chen right now. There is absolutely nothing in it for you. Hearing that, Haihua snapped, You, Mr. Ye! Suddenly, Ye Chen appeared and asked, What's going on? Hearing him, both of them looked up at Haihua, who said, Mr. Yi. Ye Chen walked up to Haihua and placed a hand on his shoulder. Thanks for your hard work. Seeing this, Shen Haihua said, Mr. Ye, you're finally here. Zhao Yo Cheng got angry seeing this and shouted, Shen Haihua, have you lost your mind? Being so respectful to a loser, at this point, Shen Haihua couldn't take it anymore and snapped back angrily. Zhao Yo Cheng, if you're here to support me, I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. But if you're just here to talk trash, then get the hell out. Beat it! But Zhao Yo Cheng wouldn't back down, his face turning red with rage. I'm trying to look out for you. And you give me this attitude? Watch out. You won't even know what hit you. If you continue to be this stubborn and delusional, all 3 of our joint projects for this year are canceled. The 2 of them continued to curse at each other. You're just trying to fish in troubled waters, aren't you? It's just a multi-billion project, this old man. Doesn't need it anymore. Get the hell out. You idiot. Your Biming group is finished too. Just wait for the 4 great families and the He family of Jiangnan province to crush you to death. Losing the argument, Zhao Youcheng turned and left. Aihua suddenly became anxious. This is the current situation. I can't get anyone to come. No one dares to show support. What should we do? Yechen calmly replied, It's fine. Everything will be okay. A short while later, Zhao Youcheng walked up to Chu Shuran. He looked at her gleefully and said, Miss Chu, it's almost 9 o'clock. Looks like no one's coming. Every business in Jiangcheng, big or small, is too scared to get involved. Only someone with a death wish would show up. Chu Shuran crossed her arms and said arrogantly, Oh, Ye Chen, I want to see how a piece of trash like you can possibly revive this dead end. At the Zhou family estate in Jiangnan province, Patriarch Zhou Zhengde was practicing Tai Chi. Not far away, 3 men were standing there. One was silent, one was restless, and the last one looked full of anxiety. Zhou Zhengde exhaled deeply. Ha ha! He grabbed a towel to wipe his sweat and walked toward them. Zhou Zhengde spoke up. It's about time, isn't it? The man in military uniform opened his mouth. Father, Tianzheng Group is about to open, but still no one dares to show up. The intent to cut off their lifeblood is crystal clear. Zhou Zhengde heard this and snorted. Humph! Talking about cutting off their lifeblood? That's just local families playing God in your area. They certainly think they're hot stuff. Tell me, what did Tianzheng Group even do wrong? Jiangcheng's top official heard this and replied, No, nothing wrong. The second-in-command official standing next to him also said, We will definitely find a way to fix this. The 2 of them looked at each other thinking, Who would have thought the old chief would call us in so early? Just for the sake of Tianzheng Group. Tianzheng Group is being blacklisted. So what's it to us? Well, who knows? He actually has the old chief as his backup. Zhou Zhengde then barked at them. If you want to fix it, why are you still standing there? Go now! The top 2 officials tucked their tails and ran off at the sound of his voice. Yes, sir! Yes, sir! The man in military uniform asked. Father, is that Ye Chen really worth all this effort? If we support Tianzheng Group, it means our relationship with the Xia family will crumble. Zhou Zhengde wore a kind smile. Fulu, your ability to read people? Why hasn't it improved at all? That day, you fought him and confirmed he's a martial arts grandmaster. Didn't you? Fulu nodded immediately. Yes, sir, Zhou Zhengde continued. You witnessed his martial arts prowess, but I witnessed his godlike medical skills. A peerless genius who masters both martial arts and medicine. How could his background be simple? If we don't pick a side today, then later on, even if we want to, I'm afraid we won't even have the right to. He placed his hand on his son's shoulder. Financially, the Xia family is the biggest in Jiangnan province. Zhou Zhengde continued. But in terms of power, our Zhou family is second to none. Picking a fight with the Xia family? It's nothing. Since when has a mere merchant been able to outplay the state? Fulu suddenly realized. Father, I understand now. Everything is ready. Let's go. Meanwhile, at Tianzheng Group, it was 9 o'clock a.m. The place where Ye Chen and Shen Haihua stood was still a ghost town. The reporters outside were relentlessly mocking them. Haha, it's opening time and not a soul dares to show up. I've already thought of today's headline. Tianzheng Group, the shortest-lived business in the history of Jiangcheng. I've got one too. Tianzheng Group's opening is a total flop. Not even a single flower basket was sent. Check this one out. The disgrace of Jiangcheng businesses. How could Tianzheng Group pull this off? Chu Shuran and Zhao Youcheng smirked together. Time after time, Shuran spoke up. There's no need to waste any more time. No one is coming. Zhao Youcheng, let's go. Suddenly, her jaw dropped as she noticed something. All of a sudden, Sun Yi and Xia Ruoshui walked elegantly down the red carpet. Shuran saw this and thought to herself, Sun Yi and even Xia Ruoshui of the Xia family? Her face darkened as she bit her nails, thinking, why is she here too? The Xia family! Aren't they the ones blacklisting Tianzheng Group? Outside, the reporters were also stunned. God, how did these 2 beauties get here? That aura, those looks. You won't find a body like that anywhere in Jiangcheng. A third person added, I'd believe it if you said they were superstars. The 2 beauties walked up to Ye Chen and said, Are you super touched right now? Huamei was kicked out by Xia family. I even risked being fired to help you out by coming here. Ye Chen replied, I'm so touched I could die. Internally, he thought, what can you 2 really do? You're just here for the clout. But still, it's the thought that counts. Ruoxue turned and said as she walked, Heh. Well, we'll go stand in the back. There are plenty more people coming. Suddenly, another luxury car pulled up. Everyone outside began to shout, Someone else is here! It's an old man! They continued to scream, Da was she! Oh my God! What's going on? The biggest VIP in Jiangcheng? The man in charge of Yuhao Club is actually here to show support. And they really thought they could shut down Tianjung? Besides the top two officials of Zhongcheng, who would dare mess with Taoist Shi? Shen Haihua was so shocked he started breaking into a cold sweat. That's Taoist Shi. It's really him. He even came in person, my God. How did Mr. Ye pull this off? I can't even imagine. Taoist. She walked up to Ye Chen and bowed with joined hands. Mr. Ye, congratulations. Congratulations. Tianjin Group will surely be raking it in from now on. With tons of good luck. Ye Chen smiled and said, thanks a lot. Ruoxue was also quite surprised and spoke up. This is Shi, the patriarch of the four great families. Even the big shots in Zhongcheng have to bow to him. Hearing that, Sun Yi said, Ye Chen actually managed to get him to come? How did he pull that off? That guy, Zhao Yu Cheng, looked at Shuren and asked, Miss Chu, the one backing Tianjin is likely Shi. She was still in shock. I don't know. Shuren thought to herself, he was at the Yuhao Club that day, could it be? Before she could finish her thought, the crowd continued to cheer. Someone else is here! The crowd was stunned by the license plates of the two parked cars. Holy crap, those plates belong to the number 1 and number 2 of Zhongcheng. The reporters' faces turned pale with shock. No way, it can't be them. But the people stepping out were indeed the number 1 and number 2. The crowd was absolutely floored. Damn, it really is the number 1 and number 2. Good Lord, tell me I'm not dreaming. What kind of clout does Tianjin have to invite them? Can someone please explain this to me? Then yet another vehicle arrived. My God, that's a military vehicle from the Southwest Combat Unit. It's the Special Forces. They handle combat and cross-regional missions for Huaxia. What are they doing here? The person stepping out of that vehicle left everyone speechless. It's Lu Zhenguo. Just what is the background of this Tianjin group? Even the top brass from the military district is here. With this kind of power, the four families are absolute jokes. Another luxury car drove up. Good Lord, another one. Who is it now? A woman stepped out of the car. It was Ruoshui's mother. She frowned when she saw the celebratory flowers. These people really have some nerve. Daring to defy the Xia family's warning. I'll investigate and see who they are. The subordinate obeyed and said, yes, ma'am. Suddenly, the personal bodyguard standing next to her received some news. He spoke loudly to the messenger, just enough for her to hear. What? He's here too? Who else? Mother Xia heard this and furiously ordered, have you cleared this up yet? Who exactly are the people coming to support them? After a rush investigation, the bodyguard informed Mother Xia, currently there's Shi of the Yuhao Club, the number 1 and number 2 officials of Jiangcheng, along with Lu Zhenguo, who has a military background. Rumor has it the king of Jiangnan is backing Shi, and behind Lu, Zhenguo is Commander-in-Chief Bailey Xiong. We just don't know if this support is their own idea, or if it's coming from the people behind them. Listening to the bodyguard's report, Mother Xia stood there like a girl boss with her hands on her hips. She paused in deep thought, then muttered to the bodyguard, I know both the king of Jiangnan and Bailey Xiong. There's no way they'd care about some small fry business in Zhongcheng. A couple of nobodies like Ye Chen and Shen Haihua aren't even in the same league to talk to them. But being able to get Shi and Lu Zhenguo on board shows Tianjin Group actually has some game. I guess I underestimated this Ye Chen. Mother Xia rubbed her chin and continued with a suggestive tone. But anyone who dares to cross the Xia family must pay. I can't easily mess with Shi or Lu Zhenguo. But as for the number 1 and 2 of Zhongcheng, it's time they were forced into retirement. The personal bodyguard who had served her for years instantly caught her drift. He bowed and replied, yes, madam. Then Mother Xia entered the party. She also told the guard, bring our stuff. Let's give Tianjin Group a big gift. The bodyguard following her could only nod and agree, and did exactly as she said. Outside the gala, countless reporters were snapping photos to post the latest breaking news. When they saw Mother Xia arrive, they were all stunned. Everyone started whispering, isn't that the head of the Xia family? Why? Are they here to support too? What the heck is going on? Could the Xia family be scared off by this lineup? Amidst all the shock, the cameras kept clicking away. Next, Mother Xia walked straight up to Ye Chen. She spoke to him with a double meaning, saying, President Ye is truly a talented young man. I originally intended to bring a flower basket, but the flower shop was all sold out. Ye Chen stared straight at Mother Xia without saying a word. Then Mother Xia pointed at the gift she had brought. Her bodyguard was holding the gift in his hands, something wrapped in a black cloth. Mother Xia said she could only bear to share this collectible of hers with him. It was called the Fortune-Squandering Boy. As soon as she finished speaking, Mother Xia pulled off the black cloth. The gift she had brought was a small golden statue of the Fortune-Squandering Boy. Tradition says this is a very bad omen, to give as a gift for a grand opening. The group of reporters, like excited fans, raised their cameras and started snapping away nonstop. They even started gossiping with each other. One reporter laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha! I told you, how could the Jia family be scared?" The reporter next to him caught the scoop and said, "Gifting a fortune-squandering boy at a grand opening? That's a total taboo." This incident infuriated everyone who stood on Ye Chen's side, notably Xia Ruoxue and Sun Yi. Both women were fuming when they saw the gift Mother Xia had brought. Xia Ruoxue angrily said to Mother Xia, "Mom, you're being so petty." Sun Yi was also livid and chimed in, "Exactly. How could you give such a cursed gift?" Mother Xia glared at her daughter, Xia Ruoxue. She spoke in a low, stern voice, "Ruoxue, do you still have any respect for the Xia family? How can you side with an outsider?" Because she was her daughter, she didn't push it further. Mother Xia then looked at Sun Yi and continued, "As for you, Director Sun, you're the general manager of Huame Group, yet you skip work just to show up here. Starting tomorrow, don't bother coming to the office anymore." Sun Yi was absolutely furious. She shouted back, "If I'm fired, I'm fired! Who wants to work for the Xia family's crappy company anyway? Save your attitude because this lady is done." Sun Yi's attitude made Mother Xia lose her cool. She immediately ordered her bodyguard to deal with the girl. "Go and teach her a lesson." The bodyguard bowed and obeyed. "Yes, ma'am." Then he rushed over, intending to throw some hands at Sun Yi. The bodyguard let out a roar, took a deep breath, and lunged at Sun Yi with his fist raised. Sun Yi was so terrified she started shaking. Her legs turned to jelly and she couldn't move an inch. Just as the punch was about to land, Ye Chen blocked it. A classic hero saves the beauty moment unfolded. Ye Chen gripped the bodyguard's hand tightly and spoke up, "Touch her again and see what happens." "I don't mind starting this opening day with some blood." Suddenly a loud laugh rang out, "Ha ha ha ha! The Xia family sure is acting high and mighty." The unexpected voice from behind caught everyone off guard. They all turned to look. A buff man in a high-ranking military uniform approached and said, "Does the Xia family really think they can own the sky over Jiangnan?" This man was Zhou Fulu. The two top military officials, seeing Zhou Fulu appear, had very different reactions. The number two was jaw-droppingly shocked and said, "It's Zhou Fulu!" As expected of the hall master, he actually got him to come. The number one was much calmer, just quietly observing without saying a word. This surprised everyone. Xia Ruoxue, standing nearby, whispered into Ye Chen's ear, "Since when do you know Zhou Fulu?" "He's the son of the Zhou family head, and he came in person." Ye Chen was totally stunned by Xia Ruoxue's whisper. Then he replied to her, "So his name is Zhou Fulu. I almost got into a fight with him last time." Only Ye Chen could pull this off, getting a VIP to show up, without even knowing who they were. Zhou Fulu then walked over to Ye Chen and happily congratulated him. "The Zhou family congratulates Tianjin Group on its grand opening." Ye Chen let go of the bodyguard and replied with a smile, "You're too kind." Suddenly, Zhou Fulu's gaze shifted toward the bodyguard. He turned to look at the man, his stern expression enough to terrify anyone. His eyes landed on the gift in the guard's hands. Upon seeing it, Zhou Fulu's face darkened as he exclaimed, "Gifting a fortune-squandering boy? Is this for real?" Zhou Fulu didn't waste any more words. He let out a cold snort, and without a word he raised his hand. Zhou Fulu delivered a sharp slap to the fortune-squandering boy statue that the bodyguard was clutching tightly. As a result, the statue smashed onto the ground, shattering into tiny pieces on the floor. At this point, Mother Xia was about to lose it. She screamed furiously at Zhou Fulu, "Zhou Fulu, what the hell do you think you're doing? How dare you touch a gift from the Xia family? Is this your idea or the Zhou family's?" Suddenly, another figure appeared. He walked up and answered Mother Xia's question. "What, you think Fulu doesn't represent the Zhou family?" The voice from behind startled Mother Xia, making her whip around. The newcomer was Zhou Zhengde. With his hands behind his back, he continued calmly, "Does this old man have to get involved personally?" After saying that, Zhou Zhengde walked right past Mother Xia, barely even acknowledging her presence. At the sight of Zhou Zhengde, Mother Xia immediately stopped her yelling. She was now anxious and panicking as she called out, "Elder Zhou." Mother Xia was now on pins and needles. She thought nervously, "I'm cooked. Why is even he here?" Zhou Zhengde walked over to stand by Ye Chen. He patted his shoulder and then announced to the crowd, "Ye Chen is my friend. If your Xia family dares to trouble him, the Zhou family won't hesitate to take action. Assuming, of course, that your husband Xia Hongye actually has the guts to cross the Zhou family." Mother Xia's aggressive attitude was completely gone. She was now shaking in her boots. Mother Xia clenched her fists, her mind racing with worry. Jiangcheng Municipal Committee. I can ignore the entire country of Darao, but as for the Zhou family, unless it's absolutely necessary, we absolutely cannot risk offending them. The Xia family focuses mainly on business. We can't compete with the Zhou family who holds all the power. After thinking it over, Mother Zia just clicked her tongue. For the sake of the Xia family, Mother Zia had to turn and leave. Let's go. Seeing that, the bodyguard ran after her calling, Madam! Then he headed back with Mother Zia. After Mother Zia left, Ye Chen warmly thanked Zhou Zhengde. Thanks a lot, old Zhou. Zhou Zhengde laughed happily. Then he waved his hand and said to him, Ha ha, it was Mr. Ye who pulled me back from death's door. So I'm the one who should be thanking you. At this time, Su Shiran stood from afar, watching the opening ceremony going smoothly. With big shots backing Tianjin Group, Su Shiran's face turned miserable. She was extremely worried about herself, thinking that the mighty Zia family of Jiangnam province had actually lost. That loser Ye Chen is gone. Even the Zhou family is backing him up now. Given my Su family's status, we no longer have the standing to touch him. While Su Shiran was standing dejectedly in a corner, Zhao Yucheng suddenly panicked and ran over to call her. Hey, wait, Miss Su! Don't leave. What am I supposed to do? The moment Zhao Yucheng ran up, Su Shiran kicked him away, yelling, Get lost! Because he was no longer of any use to her. That's why he was cast aside like that. Zhao Yucheng took a kick from Su Shiran's sharp high heels and screamed in pain. Ouch, ouch, who would have thought that for a grown man? Zhao Yucheng couldn't even handle a kick from a woman. He lay sprawled on the ground, sobbing, The Su family has abandoned me. I'm screwed, it's all over. Suddenly, Zhao Yucheng remembered someone. His eyes lit up. Wait, I still have hope. Having lost Su Shiran's support, Zhao Yucheng shamelessly went to find Shen Haihua. He tracked down Shen Haihua and called out, Haihua, my brother! I'm so sorry. Let me tell you everything. No one expected that Zhao Yucheng would flip-flop so fast like that. He ran over and hugged Shen Haihua, crying like a baby. Begging for forgiveness, he said, Haihua, I think of you as my own brother. You won't hold this against me, right? Everything I did was on the Su family's orders. It was all the Su family's dirty tricks. These words came out of Zhao Yucheng's mouth without any shame. Shen Haihua was already disgusted with Zhao Yucheng's two-faced nature. He yelled, A clout chaser like you! Thinks he's worthy of calling me brother? Get lost! Zhao Yucheng was kicked away once again. Zhao Yucheng's pathetic display became a laughingstock for everyone at the party. Ha ha ha! Getting kicked out in front of everyone! Humiliated, Zhao Yucheng quickly ran away in tears. Haihua watched him and gave a cold Seeing this, Ye Chen stepped up and praised Shen Haihua with a smile. Haihua, well done! After saying that, he raised both hands in excitement and shouted, Next up, let our celebration begin! Following Ye Chen's shout, fireworks were immediately launched into the sky. The reporters outside were gossiping non-stop. The rest of the party is only for the big bosses. We aren't qualified to go in. But it's worth it just to witness this historic moment. With so many big figures attending these photos, will definitely sell for a high price. Suddenly, a group of powerful-looking military personnel marched up impressively. They surrounded everyone there. One of them held up a document and spoke, We have orders from the National Security Bureau. Every single one of your devices must undergo a data inspection. Please cooperate. Meanwhile, at Zhangcheng International Airport, a group of people had just gotten off a plane. Their presence caused quite a stir among the crowd. What's going on over there? Are they filming a movie? Probably. Otherwise, that outfit is just way too weird. That group was dressed in Taoist robes and wearing cloth shoes. The leader was an old man who exuded the powerful aura of a Grandmaster. That was Chen Yuanli. Grandmaster Chen, over here! A man with a pencil mustache, wearing prayer beads, hurried over to greet him. He happily gestured for them to follow. Grandmaster Chen, you finally arrived. I've set up a banquet. To welcome you? The mustache guy, despite knowing he was greeting Chen Yuanli, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, God, I wonder what level Chen Yuanli has reached. After all these years of training at Mount Wuyi, his aura is absolutely terrifying. Back when Chen Yuanli was the head of the Chen family, the Chen family was truly the #1 clan in Jiangcheng. It was only after he went to Mount Wuyi for seclusion that their top spot was snatched by the Su family. That guy looked at Chen Yuanli, who was radiating such an imposing presence, and continued thinking, if the Chen family hadn't been wiped out, he might not have returned so soon. Now that he's back and full of rage, starting from today, Jiangcheng is definitely in for a huge storm. After picking up Chen Yuanli, the mustache man led him to a restaurant to get things ready. Inside the private room, he spoke up. Grandmaster Chen, please let me propose a toast to you. Gui Rudong stood respectfully next to Chen Yuanli, who was sitting down. In all these years, I, Gui Rudong, have only ever admired you. Chen Yuanli turned to stare at Gui Rudong, refusing to give him any face. The old man didn't even touch the glass and said, "How is the investigation I asked you to do? Who exactly is the person who killed my descendants? After all, the Chen family is still a major clan in Jiangcheng. Who has the guts to do such a thing?" Hearing that, Gui Rudong's face turned pale as he said, "My Gui family has been investigating this constantly." He took a deep breath and continued speaking, but for some reason, all information regarding the massacre of the Chen family has been completely blacked out. Clearly, the person who killed your descendants has a very powerful background. Before Gui Rudong could even finish, Chen Yuanli slammed his hand onto the table in rage, splitting it right down the middle. All the fine delicacies on the table shattered and fell to the floor. Along with the sound of breaking plates came Chen Yuanli's booming voice. "Gui Rudong, I don't want to hear any more BS." Seeing this, Gui Rudong broke into a sweat and stammered quickly, "No more BS, I'm serious." Even though the info was wiped, I still managed to dig up some clues and found the person who is most sus. He respectfully handed over a photo of Ye Chen with both hands, continuing, "Right now, this brat is the prime suspect. His name is Ye Chen, but I don't have concrete evidence yet." Chen Yuanli pinched Ye Chen's photo between two fingers. He muttered, "This kid looks barely in his 20s. How could he kill the martial artists of my Chen family? Could it be he has a martial arts clan backing him?" As soon as Chen Yuanli finished speaking, he crushed the photo in his palm. A surge of power erupted from him, turning the photo into dust instantly. He declared furiously, "Regardless of whether it's him or not, even if there's only a shred of a lead, he must die." Meanwhile, at the Tianjin group, during the group's first meeting, Ye Chen sat at the head of the table and asked, regarding the development of the group, "What ideas do you all have?" As soon as Ye Chen finished, Xia Ruoshui spoke up. "First, the most essential thing we need is a product. Without a product, how can we grow?" Chen Haihua, sitting beside her, added, "This is also my biggest concern." Haihua continued, "If Mr. Yi doesn't have a clear direction, I suggest we go with investment or networking. But relying solely on that, it's impossible to overtake the Xia group within 6 months." Ye Chen, sitting in a relaxed posture, spoke up, "Tianjin group doesn't need networking, and certainly not investments. We will focus solely on manufacturing, specifically high-profit manufacturing." He handed over a piece of paper and said, "This is the formula for the mid-tier youth rejuvenation elixir. I guarantee you that after just one treatment cycle, it can make any woman look at least 5 years younger." He handed over another sheet and continued, "This is the blood coagulating longevity pill. It can extend the life of the elderly by 3 years. As soon as he finished, people began whispering in shock. "Oh my God, this is way too insane." Another person added, "If the effects are real, this isn't just medicine, it's practically a divine elixir." Someone else said, "No way. There's absolutely no way such medicine exists in this world." Shen Haihua placed his hand over his heart and spoke up, "I swear on my life that everything Mr. Yi said is absolutely true. Previously, he pulled off the impossible just to save my life." The crowd heard this and remarked, "If it's true, then Tianjin Group will have the world's most goat products. Surpassing the Xia Group in 6 months is totally doable." Ha ha! Suddenly, Ye Chen stood up, leaning on the table and said, "I have provided the formulas to you all. I have only 2 requirements. First, ramp up production immediately. Second, these 2 formulas must be kept strictly confidential." Suddenly, his expression turned cold as he said, "If anyone dares to leak these secrets, I guarantee they won't leave Jiangcheng alive." Under Ye Chen's intimidating presence, Shen Haihua stood up abruptly and declared firmly, "Mr. Ye, give me 1 month. I will make sure you see the Tianjin group's rise, shaking the entire Jiangnan region." Hearing that, Ye Chen stood with his hands on his hips and said, "All right, I trust you. Next, let's assign the roles for everyone." Sun Yi then spoke up, "I can take charge of the market. I'll ensure there are no issues with the sales channels. I wonder if CEO Ye trusts me." Xia Ruoshui, sitting nearby, chuckled to herself, "Hey, finally it's time to assign positions. With my skills, it wouldn't be too much to ask this guy for a president position." Ye Chen heard Sun Yi and agreed, "All right, then I'll leave the business operations to you, haha." Just then, Xia Ruoshui's phone buzzed with a message. She looked at it and became visibly shaken. It turned out the message was from her father. No wonder Ruoshui was so agitated. Suddenly, Ye Chen turned to her and said, "As for Xia Ruoshui," causing her to jump slightly. Xia Ruoshui smiled and said, "Me? I don't need a high position. Just let me be a regular worker." A salary of 10,000 is enough. I will do my absolute best to contribute everything I can to the Tianjin group. After the meeting, he met Xia Ruoxue privately. You're just doing part-time? Ye Chen was quite surprised by Xia Ruoxue's decision. He continued, a daily salary of 10,000 isn't expensive. After all, you were the CEO of the Huame group. But why don't you want a title? I thought you'd want to keep being a CEO. Xia Ruoxue's beautiful face and blue eyes were now filled with sorrow. She spoke softly. I'm sorry. Truth is, I really want to keep going with you, to build this career and be your support. But unfortunately, time is running out. Ruoxue didn't explain the full reason to Ye Chen. In reality, she had just received a notification from her father. The wedding date has been set for 5 months from now. Ruoxue, you have no right to refuse. Marrying into the Qin family, the top martial arts clan in Jiangcheng, is an honor for the Xia family. It's also an honor for you. Night fell at Sun Yi's house. As soon as she got home, Xia Ruoxue locked herself in her room. Sobbing with tear-filled eyes, she questioned herself. Why don't I have the right to say no? I'm clearly a person, not an object. Why can't I refuse all of this? Why? Meanwhile, out in his living room, Ye Chen grabbed a piece of fruit. While eating, he spoke up and asked Sun Yi, by the way, he glanced at Sun Yi and continued, what's up with Xia Ruoxue? Hearing the question, Sun Yi replied, I don't know. She locked herself in her room the moment we got home. She wouldn't say a word when I asked. It's weird. Just as she finished, Sun Yi's phone suddenly rang. Seeing who it was, Sun Yi answered immediately. Hello, Auntie Jiang? How come you have time to call me all of a sudden? Ye Chen sat nearby, clueless about what was happening. He only saw her looking very anxious, saying, Don't panic, Auntie, just tell me slowly. After hanging up, Sun Yi stood up and said to Ye Chen, something big just happened. Do you remember Wang Yuhang? Ye Chen remained calm and replied, Hangzi, of course I remember him. He's the son of Uncle Wang and Auntie Jiang. Ye Chen recalled Wang Yuhang's appearance as a child. He continued, Back when everyone else shunned me, only he and you were willing to stick by me. Though that guy was a bit too soft-hearted, to put it bluntly. He's my day one. He added, I spoke with Uncle Wang last time. He should be at Jiangbei University right now. What's wrong? Did something happen to him? Sun Yi gripped her phone tightly and said, Auntie Jiang said someone broke Wang Yuhang's arm. The other party seems to have major clout. They've locked down the school. They're even blocking ambulances from entering, preventing him from getting medical help. Hearing this, the rage inside Ye Chen began to boil over. What? Ye Chen cursed in a rage. Damn it! Ye Chen's fury continued to escalate. Do those dogs have a death wish? Shortly after, at Jiangbei University, Sun Yi and Ye Chen arrived. Sun Yi politely approached the guards and said, Hello, sir. We're students here. We forgot our IDs when we went out. Could you please let us through? The guard struck an intimidating pose and said, No way, we're under special protocols right now. School leadership has ordered that absolutely no one enters. You must have a student ID. Ye Chen didn't bother listening to their nonsense and grabbed the iron fence tightly. Seeing Ye Chen suddenly grab the fence, the guard shouted, Hey kid, what do you think you're doing? As soon as they spoke, the iron fence was ripped out of shape and sent flying. Watching Ye Chen rip the fence apart with his bare hands left the guards in total shock. Terrified, they gasped, Holy crap, is this guy even human? Ye Chen, enveloped in a surge of spiritual energy, turned to the guards and said, A school is a place for education. How can educators help these thugs? I'm telling you straight, I'm here to save someone. If you try to stop me, I won't hesitate to break your damn legs. Hearing that, the two guards immediately knelt before Ye Chen. No, we wouldn't dare. Please go ahead. Meanwhile, at Jiangbei University, men's dormitory building E2, down in the courtyard, many students were drawn to the scene of a fight. Spectators were being blocked, so they couldn't intervene or help. In the middle of the crowd was Auntie Jiang, holding Wang Yuhang in her arms. Standing in front of them was Uncle Wang, holding a stick to protect them both. He shouted, Stay back! Auntie Jiang, with tears in her eyes, pointed at the bullies and cried, Animals, you're all nothing but animals. The leader of the bullies burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Principal. Principal, this old lady just called someone an animal. I wonder who she's talking about. Hearing his name, the principal gave a forced smile and said, Young Master Yu, just look at the guy she's asking about. Her son's arm is broken. Isn't he just going to end up like a useless animal? Unable to even feed himself? Wang Yuhang gritted his teeth in fury. He shouted out in anger. You Chudong and you lapdog principal. Say that one more time. I dare you. Even if it kills me, I'll take you both down with me. Yu Chudong's face darkened. Haha, you want to kill me even if you die? Then let's see me beat you to death right now. How are you going to kill us if you're already dead? As he spoke, Yu Chudong raised the stick in his hand. He swung it with all his might toward Wang Yuhang, but luckily Uncle Wang stepped in just in time, blocking Yu Chudong's strike. Uncle Wang spoke up. Kid, don't push it. I've already called the cops. Lay one more finger on my wife or son, and I'll take you to the grave with me. They were still at Zhongbei University, men's dormitory building E2. Hearing Uncle Wang's words, Yu Chudong pointed at him and scoffed. Called the cops? Look at you guys acting all innocent, like I'm some big bad villain bullying you. Yu Chudong continued, listen to this. Wang Yuhang stared at him in stunned confusion, wondering what he meant. Yu Chudong didn't keep him waiting and said, your little brat of a son touched my girlfriend. When the cops get here, he's the one going to jail. The woman beside him chimed in, that's right, he felt me up. Wang Yuhang immediately fought back. I did no such thing 3 days ago, Yu Chudong. You were assaulting a girl behind the mountain, and I stopped you. You're just making this up to get revenge. Yu Chudong burst out laughing at that. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Do you really think I need to force myself on women? That's hilarious. Ha ha ha! Then he pointed to the girl in the crowd. You mean her, right? Ask her. Did I or did I not assault her? The girl looked absolutely terrified. There were visible bruise marks on her face, clear evidence that Yu Chudong had been intimidating her. With tears welling up in her eyes, and a face full of reluctance, she stammered, no, he didn't. Those words felt like a shove off a cliff for Wang Yuhang. The crowd around them began to mock him mercilessly. Ha ha ha, Wang Yuhang is just capping. How could young Master Yu be that kind of guy? He's a good person. He's donated so much money to us, look. Just look at Wang Yuhang. The guy's clearly a virgin. He must be so thirsty that he tried to hit on young Master Yu's girl. Hearing the gossip around him, Wang Yuhang clutched his broken arm and struggled to his feet, screaming, are you all blind? Can't you see the injuries on her? She's obviously being forced to lie. You bunch of boot-licking scumbags. Faced with Wang Yuhang's insults, Yu Chudong's lackeys just smirked to themselves. Heh, as long as we ride young Master Yu's coattails, who cares who lives or dies? If he gives us even a small taste of the good life, we'll be set for life. We've got to put on a good show. Yu Chudong walked up to Wang Yuhang with the stick and said, so what if they're bootlickers? I have the power. A broke loser like you actually dares to play the hero? Seeing this, Uncle Wang shouted, touch him and I'll kill you, you little brat! Just as he finished speaking, a fist swung toward him along with the words, shut up, you old geezer! One of Yu Chudong's henchmen punched Uncle Wang right in the face. You really want to die, don't you? Seeing his father being hit, Wang Yuhang cried out, no, stop! Standing behind Wang Yuhang, Yu Chudong said, ha ha ha, worry about yourself first. I'll take care of that mouth of yours first. To see if you can still scream. As he spoke, he raised the stick, aiming to strike Wang Yuhang down. At the critical moment when everything was hanging by a thread, Ye Chen's roar suddenly rang out. You have a death wish. Hearing this, Yu Chudong panicked, breaking into a cold sweat. From within the crowd, Ye Chen appeared with a face full of pure rage. He launched a punch straight at Yu Chudong. Yu Chudong raised his stick toward Ye Chen. Who are you? Stay back! As soon as he finished his sentence, Ye Chen delivered a single blow, shattering the stick in half along with the guy's face. The guy was sent flying, slamming hard onto the ground with a thud. This left Wang Yuhang completely stunned. One of Yu Chudong's henchmen lunged at Ye Chen. You dare hit young Master Yu, you're dead! Ye Chen casually swung a light punch, sending that massive henchman airborne like a kite before he crashed heavily into the dirt. As he punched, Ye Chen barked, get the hell out! Ye Chen then turned gently to look at Wang Yuhang. Hangzi, I'm here. Hearing this, Wang Yuhang's eyes immediately welled with tears. Ye Chen, Brother Chen, it's really you. How did you find us? Ye Chen didn't stop to explain. Seeing Wang Yuhang's broken arm, he immediately handed him a medicinal pill. Hangzi, don't talk. Swallow this now. The injury will heal very quickly. Your arm will be fine too. Trust me. Wang Yuhang took the pill and nodded. He hurried to swallow the pill. Ye Chen felt more at ease and looked around. Don't move. I'll handle the rest. The moment Wang Yuhang swallowed the pill, his entire body surged with energy. After fully recovering, Wang Yuhang spoke up. Brother Chen, wait, this is my business. Don't get involved. Don't sweat it. Suddenly, a hand was placed on Wang Yuhang's shoulder from behind. He can handle this whole situation by himself. Wang Yuhang turned to look at Sun Yi. Sun Yi, why are you here too? Wait, this isn't the time. They have so many people, Brother Chen. Sun Yi simply smiled at him. Don't worry about him. In Zhongcheng right now, nobody dares to lay a finger on him. Ye Chen's face was cold and expressionless. His hands were clenched into tight fists. The principal rushed over in a hurry, checking on that scumbag Yu Chudong. "Young Master Yu, are you all right?" The guy clutched his face and snapped, "Does it look like I'm okay?" "I almost got beaten to death." Yu Chudong was crying with blood all over his nose. He looked like a total mess. Seeing Ye Chen approaching, the principal was startled. The old man immediately ran over, standing in front of Yu Chudong to shield him. "You! What do you think you're doing? This is a school." "Security, where is the security?" Fuming with anger, Ye Chen threw a heavy punch. "Call them then! Go ahead, keep calling!" The blow sent the principal's toupee flying off. His bald head was so shiny that Yu Chudong, standing behind him, had to cover his eyes from the glare. The old man clutched his face, teary-eyed from the pain. You dare hit me? Even my own father never laid a hand on me." Ye Chen looked at him with pure disdain. "You call yourself a teacher? Get lost! Beat it! I'll deal with you later." Ye Chen glared at Yu Chudong's henchman. He pointed his finger, including Liu Ning. "That goes for you all, too. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. Anyone who tries to run, I will break your legs." Ye Chen's whole body began to radiate a terrifyingly powerful aura of spiritual energy. The sky over the school grew darker by the second. The lights in the rooms flickered out. Under Ye Chen's intimidating pressure, not a single person dared to take a step away. Ye Chen stepped forward, his eyes filled with killing intent, making Yu Chudong turn pale as he shrieked in terror. "Stay away from me!" Ye Chen pointed directly at the girl accompanying Yu Chudong. He spoke, "I only want to ask you one thing. Did Wang Yuhang actually harass you or not? Lie to me and I'll snap your neck right now." His entire being radiated a bone-chilling aura. Terrified, the girl stammered out, "No, he didn't." She then pointed at Yu Chudong. "It was young Master Yu who told me to frame him. It was all his idea." Hearing that, Chudong panicked. "What are you doing?" Without hesitation, Ye Chen slapped her across the face and barked, "Bitch, get on your knees before Wang Yuhang right now!" She immediately obeyed and dropped to her knees. I'm so sorry, I won't do it again," sobbing. Ye Chen turned to glare at Yu Chudong. "As for you..." Seeing this, he backed away. "You, what are you trying to do?" "Don't come any closer, I'm telling you, I'm the heir of..." "The Yu family?" Ye Chen cut him off with another slap. "Right? An heir from the Yu family, was it?" He kicked him hard in the crotch and continued to grill him. "A big-shot heir from the Yu family, huh?" Ye Chen slapped him repeatedly across the face, leaving him no chance to fight back. Then he pinned him down and raised his fist. "Damn it, so you're the big shot of the Yu family, right?" Yu Chudong immediately held up his hands. "I was wrong!" Clutching his crotch, he cried out, "I'm truly sorry, please stop hitting me!" The bystanders watched Ye Chen, thinking to themselves, "Good Lord, is he actually going to kill young Master Yu? This is terrifying, what?" "And what is he going to do to us next?" Ye Chen remained cold and detached. He landed another kick squarely on Yu Chudong's crotch, making him scream in agony. Yu Chudong lay on the ground, weeping and stammering. "Stop! Don't hit me anymore! Please stop! Otherwise my father won't let you off." Hearing this, Ye Chen pulled out his phone and said, "I almost forgot you're this arrogant. Solely because of your old man, right? Fine, tell your old man to get his ass down here. Everything Wang Yuhang suffered, and you're going to feel every bit of it." Ye Chen made a call and ordered, "Ye Lingtian, bring the head of the Yu family. From Jiangcheng here to me immediately. I'm waiting at the university." Not long after, in Zhangbei, a luxury black sedan arrived, driving straight into the courtyard. Those inside the car hurriedly stepped out and approached Ye Chen. Ye Chen looked coldly at Lord Da. "You brought him?" Lord Da replied, "Yes, he's here. Bring him forward." Yu Xingban, beaten black and blue, was dragged out. Yu Chudong continued to wail and beg for mercy. "Dad, save me! He's beating me! Save me now!" Ye Chen threw a 3-section staff in front of Xingban. He raised his hand and spoke up. "Go ahead. Let me see how you educate your son." Ye Chen pointed at Yu Chudong and continued, "If a single one of his limbs remains intact, then no one in the Yu family will get out alive." Hearing that, Yu Xingban grabbed the staff and stood up. "You ungrateful brat, you brought this on yourself!" Yu Xingban thrashed Yu Chudong relentlessly, amidst his son's screams. "Dad, stop! Stop it!" Yu Xingban cursed while he struck him. "Do you have any idea who you've messed with, you moron? You animal of all people you dared to offend? Do you even know what kind of man Ye Chen is? Even Lord Da has extremely deep ties with him. I'm going to beat you to death, you rebellious brat." Ye Chen spoke up. "Lord Da." Lord Da immediately responded, "What are your orders, sir?" "Cripple that principal for me." Hearing this, the principal panicked in terror, instinctively backing away. Ye Chen continued impassively. "Furthermore, Except for the girl Wang Yuhang saved every student here? Kneel down and slap yourselves with all your might 100 times. Anyone who doesn't hit hard enough will have a tooth knocked out for every missing slap. Tell one lie and off comes a finger. No one is exempt. As soon as Ye Chen finished, Lord Da snapped his fingers, ordering the bodyguards, "Go do exactly as Mr. Ye said." Following the orders of Lord Da's bodyguards, immediately, they marched toward the old principal and the group of students. What followed were agonizing screams. Sobbing, "I'm sorry. We won't do it again. Mom, I want my mom," wailing. Ye Chen walked gently toward where the three, Wang Yuhang and Sun Yi, were standing. Seeing this, Yuhang said, "Brother Chen." Ye Chen broke into a cheerful smile and said, "Let's head straight home. 5 years ago, you used your kindness to protect me. 5 years later, I'll use my power to repay you." Meanwhile, at the Chen family villa in Jiangcheng, papers were scattered in a mess across the table. Chen Yuanli frowned as he looked at the pile of documents on the table. Stroking his beard, he spoke up. "I didn't expect that brat to be Ye Tian's son." He picked up a piece of paper and continued. The Ye family was nothing more than a minor clan in Jiangcheng. How did they produce someone like this? Gui Yudong, standing behind him, chimed in. "The Ye family is history. They're nothing to worry about. The real headache lies with the power backing him. The Tianjin group. If we take this guy out, we'll definitely face retaliation from those backing him. Even the National Security Bureau is keeping an eye on him." Hearing that, Chen Yuanli's eyes flared with rage. His entire being seethed. I don't give a damn about the Zhou family or national security. This man slaughtered my kinsman. Seeking revenge is only natural. Not only that, I'm going to kill those close to him, right before his very eyes. I want him to experience true despair. Wei Yudong heard this and suggested, "Grandmaster Chen, actually, we don't need to take such a risk." Yudong continued with a low voice, "If that kid is a martial artist, why not use a life-and-death challenge to force him into the ring? In the arena, fate is decided by life or death. No one can interfere. That way we can not only kill him in front of everyone, but also reestablish your dominance. Neither national security nor the Zhou family would be able to do a thing." Chen Yuanli spoke up. "If I can kill him that easily, if he has any brains at all, there's no way he'll accept a martial arts duel," Gui Yudong said with a sinister look. "Whether he accepts or not isn't up to him. If Grandmaster Chen uses the girl by his side, to threaten him, would he even dare to refuse?" Suddenly a burst of laughter rang out, catching the attention of both men. They both turned toward the sound. "Ha ha, so you guys want to deal with Ye Chen, huh?" An old man dressed in traditional clothing approached. He continued, "How about adding me to the mix?" Chen Yuanli turned around and thought in surprise, "Jiang Baogu? This old geezer came in without me even noticing." His strength is not to be underestimated. He then clasped his hands in a friendly greeting. "So it's Grandmaster Jiang. What wind blows you here today?" Jiang Baogu didn't answer and only gave a cold snort. Without a word, he swung his hand out and slammed his fist down. A photograph of Ye Chen was sitting on the table. Jiang Baogu's force was so immense that one of his fingers pierced through the photo and straight into the table. Then Jiang Baoguo lifted the photograph. He said to Chen Yuanli, "I'm here for this man, of course." Chen Yuanli asked to make sure, "Does Grandmaster Jiang also have a vendetta against him?" Jiang Baogu couldn't hide his fury. He gritted his teeth and replied, "The debt of my son's murder means we can't both live under the same sky." Chen Yuanli flashed a friendly smile and said, "Ha ha ha, excellent. In that case, starting today, the Chen family and the Zhang family are allies." He gestured for the Grandmaster to sit. "Please take a seat." Jiang Baogu sat down in the chair. He crossed his legs and began to speak. "I've heard rumors that to avoid national security and the Zhou family, you want to challenge this guy to a formal duel. I have a better way." He laid out his plan. "My investigation found 2 girls who have suspicious ties with him. We can send someone to kidnap one of them. First, this is a safer move. It'll help us gauge his true strength. Second, I want to make him suffer. Just killing him in the ring would be way too easy on him. To ensure the plan's success," Jiang Baogu added, "therefore my Zhang family is willing to deploy 3 elite warriors." Chen Yuanli found the plan perfect and replied, "As expected of you, such meticulous thinking. Fine. I'll also send out my 4 strongest disciples. Let's see what that brat has to fight back with." At Sun Yi's house, Sun Yi and Ye Chen were having a meal together. While getting some food, Ye Chen asked Sun Yi, "How's Xia Ruoxue doing?" "What exactly happened?" Sun Yi replied worriedly. "I'm not sure. When she got back last night, her eyes were all swollen. She must have cried her heart out." She continued, "I tried asking, but she won't say a word. She's been sleeping since then and still hasn't woken up. I'll just leave some breakfast on her nightstand for her later. Right now, Jia Ruoshui was fast asleep in her bed. Back at the dining table, Ye Chen finished his meal and stood up, pushing back his chair. He said to Sun Yi, "Forget it. If she doesn't want to talk, there's no need to grill her. I'm heading to school to check on Hang Yu." Then he turned to leave, but poked his head back in to remind her, "Don't forget to go to work. If you're not careful, I'll dock your pay." Suddenly, Sun Yi grabbed Ye Chen's sleeve. Caught off guard, he glanced back at her. Sun Yi asked hesitantly, "Are you really the same Ye Chen? I haven't seen you for 5 years, but you feel like a total stranger now. It's like you've become a completely different person. The way you act and the things you do, I just can't wrap my head around it. It's as if we're living in 2 different worlds." Ye Chen replied to her, "After all these years, I've realized one thing. There are only 2 ways to live. Either you let the rules change you, or you change the rules yourself. I want to be the latter." Then he told her not to overthink it. "No matter what happens, I will always be me. Everything that has happened was my own choice." At a place that looked like a school, Ye Chen was sitting and talking with another guy. Outside, 3 people were peeking in, eavesdropping. One whispered, "Yeah, it's him." Another replied in a low voice, "He's Wang Yu Hong's boss, the baddest of the bad." Ye Chen noticed them and turned around, asking with a frown, "Think this is fun? Want to come in and watch?" The group got spooked and scrambled away, screaming in terror, "Sorry, we're sorry. So sorry. We were out of line. Please, just don't kill us." Ye Chen turned back and spoke to Wang Yu Hong. "Looks like after what happened yesterday, nobody's going to mess with you anymore." The young man scratched his head and replied, "Mess with me? Whenever they see me, they just duck their heads and cross the street. They're acting like I'm the one bullying them." Then Ye Chen stepped closer and put his arm around Wang Yu Hang to drop some knowledge on him. "That's because they're afraid of me. They fear my power. That's just how the world works. In the end, strength is the only thing that talks. Rules are just tools used to keep the weak in check. But for the strong, they've always been nothing but decorations." He reached inside his coat and continued, "And now," he pulled something out to show Wang Yu Hong and said, "You also have a chance to become powerful. I won't force you. Whatever you choose is entirely up to you." Hearing that, Wang Yu Hong reached out his hand. He took the manual from his hand and replied, "There's no need to choose." He looked incredibly determined. Looking down at the book in his hands, he continued, "I'll never let anyone bully me again, or bully my parents ever again." Hearing those words from Wang Yu Hong, Ye Chen encouraged him and gave him some solid advice. "This is the Benlei formula. It will give you the answers you need to become strong. Today you must memorize everything inside this, and then destroy it with your own hands. You absolutely cannot let anyone else find it." Wang Yu Hong turned to him in surprise and said, "Brother Chen, how is this possible?" "Could this be?" Ye Chen replied, "That's right. It's exactly what you're thinking." Then he reminded him again, "Lastly, I must warn you. The path of martial arts is incredibly treacherous. The most critical thing is to keep your heart true to the path. If there's anything you don't get, just ask me." Ye Chen continued, "Next, I'll tell you some things about the world of ancient martial arts. You need to listen carefully." Ye Chen was being so thorough because he thought, "I can't look after you for your whole life. You need to have the power to protect yourself." Suddenly, Ye Chen's phone started ringing. "Ring, ring, ring." He immediately answered and asked, "Ye Lingtian, what's wrong?" Ye Lingtian spoke frantically from the other end of the line. "This is bad, Hall Master. Miss Xia has been taken away. The people I assigned to protect her have all been killed." Ye Chen gasped in shock. "What?" Ye Lingtian continued, "Judging from the wounds on my subordinates, I'm afraid the attacker is a Grandmaster. Forgive me, Hall Master. Lingtian is willing to accept any punishment." Ye Chen frowned and gave firm orders. "Now is not the time to talk about punishment. Ye Lingtian, use every resource you have to find her immediately. If you don't find her, you're toast." Ye Lingtian replied on the other end, "Understood, sir." Then Ye Chen hung up and left in a hurry. But he didn't forget to look back and remind Wang Yu Hong, "Hangzai, I have an urgent matter to deal with. Don't forget what I told you." Before he could even react, he reached out and said, "Brother Chen." "Brother!" Ye Chen hurriedly jumped out of the window. Wang Yu Hong shouted out in worry, "Holy cow! Brother Chen, this is the 5th floor!" He was completely stunned. Seeing Ye Chen land unscathed and move with incredible speed, Wang Yu Hong exclaimed, "My God, is he even human?" Madame Xia stood anxiously among the wreckage of broken furniture, strewn across the floor. Ye Chen stepped out from the inner room. Hearing a sound, she turned her head and asked, "You're back?" Ye Chen frowned and said, "I thought it was your Xia family's doing. It seems there's someone else." Upon hearing that, Madame Xia immediately rushed over. Grabbing Ye Chen's shirt in a fit of rage, she yelled at the top of her lungs. How could I possibly harm my own daughter? Where is that guarantee you gave me? The signal from the bracelet. Ruoxue's life signal has been cut off. Then she complained bitterly. Is this how you protect my daughter? Ye Chen said nothing and pulled Madame Sia's hands away. Then he spoke, give me 1 day. I will definitely bring her back. Ye Chen left, throwing a bold promise to Madame Sia. If I fail, my life is yours to take. Madame Sia frowned and said, who wants your pathetic life? She added that she had already checked the cameras. Even if I have to go all out, I will find my daughter at any cost. Ye Chen entered the room and sat cross-legged. He thought to himself, there's still a lingering aura of an ancient martial artist in this room. Feels like a Grandmaster. Abducting Xia Ruoxue. They're likely coming for me. I need backup now. Bailey Bing, Jin Linyan, Zhou Zhengda. Their connections should be able to help. Ye Chen's brow furrowed as he finished his plan. Suddenly, his phone rang. Ye Chen answered the call. Before he could speak, a mysterious voice on the other end said, the trash of the Yi family. How does it feel to be sweating right now? Ye Chen's face darkened as he said coldly, so, you're the one behind this mess. I don't know who you are, nor do I know what you're after. He raised an eyebrow and continued, release Ruoxue immediately and we'll call it even. Otherwise, you're going to have a very ugly death. The voice on the other end said, it seems you still don't get it. Ye Chen took out a strand of blonde hair. He placed it in front of him, channeled his spiritual energy and thought, this is Xia Ruoxue's hair, found right here in the room. I wasn't supposed to use this technique, but it looks like I have no choice now. Ye Chen pointed 2 fingers and began chanting an incantation. The great Tao flows through all things. The clear settles and the murky descends. The source moves while the heart stays still. He continued chanting, man can attain eternal peace. Heaven and earth return to the void. Calm the heart and the spirit clears. The 6 desires shall not arise. The 3 poisons vanish as light illuminates the mind. A mind that is no longer a mind. Twisting, glowing shapes began to appear, forming an arrow beneath the surface. Ye Chen lowered his hand and shouted again, pierce through the life force! Track the person from 1,000 miles away! The 3 glowing shapes merged together. Words indicating the location appeared, suspended vehicle, shipping container, Bailun Sea. Ye Chen read the indicators that appeared, a shipping container, a vehicle with Bailun license plates. Ye Chen spat out blood and thought, damn it! This spell. Tracking this person causes way too much backlash on my body. Luckily, nothing went sideways. Otherwise, my cultivation would have hit a dead end. And that's the best-case scenario. He narrowed his eyes and continued. Now I know where you are. At Bailun Port, Jiangcheng. A man muttered to himself, this isn't right. His face darkened as he thought, I have the hostage in my hands. Shouldn't I be the one calling the shots and threatening him? How did it flip to him threatening me instead? And he even had the nerve to hang up on me. Why is he acting so tough? Another person walked up and asked Zhang Tong, is that kid panicking yet? Zhang Baogu asked when the guy would show up to meet his end. Zhang Tong scratched his head and replied, the thing is, he threatened me for a bit and then just hung up. I didn't even get a chance to give him the address. I'm starting to wonder if he even wants to save her. Chen Yuanli was also puzzled. What kind of game is this Ye Chen playing? Does he really not care about this woman's life? He frowned and thought to himself, and besides his attitude, there's another even bigger problem to deal with. Exactly. Chen Yuanli looked at Xia Ruoxue and continued thinking. The plan was to kidnap Sun Yi, but that moron brought back Xia Ruoxue instead. However, Xia Ruoxue remained remarkably calm. Despite being taken to a strange place and tied up, she simply frowned and analyzed the situation. Based on these people's actions, it's obvious this was a carefully orchestrated plan. But they haven't laid a finger on me, and they're even giving me water regularly. That proves they likely know my identity, and they're terrified of anything actually happening to me. She wondered further, what is their goal in using me as a hostage? To blackmail the Xia family? Unlikely. In all of Jiangcheng, I don't think anyone would have the guts to do that. Zhang Tong approached Ha Ruoxue with a menacing stride. He pulled out a bottle of water and forced Ha Ruoxue to drink it. She stubbornly turned her head away and shouted, I'm not drinking it! Unless you tell me who you people are. Otherwise, face the consequences. Do you even know what it means to cross the Ha family? Zhang Tong furiously threw the water bottle away and barked, God, drink it or not, I don't give a damn. He continued to shout loudly, I was being nice and serving you, yet you're still acting like a spoiled princess. So what if I kill you? At worst, it's just a life for a life. Suddenly, the circular device on his belt lit up and began to beep. Beep, beep, Zhang Tong yelled out, the sensor is triggered! Someone's here! Having said that, he glared and frowned again, because he saw the image of a young man standing with his back toward him out there. That person was none other than Ye Chen. Around him were several men who had been beaten to a pulp by Ye Chen and were sprawling on the ground, and in his hand he was clutching another man's neck. Ye Chen turned around, his face dark as he glared at Jiang Tong, making him tremble with a hint of fear. Ye Chen, still choking the one blocking his path, spoke toward the man standing opposite him. Ha! Another one. The other man was stunned, thinking, no way. This is impossible. Even though those 4 disciples of Chen Yuan Li only recently entered the Grandmaster realm, they are still Grandmasters. He thought further, how could they be killed so quickly? This is absolutely impossible. Jiang Tong hastily turned away and thought to himself, damn it, I have to run. Ye Chen charged in front of him like a gust of wind and said, you must die too. Ye Chen reached for Jiang Tong's face, then used his strength to slam his head into the ground. Jiang Tong's eyes widened in terror as he threatened, no! Don't kill me or you won't be able to handle the fallout. Ye Chen pulled his fist back and said, listen to the sound. It turns out you're the one who spoke to me on the phone. I once gave you a chance to live, but you didn't appreciate it. Now Ye Chen continued, you have no choice. A little later, Ye Chen approached Ha Ru Shui and spoke, I'm here to save you. Ha Ru Shui looked up with wide eyes, staring at the person in front of her and said, it's you. Ye Chen cut Ha Ru Shui's ropes in one swift motion. She was overjoyed, rushing to hug Ye Chen tightly and cried out, why is it you? I can't believe it. I never expected you'd be the one to save me. Ye Chen smiled and replied, haha, well, if nobody else was coming. Anyway, as long as you're not hurt, that's what matters. Then he tenderly placed his hand on her cheek and asked, can you still walk? Let's go home. Harujik noticed a strange smell. He glanced at Ye Chen's hand and asked worriedly, blood? What's going on? Didn't you sneak in to rescue me? Where are the kidnappers? Ye Chen took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands and said, they're all dead, no survivors. Haru Shui was shocked to hear this and gasped, oh my god. Haru Shui thought for a moment, even though I haven't practiced martial arts, I've met quite a few ancient martial artists. I could tell that their presence was incredibly strong, yet even combined they were no match for Ye Chen. She continued to speculate silently. I heard my father say, the person he wants me to marry is a prodigy. The Qin family are also masters of the martial path. Usually others can't even compare. But now it seems Ye Chen isn't lacking at all. Haru Shui thought further. If his strength is great enough, maybe my father will change his mind. Haru Shui used her hands to cover her face, which was slowly turning red as she kept thinking, wait, change his mind about what? Could it be that I want Ye Chen to marry me? But thinking about it, that might not be such a bad thing. Ye Chen reached behind and touched her butt, making Haru Shui startle. Her face was already red, and now it turned even redder. Ye Chen moved her behind his back. Then he hoisted Haru Shui up for a piggyback ride. She reacted to what just happened, raised her fist and shouted, what the hell are you doing all of a sudden? Ye Chen turned back and replied, I've been watching you for a while and you didn't move. I figured your legs probably turned to jelly from fear and you couldn't walk. So I'm carrying you, is that not the case? Or should I just drop you? Hearing that, Haru Shui clung to Ye Chen's shoulder and whispered, don't. Having someone carry me is fine. I'm too lazy to walk anyway. Ye Chen gave a mysterious smile. Oh? Haru Shui leaned against Ye Chen's shoulder and thought to herself, thinking about it, even though this guy is very strange, he still gives me a real sense of security. Maybe he really could be someone I can lean on. At the Zhang family estate, the two of them, Zhang Baoguo and Chen Yuanli, watched the footage of Ye Chen wiping out their men on the screen. One of them said, is this a joke? 4 Grandmasters of the Transformation Realm, 3 half-step Grandmasters, and they couldn't kill a single guy in his early 20s. This is truly embarrassing. Chen Yuanli spoke up. Luckily, we held back a trump card. Otherwise, even if we had stepped in personally, while we're confident we could beat him, there's a high chance we wouldn't have been able to kill him, Zhang Baoguo added. Judging by Ye Chen's strength now, he could at least make it onto the Grandmaster rankings, but I still can't believe it. At most, he has practiced martial arts for 5 years. No matter how freakish he is, he shouldn't have reached this level. Then he turned to ask Chen Yuanli, Grandmaster Chen, what should we do next? Continue using the martial arts arena to challenge this man? He replied loudly, of course. He ruthlessly slaughtered my clansmen. If this grudge remains, my martial path will never progress again. Zhang Baoguo turned back, looked at Ye Chen's image on the screen, and continued. But for some reason, looking at him gives me a bad vibe. We need an extra layer of insurance. If he dares to accept the challenge, I'll invite Elder Yuan to act as the referee. Chen Yuanli, was stunned to hear this and said, Elder Yuan? Could it be the Elder Yuan? Who was once ranked in the top 400 of the Huaxia Grandmaster rankings? Zhang Baogu replied, exactly. I want to see what this kid has up his sleeve to win. It was dark now and the lights had flickered on. At the home of Sun Yi's mother, Madame, he saw her daughter rescued and returned, and rushed over frantically, asking with concern, Rushu, are you okay? She kept questioning her. Why were you suddenly taken away? Are you hurt? He, Rushue, lying on the chair, replied, Mom, I'm fine. It was all just a misunderstanding. Madam, he frowned and said, a misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding leads to people breaking down the door? Knocking you out and dragging you off? She continued, if some people can't protect you, then come back home with me right now. Ye Chen watched her throw a fit. Feeling completely helpless and silent, Madame, he took Hirushue's hand again and lowered her voice to say, your father has summoned 3 powerful warriors from Jiangnan province. They're way more reliable than certain people. Hirushu protested, no, I'm staying here. Ye Chen finally spoke up. Let's take it slow. If you try to force her, I won't just stand by and watch. Madame, he glanced at him after hearing that and thought to herself, this kid is really weird. The aura around him feels like he crawled out from a pile of corpses. No need to play hardball with someone like this. After that, Madam. He sat down gently and said to her daughter, Rushue, I'm not forcing you, but have you forgotten your birthday is in a few days? Just come home with me for a bit. After your birthday, you can come back here whenever you want. Hirushu was caught off guard and could only mutter, but Madam, he pulled a guilt trip and continued. Your grandmother even came back from abroad just for your birthday. You know how old she's getting. She's not getting any younger. Every year counts. Don't you want to see her? Ha Rushue widened her eyes and asked, Grandma is back? Madam Ha reached out to pat her head and replied, yes. That's right. Why would I lie to you? Hearing this, Ha Rushue felt a bit conflicted, thinking to herself, in all these years, haven't you lied to me enough already? Then she turned to ask Ye Chen, but before she could finish, Ye Chen quickly told her to go ahead. I'll be there on your birthday, and when the time comes, I will personally bring you back. Ha Rushu happily held out her pinky and said, okay. You better show up then. If not, I'm never forgiving you. He also reached out to pinky swear with Haru Shui and replied, don't worry, I'm a man of my word. Harusha wanted Ye Chen to promise her. Before she left, hey, you wouldn't dare lie to me anyway. Ye Chen affirmed, definitely. Harusha suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Almost forgot. Harusha handed Ye Chen a proposal plan that she had prepared. I made a development plan for the Tianzheng group. Ye Chen flipped through her plan. Harusha reminded him. It's leagues ahead of anything that Shanghai Hua guy could come up with. You better put it to good use. He smiled and replied, haha, if it weren't better than his, then my 10,000 salary for you would be a total waste, wouldn't it? Madam Ha pulled Haru Shui's hand to leave. Come on, let's go home and get ready. Otherwise, we'll miss our trip. She also happily said goodbye to him before leaving. Bye-bye. Remember, you must come. Ye Chen nodded. He assured her again, don't worry. Ye Chen pondered. Sun Yi's house was no longer safe. Letting Haru Shui go home was the best choice. Besides, he could see she cared deeply about her grandma. But more importantly, he thought seriously. I have to clean things up these next few days. Any threat must be eliminated immediately. Suddenly, a knock at the door caught Ye Chen's attention. Rushui, did you forget something? He went to open the door, but it was a child standing there. The child asked quickly, Are you Mr. Ye Chen? Ye Chen was puzzled. That's me. The child smiled and handed a letter to Ye Chen. Mr. Ye Chen, an old man told me to give this to you. The letter was opened. Ye Chen had no idea who would be sending him a letter. He opened it to see what it was. The letter read, You killed a member of my Chen family. Tomorrow at the martial arts arena. Do you dare to accept the challenge? If you don't fight, how many times can you really protect those around you? Chen family, Chen Yuanli. Ye Chen clutched the letter, his hand tightening in anger. So that's how it is. It seems this Chen Yuanli is the old man of the Chen family, and the one who targeted Hirushu. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down. Just then there was another knock at the door. Ye Chen felt a bit annoyed, but still went to open it. Who is it now? It was Jin Lanyan outside. Ye Chen had no idea why she had come. Jin Lanyan said urgently, Did you receive the challenge from the martial arts arena? Ye Chen smirked and thought to himself, This woman is incredibly fast with her intel. He held up the challenge letter he had just crumpled and said, This, how did you know? I just got it. Jin Lanyan looked grave. The martial arts arena posted it a while ago. By now. Every major power in Zhangcheng knows about this battle. The martial arts arena is where warriors settle their scores. Once you step up there, it's a fight to the death. She grabbed Ye Chen's hand and said frantically, "Chen Yuanli, he clearly wants to kill you in that arena. Mr. Ye, you must decline this challenge immediately. As long as you stay away, Chen Yuanli won't dare make a move." Ye Chen didn't understand why he should refuse. I was already annoyed that I couldn't find Chen Yuanli. If he's offering himself up, I'll just end him. Jin Lanyan tried even harder to talk him out of it, leaving Ye Chen at a loss for words. Mr. Ye, that Chen Yuanli entered the Grandmaster realm over 10 years ago. His strength is insane. Years ago, he obtained an incredibly powerful martial arts technique. Fearing that others would eye his prize, he went into hiding at Wuyi Mountain to cultivate. Even my father wouldn't dare mess with a guy like that. Ye Chen didn't seem to care at all. He was determined to take him down for good. He told Jin Lanyan to stop trying to persuade him. "I'm going to that arena. I appreciate the concern, but save it. Peace out." With that, he slammed the door shut, startling Jin Lanyan. Jin Lanyan, tentatively, called her father to report the situation. "Dad, I couldn't talk sense into Ye Chen. What should we do?" He shouted back in anger. The Jin family has done more than enough for him. If he's hell-bent on dying, no one can stop him." He told her, "Call the funeral home. Get a high-end coffin ready for him. Since we can't pay him back properly, we'll at least give him a grand funeral." Jin Lanyan was completely at a loss with the whole situation. Inside, Ye Chen grumbled to himself. That woman. Can't Jin Lanyan say anything positive for once? What's a fossil from the Chen family to me? I could drop him with one hand. Suddenly, his phone started ringing. It was Ye Lingtian calling. He answered, "Ye Lingtian, what is it?" Ye Lingtian hurriedly suggested, "Hallmaster, Chen Yuanli is a heavy hitter. He's likely in the top 600 on the Grandmaster list. Should I send someone to take him out?" Ye Chen replied, annoyed. "No need, I've got this." More importantly, how's the situation at the harbor? Are the bodies handled? "Don't let this freak out the civilians," Ye Lingtian reported. "Everything is already cleared up." He continued, "Hallmaster, I must tell you, Chen Baoguo mastered a unique martial technique. Word is it's devastatingly powerful. You absolutely can't." Before he could finish, Ye Chen hung up on him. Ye Chen sat back on the sofa, exhausted. "I'm over it. I already said I've got this." The phone rang yet again. Ye Chen felt totally annoyed. Again? It was a call from Zhu Zhengde. After a relentless barrage of phone calls, Ye Chen was so pissed off he slammed his phone down on the table. "Why the hell does everyone keep calling me?" Ye Lingtian, Zhu Zhengde, Bailey Bing, Zhou Rende. It's one thing that everyone who knows about this is calling, but not a single person is actually backing me up. What's with all this "you're gonna die" talk? Everyone is seriously overstepping. Do I really look that weak? Shen Haihua called next. Ye Chen picked up the phone, sounding frustrated. "What? You want to tell me not to go on a suicide mission too?" "Let me tell all of you right now. I don't care who's asking, it's useless. I am definitely going tomorrow." Shen Haihua was stunned after being chewed out. What suicide mission? Ye Chen snapped back to reality. Oh, right. He had forgotten that Shen Haihua and Sun Yi hadn't been exposed to the world of ancient martial arts yet. Mr. Shen reported back to Ye Chen. "Mr. Ye, we have a major problem right now. The medicine we're producing is a bit unique, and the Provincial Drug Administration is playing hardball. The pressure is mounting. We need you to pull some strings, Mr. Yi." Ye Chen replied, "All right, I'm on it." He hung up, thinking this would be easy to fix. Asking the Zhu family for help should do the trick. Just as he was about to reach out for help, the phone rang again, making Ye Chen fed up. "Give me a break!" Is someone else trying to tell me not to die? It was Ying Jing calling. He said, "Mr. Ye, this is Ying Jing. I hope you can come with me to meet the chief. I'm already waiting in the car." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen beamed with joy. He answered, "Sure, sounds good." Ye Chen thought to himself that while the Zhu family could help him a lot, their power was limited to Jiangnan province. The Dragon Soul Strike Team was a national special forces unit. Building a relationship with them would be a big win. At a certain base in Jiangcheng, which was the headquarters for the Dragon Soul Strike Team, Ye Chen went to meet Ying Jing. Ying Jing handed him something. He said he felt bad for reaching out so late at night. "I'm a few days behind schedule due to a special mission. This is for you." Ye Chen took the card as Ying Jing continued. "It's our official pass. You're meeting the chief soon, so please keep your cool, whether it's for the Tianzheng group or your own sake." Ye Chen looked puzzled after hearing Ying Jing's words. "Do I really look like the type who loves to start beef?" Ying Jing scratched his head and said, "Pretty much." He stomped his foot hard on the ground. The two of them stood before the chief's office door. Ying Jing stood at attention and shouted, "Reporting, chief!" "Ye Chen is here." A voice from inside replied, "Let him in." At that moment, the door swung open. Ye Chen walked inside alone. The chief was waiting for Ye Chen inside. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking out the window, and spoke. "Ye Chen, male from Jiangcheng, Southwest Province. Father is Ye Tianzheng, mother is Zhang Beirong, a family of 3. 5 years ago, you were in an accident during the Yunhu Villa tragedy. 5 years later, Ye Chen returned from the dead and entered the Grandmaster realm. For revenge, you killed the Chen father and son first. Then you killed Yao Jinggu. He detailed every single thing about Ye Chen. Wiped out over 100 people at Qingmen and killed Zhang Baoguo's son. Ye Chen watched his stance, staying on guard. This man is a martial artist and a damn strong one at that. He gives off a very dangerous vibe. The chief turned around, smiled, and continued. Just looking at your recent track record. It's enough to flex on anyone for a lifetime. I'm curious where you went during those 5 years. Even with satellite tracking, I couldn't find a trace. He happily poured tea and invited Ye Chen to join him. What's more intriguing is where you get the guts to accept Chen Yuanli's challenge. He asked him, "Care for some tea?" The chief didn't hand it to Ye Chen directly. Instead, he used his spiritual energy to send the teacup toward him. The teacup shot toward Ye Chen unexpectedly fast. It caught him a bit off guard. But in the end, he still caught the cup perfectly. Ye Chen swirled the tea gently in the cup. He seemed to have seen through the chief's little game. He smirked and said, "You talk too much." The chief was quite surprised. When I launched this teacup, it was infused with the inner energy of a Grandmaster. It's usually very difficult to catch. Even if someone gets lucky and catches it, it would most likely cause the cup to shatter. This kid didn't just catch it. He didn't even spill a single drop of tea. It seems I underestimated him. He introduced himself. "I am Lei Shui. I heard from Ying Jing that you want to collaborate with the strike team. Long Hun doesn't do collaborations. Of course, if you're willing to join us, I can pull a lot of strings for you. Your strength is worth it." Ye Chen replied with his hands in his pockets. "Joining you guys? Not a chance. I'm used to being a free spirit. Right now, Tianzheng Group wants to manufacture medicine, but the paperwork is a nightmare. I want to know if you can give us the green light. If not, I'm out of here." He smiled craftily and said, "That's easy. I can take care of that for you. But the question is, what's in it for us?" Instantly, Ye Chen pulled something out and tossed it toward Lei Shui. "Catch." The chief caught Ye Chen's pill. He continued, "I can give you 200 of these. The price is firm." Lei Shui was amazed as he examined the pill's patterns. Pill patterns! This is the best healing pill ever made. He just dropped 200 pills like it's nothing. He must be sitting on a massive stash. Pills with patterns are incredibly valuable. I need to squeeze more out of him to maximize our gains. He held up his hand, countering with 500 pills. "Then I'll handle everything for you." Immediately, Ye Chen turned and headed for the door. "Like I said, the price is firm." Seeing this, Lei Shui quickly stopped him. "Wait, 200 it is." Ye Chen turned back with a new offer. "Now I've changed my mind, 100 pills. Take it or leave it." The chief agreed immediately, fearing he would walk away. "Fine, it's a deal." He thought to himself that this kid was definitely not an easy target to lowball. Ye Chen stood up. He pushed the door open to leave. "All right, tell Ying Jing to come find me tomorrow to pick up the pills. Goodbye." The door slammed shut. Lei Shui watched Ye Chen leave and thought to himself, "I thought this kid was only about the money, but now he's giving them away for free? He's truly a hard one to read." Just then, Ying Jing opened the door and called out to the chief. After seeing Ye Chen walk out, he hurriedly asked, "Chief, from what I know about Ye Chen, he will definitely show up at the martial arts arena. Do we need to come up with a plan?" The chief ordered, "Get the plane ready. I'm going to seek instructions from the top leadership today. Try to get the documents as soon as possible." He said, "If Chen Yuanli and Zhang Baoguo dare to make a move to kill him, then use those documents to protect the kid." Ying Jing took the order and left. Back at Ye Chen's villa, Ye Chen was admiring the Baikao Ding. The Baikao Ding is truly a sight to behold. I never get tired of looking at it. With its help, producing 200 pills will be a piece of cake. Suddenly, his phone started ringing. It was Sun Yi calling. She said, "Hello, Ye Chen, where the hell are you? Why aren't you home yet? It's so late. And where is Ruoshui? Why can't I find her?" Ye Chen replied, "Ruoshui went back home with her mother. I bought a villa nearby, and I'm staying here now." Sun Yi didn't seem to believe him and asked again, "Quit playing! A villa around here costs more than your whole company is worth. Can you even afford it?" Ye Chen got annoyed since she didn't believe him. "If you don't believe me, come see for yourself. I'll give you the address." "The door's unlocked. Just walk right in." He hung up, leaving Sun Yi pouting. "Fine! I'm going over there just to see if it's for real." 10 minutes later, Sun Yi arrived at the front door of Ye Chen's house. She cautiously opened the door and stepped inside. Still doubting that Ye Chen could afford a villa, she said politely, "Sorry for the intrusion, I'm a friend of Ye Chen." Inside, Ye Chen was refining pills using the Baikao Ding. It was a sight beyond words. Sun Yi gasped in awe. Oh my god, am I seeing things? Is this something that can actually happen in real life? Sun Yi witnessed Ye Chen refining the medicine. One by one, the finished pills flew out from the Baikao Ding. Ye Chen caught the refined pills and put them into a plastic bag. He looked into the bag with a satisfied smile. Nice. At this rate, I'll make it in time. Sun Yi asked curiously, Ye Chen, is this place really your home? Ye Chen grabbed Sun Yi's hand, making her blush with embarrassment. Ye Chen pulled Sun Yi further into the house. He said as long as she was willing, it could also be our home. Come on, check it out. Sun Yi looked around the villa. Holy cow, the house is so fancy and all the appliances are top of the line. She followed Ye Chen for a tour of the villa. This is literally my dream room. The bedroom door opened. Sun Yi immediately jumped onto the king-sized bed. She was overjoyed. The bed is so soft and comfy. Once I lie down, I never want to get back up. Her reaction left Ye Chen a little bewildered. He smiled slightly. If you like it, I'll give you this house. I'll arrange to transfer the deed tomorrow. Hearing this, Sun Yi quickly sat up. She was stunned and tried to stop him. No, 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 no! Are you kidding me? Why would you give me a house? I don't want the deed in my name. Ye Chen replied to her. What I owe you isn't just a house. Sun Yi lowered her head, thinking he meant what happened 5 years ago. That was just what I should have done. I don't want you treating me just to pay back a debt. She suddenly moved close to Ye Chen, catching him off guard. Sun Yi said, to be honest with you, this girl right here is pretty salty, because you, kid, have been low-key living in such a nice house. She smiled and suggested, don't even think about keeping this for yourself. To keep things fair, I want to live here too. With that, she leaned back onto the bed again. Sun Yi said happily, ha ha ha, there are plenty of rooms here. Once Roshue comes back, I won't have to squeeze into the same bed with her anymore. Hearing those words made Ye Chen feel quite helpless. Before walking out, Ye Chen said to her, fine, 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 do whatever you want, as long as you're happy. With that, he closed the door, leaving Sun Yi in the room. Sun Yi was even more touched after hearing what Ye Chen said. She happily hugged the pillow. If you're only getting close to me just to pay back a debt, that's definitely not going to fly. The sun came up. The pills had finished refining. Ye Chen placed them all into a large plastic bag. Ye Chen had refined the pills until he was dazed. Phew! Finally, it's done. Sun Yi happily brought breakfast to him. Little Chen, tomorrow is Roshue's birthday. What are you planning to give her? By the way, here's some breakfast. Hurry up and eat. Ye Chen was startled. Jia Roshue's birthday is tomorrow? He thought to himself. The martial arts arena challenge is also tomorrow. He stood up and replied, both of these are happening at the same time. It looks like they're here. Yingjing is bringing people to pick up the pills. He went to find Ye Chen. Mr. Ye, I'm here for the pills. Ye Chen handed the large bag of pills to Yingjing, causing him to misunderstand. He waved his hands quickly. Mr. Ye, you're being way too kind. We already ate breakfast back at the base. You should just go ahead and eat. Hearing that, Ye Chen got annoyed and thrust the bag of pills forward. He snapped, what breakfast? These are the 200 pills. They're all inside. Do you want them or not? Yingjing quickly grabbed the precious bag. Oh man, how could you put such priceless pills in a plastic bag? What if they get contaminated? Ye Chen didn't give a damn about that. Yingjing hurriedly ordered his subordinate. Quick, bring the oxygen-free protective container from the car up here. The subordinate replied, Captain, but that container has the blood samples from our current mission. He ordered his subordinate to toss them out. We can retake blood samples, but these pills? If something happens to them, who's going to refine more for us? Would you like me to continue translating the next part of your story? The subordinate quickly obeyed the order. Yes, Captain, Ye Chen told Yingjing. The pills I refine aren't that fragile. No need for a sealed environment. A plastic bag is more than enough. If there's any problem, come find me. I'll give you 10 for everyone that's spoiled. Yingjing immediately replied, understood, then I can rest easy. By the way, Mr. Ye, the chief asked me to tell you that no matter what tricks Chen Yuanli and Zhang Baoguo try to pull tomorrow, we will step in if necessary. Ye Chen smiled and replied, thanks. At the Zhongcheng tea house, 3 grandmasters of martial arts were sitting and chatting together. Inside the tea house, the one sitting right in the center was Yuan Jingfu. Zhang Baoguo looked at his intimidating presence and thought to himself in awe. No matter how many times I see him, he always makes me feel chilled to the bone. This is what a top-tier powerhouse looks like. A top 400 on the Grandmaster ranking. Even if I, Zhang Baoguo, bust my tail practicing for years, I still wouldn't even come close to him. For the past 15 years, Yuan Jingfu has always been active in Jiangnan province. Building his legacy is one thing, and also the vice president of the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Association. That's a provincial-level association. Many grandmasters can't even get in. even if they try their hardest. Yuan Jingfu questioned the two Grandmasters. You two Grandmasters from Zhangcheng invited this old man here. Surely it's not just for a cup of tea. Elder Chen presented a box and gave it to Yuan Jingfu. He smiled humbly in front of Elder Yuan. How could we dare call ourselves Grandmasters? We are merely your juniors. This is a small token of respect from us. Opening it revealed a rare treasure inside. This item has an incredibly strong stabilizing effect. For a warrior of your level, it should be quite helpful. Yuan Jingfu held the gift box and said, 1,000-year-old spirit-seeking ginseng. This is extremely valuable. This gift is a bit too much. Chen Yuanli held his teacup and sweet-talked him. Not at all, not at all. Only something like this is worthy of you? Yuan Jingfu chuckled at that and said, Haha, you've improved quite a bit. In another 2 years you could try applying to join the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Association. Chen Yuanli immediately replied, Thank you, Elder Yuan. Zhang Baogu also spoke up, Elder Yuan. Tomorrow, Grandmaster Chen will compete against a kid named Ye Chen at the martial arts arena. We were wondering if you had any thoughts on this? Yuan Jingfu turned his head and questioned Chen Yuanli. He's just some junior. Are you really that lacking in confidence? Chen Yuanli answered, No. While that brat's skills aren't all that, at an auction a few days ago, he got his hands on a secret pouch. After using it, his power surged. I'm afraid it won't be a fair fight if he uses drugs then. Hearing this, Yuan Jingfu suddenly slammed his hand on the table. His energy began to radiate outwards. Yuan Jingfu said angrily, He wouldn't dare, not while I'm here. If he dares to use forbidden pills to beat you, I will definitely make him kneel before you and pay for his crimes with his life. Zhang Baogu added with a worried look. But Elder Yuan, that Ye Chen is incredibly gutsy. Word is, he wants to butcher Grandmaster Chen right on the martial arts arena. He even had the nerve to say that. Even if you were there yourself, Elder Yuan, you still couldn't stop him. Yuan Jingfu saw right through their scheme and asked, All right. Stop sugarcoating it. You guys must have some serious beef with this kid, don't you? Chen Yuanli then let out all his pent-up hatred toward Ye Chen. That brat killed my nephew, leaving my Chen family with no heir. This grudge must be settled. Zhang Baogu didn't hide anything either. Plus his personality is savage. He kills without blinking an eye. He coveted my son Jiang Wenlin's pill, and then brutally murdered him. After listening to their confessions, Yuan Jingfu lamented, Such a person is truly a scumbag in the martial arts world. Then he added with a chuckle, Ha ha! Daring to kill the descendants of 2 Grandmasters? That kid Ye Chen is pretty damn cocky, don't worry. Leave tomorrow to me. Not even God himself can save him now. Chen Yuanli and Zhang Baogu immediately stood up their hands and bowed to Yuan Jingfu in unison. Our deepest thanks, Elder Yuan. Afterward, Zhang Baogu followed Yuan Jingfu's gaze and said, Elder Yuan, there's one more thing I'd like your help with. He clapped his hands and called out, Come in! Someone entered from outside, standing before the 3 men. But it wasn't just one person. There were also 2 other girls. The girl in the middle spoke first. Greetings, Elder Yuan. Zhang Baogu happily introduced the 3 girls to Yuan Jingfu. All 3 are students from Zhongbei University. They're very young and have always admired you. They'd like to go back to your room to learn a few moves from you. I hope you can give them a few pointers. Yuan Jingfu couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't expected this, but after that, he revealed his lecherous side and said, Ha ha ha! Easy. College girls nowadays are all good students. As their elder, of course, I should give them a thorough lesson, especially that thick one over there. The next day at Ye Chen's villa, the stone was enveloped in a golden aura. But Ye Chen was still diligently cultivating while levitating in mid-air. After a while, his eyes snapped open. Now Ye Chen had officially broken through to the 8th level of the Kai Yuan realm. Following the breakthrough, Ye Chen stopped his cultivation and slowly sat down. The stone also descended along with him. He rubbed his chin in thought. Logically speaking, spiritual energy in Huaxia is currently scarce, far inferior to that place. Yet his cultivation speed hadn't decreased. It had actually increased. Could it be because of that stone? Suddenly, the stone twitched slightly. Ye Chen thought in shock. It moved! He continued to ponder. Could this stone be alive? Was it just answering me? Ye Chen then leaned down, getting a close look at the glowing stone and observing it silently. He picked it up and marveled. This stone is truly mysterious. The reason I have enough confidence to participate is also because of the reincarnation graveyard inside. At level 8, I should be able to awaken the first great power. I wonder just how formidable these ancient figures really are. Ye Chen then took out a tortoise shell and 3 coins. He thought to himself, forget it. Overthinking is useless. He tossed them all down and said, either way, this is the first martial arts arena I'm attending. Let's check the fortune first. Ye Chen looked at the tortoise shell, a bit puzzled. It's standing upright. How do I read this? Indeed, the shell had landed perfectly vertical. Not only that, but the 3 coins thrown with it had fallen onto 3 different sides of the shell. Ye Chen continued to stare at it, lost in thought. Or is it just like before? No matter how I look, I can't figure it out. The old man said my destiny is something even the heavenly Tao has no right to interfere with. Could that actually be true? Suddenly there was a knock on the door. It was Jin Lanyan arriving. She called out, Mr. Ye, I'm here to pick you up. Ye Chen replied, all right, thanks. Scene changes to the martial arts arena. Ye Chen and Jin Lanyan walked through the massive crowd who had come to compete and cheer. He thought to himself, I didn't expect Huaxia to have so many ancient warriors. It seems they're all here to watch the fight. Ye Chen continued to think, and there are quite a few familiar faces here too. Looking around, he spotted Zhou Rende, Zhou Zixuan, Qin Yuanming, those 2 men over there, and even Bailey Bing and Ying Jing. Ye Chen glanced over and thought, Zhou Rende, Zhou Zixuan, Bailey Bing, Luo Zhiguo, Chu Zhengdi and Chu Fulu, they're all here. Then his gaze swept past a girl with short blonde hair. Ye Chen recognized her and thought, ha ha. Even Su Shuren showed up. Then he spotted 2 more familiar people. Ye Chen thought, wait a sec. Isn't that Ye Langtian? Even if he wants to stay undercover, he doesn't need to act like Dajia's lackey. He's still the king of Jiangnan, after all. Ye Langtian also saw Ye Chen and thought, Hallmaster, if your life is in danger, we will risk everything to step in. Someone pointed in one direction and said, they're here! They're here! The 3 referees have arrived. Seeing them, the crowd began to buzz with excitement. Oh my God, is that the legendary Elder Yuan? Leading the way? And there are the 2 big shots, Wang Jixin and Wu Xiangming. Yuan Jingfu spoke up. I am Yuan Jingfu. I will be one of the referees for this martial arts arena. This time, I will certainly strive for justice and maintain order. If anyone dares to break the rules, no matter who they are, they will be executed without mercy. Jin Lanyan whispered from a distance. These 3 referees are Yuan Jingfu, Wang Jixin, and Wu Xiangming. They're all in the top 500 of the Grandmaster list. Among them, Yuan Jingfu is the most terrifying. He once broke into the top 400. As for now, nobody knows his exact rank, but many speculate that he likely cracked the top 300. Ye Chen frowned and thought to himself, that old geezer Yuan Jingfu is seriously strong. He's dangerous as hell. I'm afraid he's already reached the Qi Tribulation realm, a level much higher than mine. He continued thinking, looks like I underestimated the ancient warriors of Huaxia. That guy is a legit powerhouse. Everyone was seated in the stands, waiting for the opening match to begin. Jin Lanyan told Ye Chen, to be a referee at the martial arts arena, your strength must obviously be undisputed. But what's more important is the status and influence standing behind him. She added, you should know that Yuan Jingfu is also the vice president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. In all of Jiangnan, very few would dare to cross him. If you get the chance, try to get on his good side. This is vital for you. Ye Chen didn't give a damn and replied, what kind of trash is he? Why should I bother? Jin Lanyan frowned and warned him, don't talk smack. What if he hears you? You should keep an eye on Wu Xiangming as well. The Wu family has deep roots and serious power. She continued, if you can build a good relationship with him, even Chen Yuanli wouldn't dare touch you. Suddenly, a loud drum roll echoed, signaling the start of the first duel. Yuan Jingfu stood on the arena and shouted, Ye Chen and Chen Yuanli, please take the stage. Hearing the call, Chen Yuanli immediately channeled power into his legs. Ye Chen also quickly gained momentum. The 2 of them leaped onto the stage at the same time. Chen Yuanli's face was twisted with pure hatred. He growled at Ye Chen, I'm going to end you. While he just gave a provocative chuckle, heh! Someone in the stands spoke with utter contempt. Man, a tiny loser from the Yi family, standing on the same stage as Grandmaster Chen. How is he even worthy? Another guy mocked him, siding with Grandmaster Chen. Wipe out those Yi family trash! Another person chimed in aggressively. Let him realize he's just asking for death. Wu Xiangming found it annoying, his face darkening. He snapped at the crowd. So noisy! Then with murderous intent, he turned to threaten them. Anyone else who dares to talk trash and disturb the arena. Don't blame me, Wu, for getting rough with you. Those guys were so scared by his attitude and words they chickened out. Then Wu Xiangming sighed with regret and said, it's truly a pity. Such a young Grandmaster. Definitely a top-tier genius, yet he has to die here. On the stage, Ye Chen was now pumped up. A terrifying murderous aura was radiating from him. Ye Chen looked at Chen Yuanli with a provocative look. But Chen Yuanli wasn't backing down either. Wen Jingfu stepped between them and spoke. This battle is official. It proves both have signed a life-and-death agreement. Even so, I hope you know when to stop, to avoid casualties. Then he swung his arm forward and shouted loudly, I now declare the battle begun! Chen Yuanli glared at Ye Chen and asked, How did my descendants offend you? That you had to kill them? Ye Chen replied calmly, They brought it on themselves. And since I'm killing today, from now on the Chen family of Jiang City is history. Chen Yuanli roared in fury, Impudent! The floor tiles buckled and shattered. From the sheer force of his rage, Chen Yuanli lunged forward and threw a kick, aiming right for Ye Chen. He also spoke out loudly. I want to see what kind of dog that bastard Ye Tianzheng has sired. Ye Chen naturally dodged that kick with ease. He leaped up lightly, then looked down, calmly questioning Chen Yuanli with such pathetic moves. You actually think you can hit me? He didn't answer, instead launching a relentless barrage of punches at Ye Chen. Chen Yuanli roared frantically. 10 consecutive tyrant punches! Chen Yuanli kept punching like a madman, while Ye Chen was as fast as a ghost, evading every single blow. He shifted his stance slightly, blocking one of Chen Yuanli's arms, and asked, This is your tyrant punch? A moment later, he blocked the other arm and mocked, More like a coward's punch to me. The people in the stands who were just looking down on Ye Chen were now completely stunned. They all muttered in disbelief. Logically, even if Elder Chen didn't kill him in one hit, he should have at least left him crippled. Instead, Elder Chen is being played like a fiddle. Ye Chen is treating Elder Chen like a total joke. Chen Yuanli was fuming at Ye Chen's nonchalant attitude, screaming, You piece of trash, stop dodging if you have the guts! Ye Chen's expression turned serious as he spoke. I've humored you long enough. I just wanted to see how trashy you Chen family grandmasters really are. And now I see. Chen Yuanli, eyes bloodshot, snarled, Ha! You want to go head-to-head? You're dead! With that, both of them charged at each other. Their punches connected simultaneously. Immediately, Ye Chen remarked, Weaker than I thought. Chen Yuanli pulled his hand back and yelped, What? Then he collapsed onto the floor. Everyone was in total shock. Wen Jingfu commented, Grandmaster Chen has trained for decades, yet he was almost taken out by a single punch from a kid. Wu Shangming was also stunned, saying, How is this possible? Jin Lanyan couldn't believe it either. While marveling and wondering at the same time, Is he really that strong? Ye Longtian smirked, feeling a surge of secret pride. As expected of the Hallmaster, Ye Chen then casually taunted Chen Yuanli, with only this much power. You let your descendants run wild and bully everyone? Your whole family deserved to be wiped out. Chen Yuanli was filled with intense rage and humiliation. It boiled inside him, making him hiss through gritted teeth. You forced my hand. I didn't want to use this move, unless I absolutely had to. But now there's no other way. He had completely lost his cool, channeling his energy and roaring. Even if it costs me my life, I will kill you with my own hands. Zhang Baogu stood on the sidelines, watching the fierce battle unfold and thinking to himself, this aura, it's probably not an ancient martial world technique. No wonder he had to hide in the mountains for bitter training. Turns out he possesses such a trump card. Ye Chen also realized it and thought, this familiar feeling, it's a cultivator's technique, and quite a high-level one at that. Ye Chen thought so, because theoretically speaking, ancient martial artists and cultivators are completely different. Their dantians are relatively weak, making it hard to sustain a cultivator's skills. Once they unleash this kind of technique, it causes massive damage to their internal organs. That's why he mentioned paying a heavy price. Right now, Chen Yuanli just stomped on the ground, causing the tiles to shatter into pieces. He dropped into a stance, preparing the heaven-shattering demon thunder palm. The murderous aura around Chen Yuanli shifted, as if he wanted to rip someone apart. This caused dark clouds to gather and lightning to strike. They all seemed to arrive at Chen Yuanli's command, but Ye Chen just stood there, completely unfazed. After a moment, Chen Yuanli let out a massive roar. Wu Shangming looked up, saying with some worry, He's actually triggering atmospheric anomalies. Yuan Jingfu also expressed concern. If he gets hit, I'm afraid he'll be blown to smithereens. On the arena stage, Ye Chen watched as Chen Yuanli leapt high into the air and struck a pose, making him silently wonder, is this move supposed to be some kind of fruit? Then he thrust one hand out toward Ye Chen and roared, Die for me! Suddenly, all around Ye Chen, a golden mist began to shimmer. Yet he still refused to dodge, saying about the move. Ye Chen smirked and muttered, How pathetic. Then a blinding pillar of light erupted, surrounded by streaks of blue energy. Jin Lanyan cried out in worry, Ye Chen! Ye Longtian yelled in panic, Hallmaster! But Su Shiran was ecstatic, gloating, "Ye Chen, you're cooked this time!" Zhang Baogu wasn't celebrating. He just silently marveled at Chen Yuanli's power. Dying so easily. This kid really lucked out with a quick end. As expected of the Chen family head, Chen Yuanli. The pillar of light vanished, leaving nothing but a scene of total wreckage and lingering dust on the arena floor. Then suddenly something appeared, leaving him completely baffled. Next, Zhang Baogu's eyes widened in shock as he gasped, "How is this possible?" As the smoke cleared, it revealed Ye Chen standing there completely unscathed. Not only was he without a scratch, but he even let out a mocking chuckle. He was standing right in front of Chen Yuanli, who was unconscious and face down on the arena floor. Someone shouted at the top of their lungs, "How the hell is he still alive?" Wen Jingfu was also stunned, recalling the moment their hands collided, realizing that Ye Chen hadn't even bothered to charge his power. He continued to think. He just raised his fist and let his opponent walk right into it. How did he break through such a powerful palm strike, while simultaneously launching a counterattack? A moment later, Ye Chen gathered his energy, preparing to deliver the final blow. "Time to die, Chen Yuanli!" Suddenly, Yuan Jingfu's voice rang out. "Stop! You cannot kill him!" Hearing this, Ye Chen shot him a cold glance. He lunged down with a strike to attack Ye Chen, but he managed to dodge it. Ye Chen frowned at the previous blow and thought to himself, "That was a killing blow." Yuan Jingfu quickly announced, "This martial duel ends here." He then glanced over and said to Ye Chen, "If you want to kill him, you'll have to get through me first." Ye Chen's face darkened with rage as he thought, "If he really just wanted to stop us, why use a lethal move? This old dog preaches about fairness." But when Chen Yuanli went for the kill, why didn't he show his face then? Then he raised his hand and made a final decision. It seems Chen Yuanli won't be the only one dying today. This old Yuan geezer is going down with him. Zhang Baogu, standing further off, secretly began to channel his energy and thought. While old Yuan has his attention distracted, he then leaped up to ambush Ye Chen from behind, thinking that striking now, he wouldn't be able to dodge. Wu Xiangming's palm was inches away from impact, but Ye Chen hadn't made a move yet. Could it be that he really didn't sense it? Yelangtian shouted to warn Ye Chen. "Hallmaster, watch out!" He thought in a fit of rage. "Damn it, I didn't think these guys would be this dirty. They're just ignoring the rules and attacking. It's too late to step in now." Zhang Baogu landed a direct hit right where Ye Chen's heart was. He thought gleefully, "Got him! This one will definitely cripple him." But he didn't stop there. Zhang Baogu intended to follow up with a punch to the head. However, he never expected that Ye Chen would still be able to use a powerful backward elbow strike. Zhang Baogu was caught completely off guard. He could only stare wide-eyed as Ye Chen's elbow was about to crash into him. With a single blow, he sent him coughing up blood. Zhang Baogu thought in disbelief, "How can this be? He took a full power strike from me and can still counterattack?" Ye Chen simply asked, "You old geezer, do you enjoy cheap shots?" Then he frowned and said, "If you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." Then, a barrage of glowing punches from Ye Chen rained down on Zhang Baogu, giving him no chance to even utter his last words. As one final fist was raised, it served as the finishing blow for Zhang Baogu. The moment Ye Chen's punch connected with Zhang Baogu's stomach, he exploded into pieces. The spectators in the stands watched in wide-eyed shock, yet the battle was far from over. Below the stage, Wu Xiangming, drenched in sweat, gasped. In just an instant, the head of the Jiang family was blown to bits by him. Wang Jixin was equally stunned and added, "That was the man ranked 514th on the Huaxia Grandmaster list." Wen Jingfu was just as shocked as the others, thinking before I could even react. Grandmaster Jiang was already obliterated. Ye Chen, what kind of dark magic is he using? Chen Yuanli hadn't kicked the bucket yet, but he struggled painfully to look up at the remains of Zhang Baogu. He stammered for help. Brother Jiang was blown up. "How can this be? Master Yuan, save me! I don't want to die!" Yuan Jingfu frowned and said mysteriously, "Don't worry. With me here, he won't be able to kill you." But the moment he finished speaking, a flash of light as fast as lightning shot, straight through Chen Yuanli's head. Yuan Jingfu gasped and stuttered his name. Chen Yuanli! Ye Chen wore a menacing expression, withdrawing his spiritual energy as he addressed Yuan Jingfu. "Today, even God couldn't save him if I said so." Yuan Jingfu stood dazed on the arena. He stared at the fallen man on the floor, unable to believe his own eyes. He mumbled Chen Yuanli's name in disbelief. Ye Chen stood on the stage, fiddling with a glowing, fiery stone in his palm. This was essentially his weapon of choice. To spite Yuan Jingfu, he spoke with pure arrogance. "You said I wouldn't kill anyone, watch me." But down below, the two assistant referees couldn't stand Ye Chen's extreme audacity. They gossiped among themselves, as Wu Dingming remarked that he was just looking for trouble. Wang Jixin, standing nearby, also witnessed this. He remarked that the kid was being way too cocky. On the arena, Yuan Jingfu interrogated Ye Chen. The winner has clearly been decided. Why did you still have to kill him? Ye Chen maintained his defiant attitude. He fired back with his own reasoning. Who the hell are you, and why should I listen to you? Because of your blatant favoritism? Or because you tried to sneak attack and kill me yourself? Finally, unable to hold back any longer, he snapped at Yuan Jingfu. You low-life old dog! These insults completely humiliated Yuan Jingfu in front of the crowd. Fueled by his short temper, his blood boiled as he roared at Ye Chen. Insolent brat, do you have a death wish? His explosion of rage was exactly what Ye Chen wanted. He grinned with pure satisfaction. Then he provoked him even further. The one with the death wish is you, old dog. Ye Chen's body began to surge with a fiery aura, ready for a challenge. He calmly continued to taunt Yuan Jingfu. If you're salty, come and fight me. Unless you're just a scaredy cat. But everyone could see clearly just how reckless Ye Chen was being, right there on the arena. He even dared to challenge the referee, Yuan Jingfu. Jin Lanyan, watching from below the stage, was both terrified and baffled by Ye Chen's actions, wondering if the kid had a death wish. To dare speak to Master Yuan like that, like this, even if Master Yuan killed him now, no one would object. The opponent, Ye Chen, wanted to challenge, was no pushover either. Zhou Fulu was also deeply worried for him. Yuan Jingfu was on a different level than Zhang Baogu and Chen Yuanli. They couldn't even compare. Zhou Qingde was also apprehensive about Ye Chen's safety. He watched the competition without blinking, thinking, offending Yuan Jingfu is the same as offending the entire Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association, even setting aside his background, judging by martial cultivation alone. I'm afraid Mr. Ye will find it hard to leave that stage alive. The entire hall is watching in breathless anticipation. The atmosphere has become more intense than ever. Right now, a flaming hand is raised, as if preparing to ignite the battle. That arm looks all too familiar. This technique and this arm belong to Yuan Jingfu. He pours all his internal energy into his right hand. The small flame on his hand suddenly spreads, burning with fierce intensity. Ye Chen shows no reaction. He watches intently to see what kind of trick Yuan Jingfu is trying to pull. He silently observes that, concentrating qi into the palm, to form sword qi makes him a better fighter than the two who just died. Then, the flames behind Ye Chen flare up powerfully. The fire takes the shape of a grinning skull, wearing a look of pure contempt, just like Ye Chen. He begins to channel his power, staring at the old man and saying, "Let me see what you're really made of." Suddenly, a loud shout rings out, "Hold on!" The heated momentum between the two men, as Ye Chen and Yuan Jingfu reach a climax, is suddenly killed, coming to a halt. They are confused about what's going on. The one stopping them is the assistant referee, Wu Dingming. Realizing things have gone too far, Wu Dingming rushes up to intervene with Grandmaster Yuan. This fat old guy is acting as the mediator between them. Wu Dingming stands in the middle, speaking soothing words to Yuan Jingfu to cool his temper. How could a Grandmaster with such a legendary reputation get serious with a mere junior? But Yuan Jingfu, far from calming down, instead barks at Wu Dingming in frustration. Grandmaster Wu, don't you see this kid is slaughtering people indiscriminately? And he has zero respect for the referees. Shouldn't he be put down? However, Wu Dingming continues to try and talk him out of it. When two people stand on the martial arts stage, it means life or death is left to fate. Even though Ye Chen fought to kill, it was within the rules. Zhang Baogu's sneak attack broke the rules and he deserved to die. But out of sheer indignation, at that moment, Wu Dingming pointed his finger right in Yuan Jingfu's face, condemning his actions. But Yuan Jingfu, you are a referee. Why are you interfering in the duel? The one truly breaking the rules is you. But Yuan Jingfu maintained his stubborn stance. Wu Dingming's words fell on deaf ears, leading to an incredibly sharp comeback. Wu Dingming, what's your deal? You dare question me? Do you really think you can represent the Wu family behind you? If you're doubting me just to protect this kid, then I should probably take this up with the chairman. Hearing the threats from Yuan Jingfu, Wu Dingming stood there looking like a total fool, mouth agape. The chairman? Wu Dingming was likely terrified. Yuan Jingfu continued using his twisted logic to make Wu Dingming shut his trap. You'd better make it clear that this guy has no ties to the Wu family. So what if I kill him? Why do you even need to save him? Faced with Yuan Jingfu's aggressive shutting down tactics, combined with his immense influence and power, Wu Dingming began to waver slightly. Looking at Ye Chen, Wu Dingming thought for a moment. Though I hate to see such talent go to waste. He is an outsider after all. Yuan Jingfu is playing the chairman card against me, without a legitimate reason. This is going to be hard to handle. Seeing them bickering endlessly without stopping, Ye Chen asked irritably, "You guys done yet?" After thinking it over, Wu Dingming turned toward Ye Chen with a few words for him. "Ye Chen, let me ask you something." Suddenly being called by name made Ye Chen curious. Wu Dingming asked him, "Are you willing to join my Wu family?" The abrupt question left him stunned. Huh? Even his bewildered expression was incredibly handsome, mixed with a hint of innocence. That really made heads turn. The moment Wu Dingming's question hung in the air, the crowd below the arena erupted into a frenzy. They were totally hyped by today's match. Everyone is buzzing with excitement. Why join the Wu family? The Wu family is a prestigious martial arts lineage in Jiangnan province, boasting a 1,000-year history. The Wu patriarch is one of the highest-ranking grandmasters. With the Wu family lending a hand, Ye Chen would essentially hit the jackpot and skyrocket in status. Shu Ran, sitting in the stands, is also bewildered by the offer Wu Dingming made to Ye Chen. She bites her nails, thinking to herself, if I had accepted Ye Chen back then, the Chu family would have the Wu family's backing. We would have definitely reached the top in one go. Why didn't I see his potential earlier? Shu Ran is only now feeling the regret. But isn't it a little too late for that? Meanwhile, Yuan Jingfu can't take it anymore. This offer makes his blood boil and his ears steam. He screams, "Are you out of your mind? You want to bring this homicidal maniac into the Wu family? Aren't you afraid of what people will say?" He's beyond livid. Yuan Jingfu grinds his teeth, glaring at them in a rage. He didn't expect the man's resolve to be so firm. If he actually joins the Wu family, there's absolutely nothing I can do to that brat. But Ye Chen doesn't say a word. He just stands there like a total ditz. Wu Dingming takes his silence for consent, so he speaks up, saying, "Ye Chen, let's go. You're with the Wu family now. No one here will dare touch you." That's when Ye Chen finally fires back. "Wu Dingming, who exactly said I'm with your family, old man?" This response makes it crystal clear that Ye Chen has zero interest in joining the Wu family. Wu Dingming shouts in shock, "What?" He then turns to Ye Chen. "This is the only way to save your life." Ye Chen is so confident in his own skills that he couldn't care less about having the Wu family back him up, replying with a totally nonchalant tone, "Save my life? Who says I need saving?" He then channels his spiritual energy, his body instantly overflowing with power, as if to show that his own strength is anything but inferior. Ye Chen continues, "Sorry, I don't plan on joining any faction. And besides, isn't that guy named Yuan still alive and kicking? I can't just walk away like this." Hearing these reckless words from him, Shu Shiran was left in utter disbelief. Her eyes widened as she thought, oh my God. He rejected the Wu family? Is this guy's brain fried or what? This is a lifelong dream for so many martial artists. Yet he turned it down without a second thought. Even if he wants to die, he doesn't have to go this far. The regret she felt just moments ago has now turned into total disappointment for Shu Shiran. She sighed and muttered under her breath, "He really is a lost cause. You just can't help someone like that. My decision to ignore Ye Chen was the right call." Meanwhile, Wu Dingming felt equally let down. He finally gave up on the idea of recruiting him into the Wu family. Wu Dingming let out a helpless sigh and said, "If you're going to be that stubborn, then your life is your own responsibility." There were no words left to describe the depth of Wu Dingming's disappointment. Old man Wu could only be seen walking away dejectedly. As he left, he remarked sadly, "Though I hate to admit it, this is a classic mistake made by the young and restless." At this point, Yuan Jingfu no longer had any concerns about anyone backing Ye Chen, since the boy had flat-out refused all help. Old man Yuan glared at Ye Chen with pure hatred. Even though Ye Chen hadn't directly touched him, a red-hot fury flared up inside Yuan Jingfu. He said cold-heartedly, "Kid, you just cut off your only lifeline. In all my life, I've never met anyone as stupid and arrogant as you." But Ye Chen wasn't about to back down. A golden flame erupted from his body. Ye Chen got aggressive and snapped at Yuan Jingfu. "Shut your trap, you moron! It's only because of that gentleman earlier that you've lived a few extra minutes." Both are regaining that intense, fiery momentum from before. Luo Zhengguo is in the stands, worried sick about Ye Chen. Realizing the situation is spiraling out of control, he cried out internally, "Oh man, are you really going to fight, Mr. Yi? Don't do anything rash, your life is more important." Ye Longtian is just as worried. "What should I do? Should I stop them? But this is the palace master's wish. How am I supposed to handle this?" That hand once again raised a red flame. It was none other than Yuan Jingfu. He declared that 3 moves would be plenty to kill him. Having said that, he pointed his finger toward Ye Chen. His entire power was concentrated at the tip of his index finger. At this moment, Ye Chen made no move to resist. He was observing, having already seen through the mechanics of Yuan Jingfu's technique. At the critical second, he was lost in thought, focusing all his chi into his index finger. When Jingfu's voice kept ringing out, "You little brat, watch this first move closely!" Suddenly, Ye Chen's eyes widened in surprise. In a split second, he saw a red net-like grid closing in on him. With his agile reflexes and peak physical conditioning, he leaped up to escape that deadly trap. While mid-air, Ye Chen even showed off his flair as an alchemist. Playing around a bit, he hopped across the red energy threads as if he were just trolling him. Yuan Jingfu sensed the opponent's power. He was impressed, thinking to himself, he really is a beast. He's on a whole different level compared to those Shang and Chen guys. Let me get a real taste of your strength. Ye Chen intended to mess with Yuan Jingfu just a little bit longer. His expression turned devious as he thought, let's see what this Grandmaster ranked 400th on the list is actually made of. Someone watched those red streaks appear, shredding the rocks, and thought to themselves, Qitianren! Wu Hangming stood by, frowning deeply, as he thought. One of Yuan Jingfu's signature ultimate moves. It uses surplus chi in the atmosphere to form countless blade edges, slicing through everything they touch. This man is actually using such a high-level technique against a junior. But he looked over at Ye Chen and thought, that Ye Chen can actually dodge Yuan Jingfu's aerial attacks with such ease. I've never seen footwork like that before. Back on the stage, Ye Chen effortlessly dodged Yuan Jingfu's attacks and said, is that it? Old geezer. Ye Chen landed back on the ground and provoked him. If you can't even hit me, then this is pointless. He then continued to evade until the right moment, appearing right in front of Yuan Jingfu to launch a kick at him, and shouted, drop dead! Yuan Jingfu thought with excitement, no wonder Chen Yuanli lost. This kid actually has some skills, but mid-thought, he conjured another blade-like chi edge. Ye Chen didn't see this coming, and his eyes snapped wide in shock. After dodging so many times, finally, he was snagged by Yuan Jingfu's chi blade around his leg, restricting his movement. He said smugly, no matter how fast the bird, the net will catch it. Yuan Jingfu laughed out loud. Got you! Ye Chen glanced at him and thought, this chi thread is far weaker than the initial blade. I just need to channel my chi to break free. Yuan Jingfu shouted his second move. Ye Chen's eyes widened in alarm as he thought, crap. He was still preoccupied with how to escape the chi thread. I was careless and couldn't dodge. Yuan Jingfu landed a fatal blow to Ye Chen's stomach and roared, Flying dragon in the heavens! Ye Chen crashed to the ground. Surprisingly, he wasn't torn apart. He managed to brace himself on the ground with his hands and feet. Yuan Jingfu thought in a rage, this kid is weird. Even that couldn't kill him? If it were anyone else, they'd have a hole in their chest by now. Outside the arena, Wu Hangming thought, Yuan Jingfu's chi manipulation has reached a new level. Ye Chen might have survived that hit by pure luck, but he's severely injured. He's reached a dead end. Ye Chen suddenly coughed up blood. Clutching his chest wound with one hand, he thought, it seems, even though my cultivation techniques are superior, it's still hard to withstand a master of the chi movement realm. But nothing can hold him back. Ye Chen thought for a moment, then pulled out a stone. Wrapped in a swirling black mist, he smirked and said, I guess I have to use this. The surrounding energy began to branch out in all directions. Yuan Jingfu's eyes widened in shock as he thought, crap! I don't know what that kid is up to, but I have to kill him before he finishes. Watching Yuan Jingfu lunge at him, Ye Chen shouted, in your dreams. He unleashed his spiritual energy, preparing for the strike. Suddenly, Ye Chen vanished from the arena and appeared at the reincarnation graveyard. He opened his eyes, looking around in confusion. Is this the reincarnation graveyard? Ye Chen wondered. I was just at the martial arts stage and now I'm in the space of the reincarnation graveyard. Suddenly, a strange black mist seeped out from a tombstone. That was the tomb of the Slaughter Fist sect master, Luo Yun. A soul appeared. Your cultivation level is so low, kid. How on earth did you manage to control the reincarnation graveyard? Ye Chen asked. Are you Luo Yuntian? He thought to himself, he's way too strong. Just looking at him makes me feel like a total ant. Is this one of the ancient powerhouses within the graveyard? Luo Yuntian's soul replied, so that's the deal. I thought you could awaken all 100 experts beneath these 100 tombstones. But it's just me. He rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, wait, that's not right. Am I, Luo Yuntian, actually inferior to those guys? Oh, I guess I really am not on their level. Ye Chen asked him with a hint of frustration, what the heck are you talking about? Luo Yuntian, if you can control the reincarnation graveyard, then my legacy won't just disappear. It's a shame the spiritual energy in the outside world is so weak. The time I can exist is very short. He reached out both hands toward Ye Chen, preparing to act as he said, "Next, learn as much as you possibly can." Suddenly, Ye Chen's pupils turned golden, and the whites of his eyes turned pitch black. Then he returned to the arena. Wen Jingfu was still gearing up to attack him. Ye Chen gave a mysterious smile and said, "Look." He raised 2 fingers, effortlessly blocking Yuan Jingfu's strike. Stunned, the old man thought to himself, "How is this possible?" Yuan Jingfu panicked, his mind racing. Why did my full power attack get stopped by just a single finger? Suddenly, he was blown backward, crashing face down onto the stage. The floor was riddled with cracks, scattered with debris of all sizes. Wen Jingfu looked up and stammered, "Impossible, kid. What on earth did you do to me?" Ye Chen replied, "Aren't you supposed to be an expert at controlling true qi? I simply followed your lead and made your own qi flow in reverse. I didn't expect you to be this weak." He raised his hand again and said, "Next up." Ye Chen clenched his fist. A massive phantom hand appeared behind him, clenched exactly like his own. Ye Chen continued, "Let's end this farce." His expression went dark as he told Yuan Jingfu, "Go to hell." A flash of light streaked across. Huge boulders shattered into countless pieces. The hand, a blue phantom, loomed up, following Ye Chen's every move. Wen Jingfu cried out in despair, looking up. "How can this be? How can anyone manipulate true qi to such an extent?" Wu Hangming gasped in shock. To materialize a fist from qi so perfectly. Wang Jitun was also taken aback, saying, "Who the hell is this kid?" Yuan Jingfu thought in total despair. The gap between us is like heaven and earth. "No, I don't want to die yet." Thinking this, he looked up and pleaded, "Yeah, Grandmaster Yi, I was wrong. I was blind to your greatness." Even as the fatal blow was about to descend, Yuan Jingfu continued to beg desperately, "I beg of you, Grandmaster Ye, spare my life. I'll be your servant." Before he could finish his sentence, the cold, crushing blow slammed down. And just like that, the name Yuan Jingfu became a thing of the past. Ye Chen simply replied, "Be my servant? An ant like you doesn't have what it takes." The crowd in the stands began to whisper, "Yuan Jingfu. Yuan Jingfu was killed by a junior. What the hell just happened? The whole arena just blew up. Who exactly is this Ye Chen guy?" Zhou Fu turned to Zhou Zhengde and said, "Dad, he completely trashed the entire Wu Dao stage. Does Huaxia really have a master like this? Why do I feel like that person wasn't actually Ye Chen?" Zhu Chengde nodded in agreement. "I've got the same feeling." Ye Lingtian thought to himself, "I don't know how the Hall Master pulled it off, but this single battle is enough to go down in Huaxia's martial arts history. Looks like I need to pick up the pace. With the Hall Master's level of power, his path of conquest won't stop at Jiang City, nor just Jiangnan, but all of Huaxia." Wang Jitun turned and asked Wu Hangming, "Master Wu, is that guy really an ancient martial artist? Something feels off about this." Wu Hangming pondered and replied, "I'm afraid he's no mere martial artist." He added with a grave tone, "He is a cultivator." Wang Jitun gasped in disbelief, saying, "No way! So those world-ending cultivators actually exist? The legends say a Grandmaster is only the beginning." Could it be true? Wu Hangming called everything he had learned recently, and warned, "Ye Chen caused way too much of a scene this time. Once word gets out, he'll definitely become public enemy #1 in Jiangnan province, and potentially across all of Huaxia's martial arts circles. The major powers won't just sit back and watch. Someone with that kind of massive power, who doesn't play by the rules, is a threat." Wu Hangming continued, "And speaking of rules, right now hiding in the shadows is a powerhouse from the Martial Arts Association. If he gets away and leaks this news, forces from all over Huaxia might hunt Ye Chen down." A stranger in the stands muttered with pure hatred, "Ye Chen, how dare you kill the vice president of the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Association? Just you wait, you're dead meat." Suddenly, he sensed something sketchy, causing him to question everything. Ye Chen let out a cold smirk and a huff. His face darkened as he said, "So there's an accomplice too, huh?" The stranger suddenly realized and was stunned, preparing to retreat. "Crap! I've been spotted, gotta bail now." Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. A blue hand lunged forward with the intent to seize the stranger. He cried out in panic, "Damn it!" Immediately after, blood splattered everywhere. The stranger fell face first onto the ground. Seeing this, the bystanders started screaming, "Hey bro, you okay? Why did this guy suddenly cough up blood and collapse?" Ye Chen witnessed the scene and marveled. So powerful. Luo Yuntian's spirit appeared beside him and replied, "Impressive, right? When someone wants to kill, even if the opponent is 1,000 miles away, they can still be taken down effortlessly." Ye Chen's father continued, "The bigger problem now is that with such a huge scene, I'm afraid we'll be targeted by a certain group. Luo Yuntian then said, in that case, I'll help you modify their memories. Ye Chen sighed. Is it really that simple? Luo Yuntian put his hand to his chin and said, just a light tap on everyone's head here with true qi, more or less. Ye Chen said helplessly, you're not planning to kill everyone here, are you? Luo Yuntian spoke again. Altering memories doesn't mean erasing everything. One day, someone will follow the clues and piece together today's events. What you need to do now is keep getting stronger, to quickly meet the powerhouse of the second tombstone. With that, he channeled blue true qi into Ye Chen's hand. He said, don't touch Ye Lingtian. The others are up to you. Luo Yuntian then told him, understood. There's one person I'm quite interested in. Before I vanish, I want to have a chat with him. Ye Chen raised his hand. More blue mist began to swirl around him. Then they transformed into beams of light and shot forward, striking Zhufulu's head one by one. Chu Chengde, another beam of light shot into Su Shuran's head, along with the person next to her. Yet another beam lunged into Yingjing's head. Every single person present there had a blue beam of light charging straight into their foreheads. Yelongcheng looked around, wondering to himself, is the hallmaster behind this light? However, Wu Hongming was completely fine. He turned his head toward Wang Jizun in confusion and blurted out, Grandmaster Wang. He frowned and said, what on earth just happened? Luo Yuntian's image appeared and gave two choices. Pledge your loyalty to me or forget everything, and continue being a nobody. Suddenly, Wu Hangming reappeared on the stage, with Ye Chen standing right behind him. Wu Hangming thought to himself, Ye Chen, no, that's not right. He's like some high and mighty being. He frowned and pondered. Submit to a junior, I, Wu Dingming. Then he changed his mind. Wait, that's not it. Martial artists train for nothing but to get swole. Even if I trained for 100 years, I'd never witness a scene like today's. Ye Chen is the goat I've ever met in this life. Being his servant is actually a huge blessing. After making up his mind, Wu Dingming dropped to his knees, bowing before Ye Chen and shouting, I am willing to serve as Grandmaster Ye's slave. Hearing this, he reached out, pointed at Wu Hangming's head and said, I've placed true qi into your sea of consciousness. The moment you betray me, your energy will explode and kill you. Wu Hangming immediately replied, this lowly one wouldn't dare. Luo Yuntian said to Ye Chen, I still have a little time left. Find a quiet spot so I can fulfill my final mission. Ye Chen started walking and said, let's go. Very quickly, Luo Yuntian and Ye Chen returned to his villa. Inside the secret room of that villa, Luo Yuntian floated before Ye Chen and spoke. I know you have a lot of questions in your heart, but I don't have that much time to answer them. Luo Yuntian folded his arms and calmly continued. I know you're full of doubts, but I don't have that much time to answer them. Ye Chen thought for a moment and then asked, why were you trapped inside a rock? And why are you helping me? Luo Yuntian gave a mysterious look, glanced at Ye Chen and spoke. That's two questions. First, we aren't trapped in a rock, but inside the reincarnation graveyard. That rock just happened to contain the reincarnation graveyard. Second, the reincarnation graveyard chose you. You are the master of the reincarnation graveyard. Luo Yuntian gazed intently at Ye Chen and continued. The only thing we need to do is to clear all obstacles for you and help you become an immortal powerhouse. At this moment, Ye Chen began to ponder deeply and asked, last question, how can I activate the remaining 99 graves? Hearing this, Luo Yuntian explained, it requires your strength. Once they feel you are worthy enough, they will naturally be activated, or you must do something. That earns their proactive recognition. Besides, what's worth noting is, as awkward as it is, I am actually the weakest one in this graveyard. Yuntian continued. Ye Chen was stunned upon hearing this, his heart in total turmoil. Someone as terrifying as Luo Yuntian is the weakest? Does that mean the other ancient powerhouses can all tear through the void and destroy stars? Ye Chen continued to think, but Luo Yuntian's existence reminds me of Kunlun Shu. It's located deep within our Kunlun Mountains. I only spent 5 years there and already gained this level of strength. If there are beings who stay in Kunlun Shu all year round, just how terrifying would they be? Ye Chen's mind kept racing. As Ye Chen was lost in thought, Luo Yuntian suddenly interrupted him. I have 1 hour left. I will quickly impart all the knowledge I've gained in my life and pass it on to you. How much you can actually vibe with and learn depends on your own destiny. Ye Chen quickly sat cross-legged, not wasting a second before saying, got it. Still in that position, he hurriedly added, let's get this show on the road. Right after he spoke, Luo Yuntian immediately placed his finger on Ye Chen's forehead. Instantly, golden aura surged from Luo Yuntian's body and transferred in a flash. The entire secret room was plunged into darkness. In that darkness, it transformed into countless data fragments, flooding into Ye Chen's head. Ye Chen thought to himself, In an instant. So much info is crashing into my brain. God-tier martial skills and mental techniques. Even endless combat scenes. It's too much to take in all at once. Luo Yuntian spoke then, his voice sounding a bit raspy. You are the master of the reincarnation graveyard. That means you have 100 legends backing you up. Luo Yuntian's hand gradually pulled away from Ye Chen's forehead. Yuntian continued speaking. Now are you willing to call me? Master, I really don't want my life's work to just disappear from the world. Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes. He saw a weak Luo Yuntian slowly fading away. With a look of deep emotion, he said, Master! Hearing this, Luo Yuntian beamed with joy.
Ha ha ha, good.
Luo Yuntian, my life wasn't for nothing. I hope we cross paths again. As soon as he finished, Luo Yuntian vanished. Ye Chen kept staring at the spot, where Yuntian had just disappeared. Then the last bits of energy integrated into Ye Chen's mind. Ye Chen was stunned, rubbing his head. He still didn't get it. What did Luo Yuntian's last words mean? A chance to meet again? The tombstone was shattered. Didn't that mean he was gone for good, passing on into reincarnation? At this moment, Ye Chen felt an extremely powerful force surging from his dantian. It was bursting out of him. Ye Chen thought to himself, I feel like I'm about to break through. He immediately sat down to cultivate. Before long, the energy in Ye Chen's body surged like massive waves. He kept thinking to himself, breaking through the 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm. He continued to think, oh, the sensation of breaking through hasn't stopped, it's still rising. After the breakthrough, the powerful aura within him continued to expand, Ye Chen thought. All right, today I'll leap past an entire major realm. Qidong realm, break! A long roar shook the 9 heavens. Heavens! A wave of powerful energy continuously rippled through the room, shaking the entire villa area and everyone nearby. People nearby felt the ground trembling and panicked. What's going on? Is it an earthquake or did something explode? Quick, call the police! At this moment inside the secret room, Ye Chen opened his eyes. He saw the dust and debris he had caused all around him. He couldn't help but feel smug. I can't believe I actually stepped into the Qidong realm. If Yuan Jing stood before me now, I could kill him with 0 effort. More importantly, he continued to think, at this very moment, he sensed something else to be happy about. Ye Chen thought, I can sense another tombstone in the reincarnation graveyard. I can feel it now. Although the connection is still very weak, as long as I get a bit stronger, I'll definitely be able to activate it. Suddenly, the phone in Ye Chen's pocket started vibrating with a call. Ye Chen answered immediately. Hello? Sun Yi's voice came from the other end. Ye Chen, where are you right now? He replied, Sun Yi, I'm at home. Hearing that, Sun Yi shouted angrily. There was just a local earthquake right by the house. Didn't you notice it? Are you out of your mind? You're gonna worry this old lady to death! Ye Chen quickly replied to Sun Yi. What earthquake? I've been inside the whole time. I had no idea anything happened. Hearing that, Sun Yi continued. Phew, as long as you're okay. Then why aren't you hurrying over to Ruo Shui's? Today is her birthday, and she's been standing by the door waiting for you. Ye Chen panicked, thinking to himself, crap, how could I have forgotten about this? He immediately told Sun Yi, I'm on my way right now. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Soul Strike Force headquarters, Lei Shui fell into deep thought after hearing Ying Jing's report. He asked, You're saying Ye Chen killed 3 Grandmasters in a row? And even Yuan Jingfu didn't have a corpse left to bury? How is that even possible? Ying Jing nodded and explained, Yes, sir. Chen Guobao and Zhang Yuanli were completely flexed on, because Ye Chen's strength is just too cracked. But Yuan Jingfu's death was a bit sketchy. The only thing I remember is Yuan Jingfu's body exploding. I have no idea what caused it. A bolt of realization struck Lei Shui's mind. The only thing? Lei Shui continued, What do you mean by that? What do you mean, the only thing you remember? Why are you describing it like that? Lei Shui pressed on. Hearing the question, Ying Jing was stunned and scratched his head, saying, I can't really explain it myself. When I try to focus on that part of my memory, no matter how hard I try, I can't remember the details. It's just a blurry impression. Hearing this, Lei Shui stood up in shock. Memory wiping? Lei Shui immediately walked straight up to Ying Jing. Could there be a psychic user on the scene? I've met spiritual psychics before. They can indeed wipe someone's memories. Shui's reaction left Ying Jing dazed. Shui hurriedly pointed a finger at Ying Jing and continued, Are those clothes you're wearing the same ones from yesterday? Ying Jing nodded and replied, Yes, Chief. Upon hearing that, he spoke up. Then take off your pants for me. The request made Ying Jing feel awkward. Chief, I'm not into that kind of stuff. Seeing this, Lei Shui lost his temper and shouted, It's the belt! Give me your belt, you moron! Ying Jing quickly took off his belt. Lei Shui nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good, this will tell us everything." The belt buckle was some kind of device. Afterward, Yingjing carefully took out a memory chip and placed it inside a specific gadget, then plugged it into the computer. Yingjing held up his pants, his face filled with surprise. "I can't believe this button has such a high-tech camera." "Oh my God! Who could have guessed this? You really are the GOAT, Chief." At this time, Lei Shui spoke with a hint of helplessness on his face. "This is my ace in the hole. Compared to a soldier's privacy, national security is clearly a higher priority. I hope you can understand." Lei Shui focused on watching the footage. It was the missing memory fragment of Yingjing. The image of Ye Chen starting to unleash his skills appeared. The old man said, "The visual is out. Come take a look." Ye Chen killed Yuan Jingfu in a single hit and demolished the entire martial arts stage, which left Lei Shui stunned. "My God. Is he even human? Is this even possible for a person to do?" Lei Shui, his face covered in sweat, continued, "I suspect only someone, ranked in the top 50 of the Grandmaster list, could pull this off." "But Ye Chen is just in his 20s. Those in the top 50 are all old legends who've been famous for years. The two concepts are light years apart." Yingjing was also panicking, breaking into a sweat. "Chief, with the strength Ye Chen displayed in these images, it shows that even if our Dragon Soul Strike Force went all out, using every trick in the book, I'm afraid we still couldn't stop him." Suddenly, Lei Shui quickly pulled the device out, wiped all the data from the computer, and decisively slammed the laptop shut. Lei Shui's face darkened as he spoke. "Yingjing, you've been with me for so many years. You should know how serious this matter is. Forget everything you saw today. What you saw must absolutely not be leaked to anyone. Otherwise, I'll have you charged with treason." Hearing the order, Yingjing immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Lei Shui continued, "Although there were signal jammers around the arena, preventing any recordings, it doesn't mean others don't have anti-jamming gear, as specialized as ours. If these images were captured by someone on site, it could be a disaster." Lei Shui continued speaking while packing up the equipment. "Drop everything you're doing right now. Investigate everyone who was at the arena. If you find that anyone has any similar footage, I authorize you to use any means necessary. Wipe the files if anything goes sideways with the person. I'll handle it." Having finished his orders, Lei Shui finished putting the gear into the case and said again, "Arrange an SSS-class military aircraft for me immediately. I need to head to Zhongnanhai right now to report this to number 1. Hearing this, Yingjing replied, "Yes, Chief." Meanwhile, at the Pearl River Villa district, inside the mansion, it was bustling with a huge crowd of people. Sun Yi held a glass of wine in her hand, scanning the room as she thought to herself, "This place isn't just full of big shots from Jiangcheng. Even the elites of Jiangnan province are here. I've only ever seen many of these people on TV." Suddenly, Ruo Shui walked over from somewhere. Sun Yi was snapped out of her thoughts as Ruo Shui spoke. "Sun Yi, where is that guy? Why hasn't he shown up yet?" Sun Yi jumped slightly and immediately replied, "He should be here soon. I just gave him a nudge." Hearing that, Ruo Shui pouted. "He literally promised me, yet he still needs a reminder? Unbelievable." Suddenly, Mrs. Zia rushed over to Ruo Shui and said, "Rosha, there's a VIP guest that we need to welcome in person. You need to introduce yourself." She grabbed Zia Ruo Shui's hand and pulled her away. "It's that fiancé of yours." Hearing her mother's words, Ruo Shui was caught off guard. "He's here?" Mrs. Zia shook her head and continued, "Not him, but the Qin family's martial arts circle sent a Grandmaster to visit. It's a way for our Zia family to show our standing. That person is Qin Yuanqiang. Ranked 600th on the Grandmaster list, his power is terrifying. Our Zia family mainly focuses on business. We lack the protection of martial arts powerhouses." Mrs. Zia brought Ruo Shui over. She immediately said politely, "Mr. Qin, traveling from so far to attend my birthday party is truly an honor for me." Qin Yuanqiang cupped his hands and said cheerfully, "Miss Xia, no need for formalities. Our young master is currently in seclusion for a breakthrough, so he couldn't come out. I am here as his representative. Please forgive us after the party ends. Young Master Qin wants to invite you to the Qin residence for a meeting. I hope you'll do us the honor." Hearing this, Xia Ruoshui bit her lip slightly. She looked up with a somewhat forced smile and replied, "I appreciate young Master Qin's kind gesture. Ru Shi will keep it in mind. But I've been quite busy lately. Maybe another time." Ruo Shuk's words caused a stir among the guests at the party. What? Xia Ruoshui rejected the Qin family's request? In all of Jiangnan, who would dare to do that? No matter how rich the Xia family is, they're just a merchant family. How dare they provoke a martial arts family like the Qins? Mrs. Zia's face turned pale. Mr. Chin, my daughter is just joking. She will definitely go. She'll definitely go. Hearing this, Ruo Shui immediately countered, Mom, didn't we agree? I can stay in Zhangcheng for a while longer. I'm absolutely not going to the Chin family. Qin Yuanqiang's expression darkened. Radiating displeasure, he spoke up. Our young master doesn't like being rejected. He hates it. Once he's unhappy, the consequences are very severe. As soon as Yuanqiang finished speaking, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha! Qin Yuanqiang, you sure are acting tough. An old man spoke, as he slowly walked toward Yuanqiang, where Ruo Shui and Mrs. Xia were standing. Seeing the old man, Mrs. Xia exclaimed in surprise. Wu Dingming, she thought to herself. Oh my God, why is he here? I clearly invited the Wu family before, but they turned me down. Wu Shangming walked up to Xia Ruoxue and gave a respectful bow. To attend the birthday party of the Xi family's young lady, of course we had to come and give our best wishes. He wore a kind, gentle smile as he offered his congratulations. First, let me wish Miss Xia a very happy birthday. The guests from other families, seeing such a scene, began whispering and gossiping with one another. The Wu family are known to be total recluses. They rarely interact with other clans. Wu Xiangming also holds a very high status in the Wu family. His appearance here is enough to show the Wu family's stance. So the Wu family is showing respect to Xia Ruoxue? That sounds really weird. But she was the most talked about topic at the birthday party. Xia Ruoxue calmly placed her hand over her heart and expressed her gratitude to Xiangming. Thank you, Mr. Wu. He replied casually. No need for formalities, we're all on the same side. Wu Xiangming turned and said to Qin Yuanqiang, I heard. The young lady wants to stay in Zhangcheng for a few more days. Right? Isn't that just wonderful? In contrast to his smiling face, Qin Yuanqiang snapped back with a look of pure rage. Wu Xiangming, what the hell are you playing at? Everyone knows that in the future, Xia Ruoxue will belong to our Qin family. Xiangming folded his arms and replied, Don't get ahead of yourself. Nobody can predict what will happen down the road. Hearing that, Yuanqiang yelled furiously, You've got some nerve! You Wu family are no longer the Wu family of 1,000 years ago. Jiangnan province is no longer a place where you Wu family. Folks can just have everything your way. By offending the Qin family, you should know full well what the consequences are. Unfazed by the rude insults, Wu Xiangming just gave Yuanqiang a sidelong glance. He thought to himself, the Wu and Qin families are absolutely nothing. Ye Chen, the man I follow, is terrifyingly powerful. He can erase memories at will, and even trigger horrific celestial phenomena. Daring to steal his woman? The Qin family is about to be cooked. After a moment of silence, Wu Xiangming said arrogantly, Qin Yuanqiang, the Qin family is indeed stronger than the Wu family, but I, Wu Xiangming, represent the Wu clan, whereas you, Qin Yuanqiang, are nothing more than a lapdog for the Qins. Who do you think you are to compare yourself with me? But Qin Yuanqiang showed no fear, and snapped back, You're crossing the line! Wu Xiangming's expression darkened completely. A strange aura flickered faintly in his hand. He muttered coldly, Who do you think you're scaring with that flex? As he spoke, his spiritual energy slashed toward the face that was also shielded by Qin Yuanqiang's spiritual energy. Xiangming's force was so powerful it left a cut on his cheek, forcing Yuanqiang to turn away and call for a truce. Fine, we'll see about that. Wu Xiangming gave a petty scoff. Mrs. Xia nervously rubbed her hands and asked Xiangming, Oh, by the way, Mr. Wu, there's something I'd like you to check out. I recall, you were one of the referees for this martial arts duel. If you don't mind. What was the final result? Is that person named Ye Chen still alive? Hearing Ye Chen's name mentioned by her mother, Xia Ruoxue asked with deep concern, What duel? Why didn't I hear anything about this? Could something have happened to Ye Chen? Mrs. Xia replied mockingly, That's because Ye Chen has a death wish. I can't believe he actually accepted Grandmaster Chen Yuanli's challenge. He really doesn't know his place. It's like a fly trying to stop a train. She stammered and turned to ask Wu Xiangming, Mr. Wu, Ye Chen? Is Ye Chen still alive? He let out a surprised, Huh? Suddenly a voice rang out. A familiar voice rang out next to Ruoxue. Ruoxue, you're really something, you know. Even on my birthday, you haven't forgotten to curse me. Do you really hate me that much? As it turned out, the voice belonged to Ye Chen. He was dressed sharp, looking incredibly dapper and polite. Mrs. Xia was caught off guard seeing him and thought, He's still alive? That's impossible. He made enemies with 2 top-tier grandmasters, Chen Yuanli and Chang Baogu. How could they have possibly let Ye Chen walk away from that ring alive? Suddenly, a thud echoed through the air. Before anyone knew it, Wu Xiangming had dropped to his knees before Ye Chen. He bowed respectfully and said, Wu Xiangming of the Wu family pays his respects to Mr. Ye. Witnessing such a bizarre sight, the crowd began to whisper fervently to one another. What's going on? The mighty Wu Xiangming, a Grandmaster of the Wu clan ranked in the top 500, is showing such deep respect to a mere youngster? Good Lord, I must be dreaming. Mrs. Jia's jaw hit the floor. She screamed internally, This is insane. Everyone's lost it. Wu Xiangming has definitely lost his mind. What on earth could make him kneel before that brat? If the Wu clan finds out about this, it will trigger a massive wave of outrage. Just watch. Meanwhile, Xia Rushui felt a surge of pride, thinking, not just the Zhu family. Even the Wu family regards Ye Chen so highly. With their support, Ye Chen truly has what it takes to stand up to the Qin family. Qin Yuanqing stood at a distance, thinking to himself, the look in Xia Ruoshui's eyes is the look of someone watching the person she loves. No one has the right to touch. Young master's woman, not even someone backed by the Wu family. Ye Chen chuckled with his hands on his hips and said, Stand up kneeling like that has suddenly turned me into the center of attention. Everyone's staring at me now. After all, it's someone's birthday party. Xiangming replied politely. Yes, Mr. Ye, you're right. After that, he happily turned to talk to Xia Ruoshui. Ruoshui, happy birthday. I'm a bit late. You won't be mad at me. Will you? She pouted and scolded Ye Chen. Of course I am. I definitely am. If you don't give me a gift today, that makes me happy. This young lady here is going to be very upset. Ye Chen said confidently, Don't worry, to me, no other. Item is as valuable as what I have in my pocket. This gift is guaranteed to make you happy. Ye Chen patted his pocket. Others heard this and mocked him. Pfft, this kid sure knows how to yapping. Everyone here is either filthy rich or holds serious power. Think they wouldn't bring top-tier gifts? The audacity of this guy to say that out loud? Mrs. Xia nudged Ruoshui. It's time. You need to get on stage now. 3 generations of the Xia family stood on the stage. Mrs. Xia took the mic and addressed the crowd. Thank you all for traveling so far to be here. For my granddaughter's birthday party, we are especially honored by the presence of the Qin family. Ye Chen looked up at the stage and thought to himself, that must be Ruoshui's grandmother. She still looks quite healthy. The Xia family is truly filial. Suddenly, Tony stood beside him. She frowned and asked, Where have you been all this time? I couldn't find you anywhere. Ye Chen replied, Just dealing with some trouble. Nothing worth mentioning. Tony suddenly said, Ye Chen, look. The gift-giving has started. Someone's already heading up to the stage. A man holding a Buddha statue said, This is Imperial Jade. It cost me 50 million to acquire, and it took 2 months to carve. To craft this Jade Guanyin statue. I hope Miss Xia will like it. Other guests saw the man's gift and immediately began to criticize. Ha, is this guy stupid or what? The Xia family holds the economic lifeblood of the entire Jiangnan province in their hands. The one thing they don't lack is money. Isn't giving this just embarrassing himself? Sun Yi heard them talking and couldn't help but feel uneasy. No way, she thought. Even a gift that expensive is considered nothing? What should I do now? The gift I prepared is probably even more basic. Ye Chen comforted her. Don't worry, rather than the price tag. Ruoshui cares much more about the thought. Your sincerity is second to none. Sun Yi gave a weak smile and replied, Well said. I like the sound of that. Then she puffed out her chest and said, All right. It's my turn to go up on stage next. Sun Yi smiled brightly. In her hand, she held a carefully wrapped gift, which she then handed over to Xia Ruoshui, who was standing right in front of her. Seeing this, Xia Ruoshui jokingly teased her best friend. Hey, you're my bestie. If you dare to play me, I won't let you off easy. Sun Yi happily replied, Don't you worry. I can't say it's priceless, but it's 100% sincere. Xia Ruoshui opened the gift box. Then she exclaimed excitedly, Wow, this is... It was a tiny house, looking just like a dollhouse, Sun Yi explained. This is our home, a scale model I built by hand. There are even 2 minifigures of us in the living room. Through the window, one could see 2 dolls made in the likeness of Xia Ruoshui and Sun Yi chatting with each other. Seeing them, Ruoshui was amazed. Wow, it's so delicate, I love it. Xia Ruoshui pulled her best friend into a tight hug and exclaimed happily, Sun Yi, how are you this talented? I love you so much. Sun Yi also said blissfully, Hey, of course, you better take good care of it. Wu Dingming laughed heartily and spoke, Ha ha! This sisterly bond is truly touching. Next, I'll present a small gift of my own. He slowly walked up to Ruoshui and said humbly, I came in a hurry this time and didn't have time to prepare. I'll give this jade pendant that I carry with me to Miss Xia. I hope all of Miss Xia's wishes come true. He pulled out a green jade pendant and casually handed it to Ruoxue. When Mrs. Zia saw that object, she was shocked and slightly terrified. She thought, "What jade pendant? That's clearly the Wu clan token." Holding the Wu clan token is equivalent to directly receiving the protection of the entire Wu family. Its value is beyond imagination. She hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. "Mr. Wu, please take it back. Ruoxue cannot possibly accept this." Sheng Ming replied casually, "Why wouldn't she be able to accept it? Miss Xia is no ordinary person." As he spoke, he placed the jade pendant into Ruoxue's hand. "Actually, compared to the relationship between Miss Xia and Mr. Ye, this is insignificant. I hope to drink your wedding wine soon. When that time comes, I will surely prepare an even grander gift." Hearing this, everyone in the hall was stunned. Xia Ruoxue stuttered shyly, Wedding wine?" The people around started whispering among themselves. "Holy crap, this is huge! Who doesn't know about the engagement between the Xia and Qin families? Wu Dingming actually dared to ship that kid with Xia Ruoxue in public. He's literally picking a fight." Qin Yuanqiang let out a cold snort. He was now radiating killing intent as he threatened Wu Dingming. "Wu Dingming, I hope you know your place. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you." He laughed back. "Ha ha, I've always known exactly where I stand." Yuanqiang also pulled out a jade pendant and said with a smirk, "The Wu clan token is nothing, Miss Xia. My Qin family's protection order is the real deal. Furthermore, the Qin family has prepared an additional private gift for Miss Xia." He held out a small box. He flipped the lid open to reveal a round pill inside, glowing with incredibly vibrant colors. Qin Yuanqiang explained, "This is the soul drunk pill. Anyone without a cultivation background who takes this pill will not only immediately become a powerful warrior, but can even reach the peak of inner strength in one step." The guests were once again blown away. Darn, a soul drunk pill. It completely outshines all the other gifts. The Qin family is way too generous, no cap. The Qin family in Jiangnan province is ranked third among the martial arts clans. Their hidden power is terrifying. Of course they're bawling like this. Mrs. Zia, although feeling a bit panicked inside, still smiled brightly as she accepted the gift. "Oh my, young Master Qin is truly thoughtful. I'll accept this on her behalf then. I'll definitely have Ruoxue pay you a visit another day." Before she could even take it, the items suddenly vanished. Both the jade pendant and the Qin family's soul-drunk pill were thrown onto the ground. A man's foot stomped down hard on those precious gifts. Ye Chen gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "How dare you give such trash to Ruoxue?" Seeing the Qin family's jade pendant shattered to pieces, Mrs. Zia was struck with panic and anxiety. She barked at him, "Ye Chen, what do you think you're doing? Are you insane?" Qin Yuanqiang was filled with murderous intent. He dropped into a combat stance. He threatened Ye Chen, "You dare destroy a gift from young Master Qin? You must have a death wish," he snorted coldly. Then he nonchalantly pulled out a handful of soul-drunk pills. He countered calmly, "That kind of expired medicine would only give Ruoxue a stomachache. If Ruoxue wants some, she can eat her fill of mine, and it'll actually keep her healthy." The crowd was absolutely floored yet again. "God, the aroma of those pills is so strong. Look, that kid's pills even have pill veins on them. Those are clearly top-grade pills. Extremely rare and precious. Compared to these, the Qin family's pills are basically trash." He wasn't lying. Mrs. Zia panicked deep down inside. Her face turned completely pale. "I know he's an ancient martial artist, and I know he's got skills. But how on earth does he have so many pills? Especially top-tier ones like those? Coupled with Wu Dingming's attitude, could it be that behind him, Ye Chen has a terrifyingly powerful force backing him up?" Ye Chen placed the pills one by one into Ruoxue's hand. He asked her, "Why are you just standing there? Take them." Xia Ruoxue hurried to accept them as he smiled and said, he then brought out a carefully wrapped gift. "The pills were just a bonus. Actually, the real gift I wanted to give you is this. Open it up. If you don't like it, I'll do the laundry for you and Sun Yi for a whole year." Xia Ruoxue teased him. "For real? I'm pretty picky, you know." Suddenly, her eyes widened. Inside the box was a stunningly decorated necklace. Its highlight was the ocean blue jade pendant that looked absolutely radiant, noble and luxurious. Seeing it, people began to scoff. "Man, what is this? All that mystery for just a piece of jewelry?" And here I was, actually getting my hopes up. Haha, right? The necklace emitted a blue glow, looking exceptionally striking. At the sight of it, Xia Ruoxue burst into tears. She sobbed and said, "The spirit tear! It's grandfather's spirit tear! It's back!" She turned to her grandmother and said, "Grandmother, look!" The old lady was also already choking up. "Yes, it's real. the spirit tear that the old man made with his own hands for Ruoxue before he passed. Mrs. Xia, also wiping away tears, asked through her sobs, "It really is father's spirit tear. Where on earth did that kid find it?" Ye Chen asked with a gentle smile. "Do you like it?" Xia Ruoxue cried. Her tears flowed freely, but they were all tears of happiness. Ruoxue replied through her sobs, "I like it. I really love it. I love it so much. This is the best gift I've ever received in my life." Ye Chen looked at her tears and rubbed his head awkwardly. He tried to comfort Xia Ruoxue by teasing her. "As long as you like it, at least now, I don't have to do your laundry for a year." Suddenly, a warm, soft sensation brushed lightly against Ye Chen's cheek. It turned out that Ruoxue, out of nowhere, had jumped on him and planted a kiss on his cheek. All the guests at Ruoxue's birthday party were stunned to see Ruoxue kissing Ye Chen. OMG, what am I even seeing right now? Xia Ruoxue is one of the 3 golden flowers of Jiangnan. Her family background, her looks, and her figure are all considered top tier. Everyone's jaws dropped at the unbelievable scene unfolding before them. The main issue was that she is the fiancée of the Qin family's young master. Kissing another man in public like this is basically cheating on the Qin family for everyone to see. Xia Ruoxue slowly pulled away after kissing Ye Chen. Blushing with joy, she thanked him for the gift he gave her. "Thank you, Mr. Secretive." Qin Yuanqiang, seeing his master's fiancée kiss someone else, saw red and exploded with rage. "Xia Ruoxue, do you even realize what you're doing?" Qin Yuanqiang couldn't hold back his fury. He raised his hand high, ready to slap Xia Ruoxue. "You shameless brat! Today I'll teach you a lesson on the young master's behalf." Just as Qin Yuanqiang was about to strike, his hand was suddenly stopped in front of Xia Ruoxue. Out of nowhere, Ye Chen's fist knocked away Qin Yuanqiang's hand that was about to slap Xia Ruoxue. Ye Chen and Qin Yuanqiang stood nose to nose, glaring at each other with sharp, hostile eyes. You've gone too far." Qin Yuanqiang grit his teeth, staring at Ye Chen in a rage. But before he could say another word, Ye Chen didn't give him a chance to linger. He delivered a painful, bone-crushing slap to Qin Yuanqiang. Qin Yuanqiang was sent flying backward by the force of the blow. He landed hard, crashing into the corner of a table. Qin Yuanqiang was down. With a scratched face and a bloody mouth, he was about to say something to Ye Chen. "You bastard, I am—" But before Qin Yuanqiang could finish, Ye Chen loomed over him and stomped his foot straight down, crushing Qin Yuanqiang beneath him. Following Ye Chen's strike, the air was filled with a thick cloud of white dust. The guests stood there frozen, staring blankly at the scene before them. Ye Chen looked down coldly, grinding his foot into Qin Yuanqiang's body. He spoke to Qin Yuanqiang with a powerful voice, both chillingly detached and slightly tinged with anger. "What even is the Qin family? Even if your patriarch came himself, the result would be the same." Everyone was terrified, seeing Ye Chen treat a member of the Qin family like that. Pure fear washed over the room. "Oh my God, has Ye Chen lost his mind? How dare he say such things to the Qin family? If the Qin patriarch actually shows up, this place is going to turn into a bloodbath." Ye Chen held his head high and looked down at Qin Yuanqiang with utter contempt, showing total disdain for the Qin family. "You should be glad today is Ruoxue's birthday. Otherwise, you'd be a dead man. I don't want your blood dirtying up the place." After Ye Chen finished speaking to Qin Yuanqiang, he raised his leg, preparing to kick him away. He stared at Ye Chen's foot in absolute shock and panic. "Beat it!" Ye Chen put some power into a kick that sent him flying. Qin Yuanqiang tumbled and spun toward the entrance of the banquet hall. Qin Yuanqiang soared out the door, spitting out a mouthful of blood from the force of the kick. Splatter. In an instant, Qin Yuanqiang crashed into something outside and came to a dead stop. Wincing in pain, Qin Yuanqiang slowly opened his eyes, intending to report everything back to the Qin family. "Just you wait, you brat. I'll tell the patriarch and he'll make sure there's nothing left of you." Ye Chen, having finished off Qin Yuanqiang, ordered Wu Dingming to handle the cleanup. "Make it quick. Understood. Wu Dingming, take that Qin dog out of here. Make it quick and clean. I don't want Ruoxue to see any blood. Understood?" Wu Dingming immediately took the order and prepared to head out to deal with Qin Yuanqiang. Wu Dingming bolted out instantly, leaving a trail of light behind from his high speed. After that, all that could be heard was a scream coming from Qin Yuanqiang. Everyone stood there in terror, trembling at the sound of Qin Yuanqiang's shrieks. Is he really not afraid of the Qin family's revenge? Even Wu Dingming is making a move. This is basically pushing the Wu family into a corner. They should know that the Qin family's wrath is not something he or the declining Wu family can handle. Seeing this, Mrs. Xia couldn't help but feel a bit worried for Ye Chen's life. after he treated the Qin family like that. He's so young, yet already possesses such immense strength. The power backing him must be significant too. It's not that Ruo Shui couldn't be with him. It's just a pity he's about to be torched by the Qin family's anger. After finishing her thoughts, Mrs. Jia asked Ye Chen to come with her for a moment. Ye Chen, come with me for a bit. Scene change. Ye Chen had been taken to a guest room by Mrs. Xia, who then poured him some tea. Care for some tea? This is my family's special black tea. Outsiders rarely get to drink this. Oh? You're actually pouring tea for me? What, you afraid it's laced? Ha ha! Why would I be afraid of poison? There's no poison you could find that would actually kill me. The steaming hot cup of tea was served in an elegant cup on the table. After Mrs. Jia finished pouring the tea for Ye Chen, she sat down to talk. Look, Ye Chen, I have to say, your recent actions have really been an eye-opener. I admit I misjudged you before. You really are a talented kid. Did you call me here just to tell me that? When Mrs. Xia heard Ye Chen's response, she shook it off and got down to business. Of course not. It's about Ruo Shui's engagement to the Qin family. Did you know about it? An engagement? I've never heard her mention that. Looking exhausted, Mrs. Jia rested her hand on her forehead and began telling Ye Chen the backstory. This goes back a long time. The Jia family might be a prominent clan in Jiangnan province, but we only control a portion of Jiangnan's economic lifeline. You must realize that for any family to grow large and survive in the long run, they need the protection of martial arts forces. Mrs. Jia explained how Ruo Shui's father joined forces with the Qin family to ensure the Jia family's safety. But this is the Xia family's greatest weakness. Even though we have the few Grandmaster-level experts, it's still not enough. For years, Ruo Shui's father has been searching for a martial arts family for a marriage alliance. Only the Qin family agreed. You could say, the Qin family is the only path forward for the Jia family. After explaining why the Xia family had to arrange this marriage with the Qins, Mrs. Jia quickly tried to justify herself to Ye Chen. I know you hate me. After all, I've done a lot of things. That would make anyone despise me. But it was all for the Xia family and for Ruo Shui. If we didn't have this engagement with the Qin family, given the Wu and Chu families backing you, I'd be more than happy to let you and Ruo Shui be together. Mrs. Jia knew there was no turning back now, so she revealed what the Qin family would likely do next. But it's too late now. The Qin family is undoubtedly going to launch a brutal, frenzied revenge. Unless the Chu and Wu families want to be wiped out, there's no way they'll be able to help you. Mrs. Jia tried her best to convince Ye Chen to stay away from Ruo Shui, just so he could stay alive. I'm telling you this for your own good. Leave Ruo Shui before word reaches the Qin family. Get out of Jiang City immediately. Go somewhere where no one can find you. This is your only shot at staying alive. Ye Chen crossed his arms, thinking about something. Then he asked about one thing that puzzled him. The Qin family of Jiangnan is a big deal. But compared to the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Association, who's actually more powerful? Hearing Ye Chen's question, Mrs. Jia raised a finger and began to explain her view on the matter. The two are fundamentally different. The Martial Arts Association is a special organization, deeply tied to the interests of many martial clans. Both the Qin and Wu families are involved in it. There's really no comparison. If we're talking about raw influence, the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Association is on a completely different level than the Qin family. After hearing that, Ye Chen let out a mysterious smirk. I see. Ye Chen quickly stood up to leave, but Mrs. Xia called out to stop him. Are you heading out? Peace out then. I can set up a private jet for you. Ye Chen turned back, looking at Mrs. Xia with an intense, deadly aura. The world might be huge, but there's no power that can make me. Ye Chen, bow down. If the Qin family wants to play with fire, I don't mind ripping them out by the roots. With that, Ye Chen walked out and slammed the door hard. Seeing Ye Chen leave like that, Mrs. Jia was at a loss for words. On a quiet night in a fancy luxury villa, high-end, Ye Chen sat on the bed with a heavy sigh, looking drained. He rested his hand on his forehead and said wearily, I'm so beat lately. I really need to crash and get some sleep. A pair of slender, dainty bare feet stepped quietly into Ye Chen's room. Ye Chen's eyes snapped open, staring at the door, as if he had just detected someone. Dressed in short pajamas, she pushed the door open to check on him. You're not asleep yet? I'm getting ready for bed. Can't you sleep? A moment later, I sat down on the bed where Ye Chen was sitting, leaving him completely stunned. Ruo Shui said she's not coming back tonight. Yeah, I know. I wanted to talk to you about what happened today. Suddenly, Sun Yi shot him a look and asked about Ruo Shui kissing Ye Chen this morning. Ruo Shui kissed you today, didn't she? What was it like? Ye Chen started stammering, hesitantly answering Sun Yi's question. It was all right, nothing special. Then Sun Yi took the initiative and kissed Ye Chen. Right after the kiss, Sun Yi asked Ye Chen a question. Who was better, me or Ruoshui? Ye Chen pondered for a moment, not knowing how to handle this. How should I put this? Ye Chen turned toward Sun Yi, raised a finger and spoke to her. The way you two kiss is totally different. It's really hard to judge. Why don't you kiss my cheek and I'll think about it? But Sun Yi couldn't wait, so she immediately rushed over to hug Ye Chen and demanded a quick answer. Ugh, stop being so smooth. Tell me now, who's better? Obviously, you're the best. In his heart, Ye Chen still didn't know who to choose. Women are just too unpredictable. Are you kidding? Praising another woman? Right in front of one? How could I be so stupid to do something like that? Sun Yi was delighted after hearing Ye Chen's answer. She flopped onto the bed, laughing loudly and cheerfully. Sun Yi reached out to touch Ye Chen's face. Sun Yi placed her hand on Ye Chen's shoulder and whispered something to him. I don't know if you're lying or not, but I'm really happy to hear it. So this queen has decided to claim you tonight. But suddenly, Sun Yi felt something and froze, unable to move. Ye Chen quickly pinned Sun Yi down and spoke to her directly. I'm not letting you take the lead. Ye Chen gently lifted Sun Yi's chin, leaned in close, and talked to her. If you want to claim me, let's see if you've got what it takes. Ye Chen was having a good time when suddenly his phone started ringing off the hook. The phone hadn't been ringing for long before a surge of power shattered the entire device. Ye Chen angrily destroyed the phone because it interrupted his vibe. Damn it, I can't let such a good moment be ruined. After trashing his phone, Ye Chen gently turned back to Sun Yi and told her to pick up where they left off. Let's keep going. But just as things were getting good again, that phone ringtone started blaring once more. Ye Chen was fuming, about to smash this phone too. Sun Yi immediately hugged Ye Chen to stop him. You were about to break the phone! Stop! Why are you trying to trash this one too? That one is mine! Sun Yi grabbed her phone to see what was up. Why were both phones ringing at the same time? It's just a phone, I don't care. I'll buy you a better one later. It's President Shen. Sun Yi tried to reason with Ye Chen to get him to answer the call just this once. If both our phones are ringing, it must be something important. Just answer it, Ye Chen. Hearing Sun Yi's words, he reluctantly answered the phone, though he was still ticked off. The phone finally got the mood right, only to be cut short. Fine. Ye Chen took Sun Yi's phone and checked in with Shen Haihua to see what the status was. What's going on, Shen Haihua? Shen Haihua was in a panic as he urged Ye Chen to get over there and check the situation immediately. It was an emergency. Mr. Yes, something bad has happened. The formula! Someone is stealing the formula! Scene changes to the Tianzheng group at night. Tianzheng group. Inside the room was a safe that had been brutally smashed open, and all the important items stored inside were completely gone. Ye Chen was quite taken aback by the scene before him, and asked Shen Haihua to explain what the hell was going on. Give me a rundown of what happened. Shen Haihua was in a state of panic as he laid out the whole situation for Ye Chen. Around 8 p.m. tonight, a group of people forcefully breached the entrance and stormed the headquarters. The elite guards on duty were all killed. The medicinal formulas and vital documents were all stolen. Ye Chen was genuinely surprised that the safe was so easily compromised and opened by someone else. The safe was destroyed? That's impossible. I placed a spiritual seal on it, without a key. It's impossible to break through with brute force alone. Even if they tried, I would have sensed it. This safe was opened normally first, then staged to look like a forced entry. Shen Haihua, visibly anxious, reported a suspicious individual to Ye Chen. And then Lu Juan vanished. He's definitely the mole. Otherwise, there's no way they could have found the formula's location so easily. Ye Chen seriously considered the identity of the thieves. The people who hit this place weren't just common thugs. Ye Chen noticed that even the elite warriors under Ye Lingtian, who were formidable in their own right, had been effortlessly taken down by the intruders. While on guard, the men stationed here were Ye Lingtian's top-tier bodyguards, Grandmasters who helped the king of Jiangnan conquer the region. Yet they were wiped out with 0 survivors, their defenses broken through so easily. Shen Haihua felt guilty for failing Ye Chen and offered his sincerest apology. But Ye Chen didn't need an apology right now. I'm so sorry, Mr. Ye. This oversight is completely on me. Lu Jiwan was my man. Please punish me. It's fine, that's not the point. With a dark expression, Ye Chen commanded Shen Haihua, come with me to examine the victims. Let's see if we can find any clues. Now is not the time to point fingers. Let's go check the bodies first. Shen Haihua led Ye Chen to where the corpses were kept. What caught Ye Chen's eyes were bodies of the fallen elite warriors. Ye Chen was filled with rage upon seeing them, furious at the intruders who had slaughtered the guards. On duty, Ye Chen knelt down to examine the wounds and realized they had all been tortured to death. Ye Chen placed his hand on a corpse's chest and said, "Their methods are incredibly brutal. It looks like they actually enjoyed the torture." Manhwa, standing nearby, finally spoke up about the theft of the precious formulas. "What should we do now? The main problem is, even the secret formula has been stolen. The formula isn't important at all." Ye Chen was now deeply incensed at the thieves, because the elite warriors had been killed. "If the formula is lost, I can rewrite it, but once their lives are gone, they can never be brought back." Seeing Ye Chen's fury, Manhwa quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ye, I misspoke." Afterward, Ye Chen asked to check the security cameras, but they had been trashed. "Have you checked the CCTV? The cameras were destroyed. I've assigned people to recover the data, but the success rate is very low." Hearing that the chances were slim, Ye Chen told Manhwa to look for other clues and compensate the victims' families. "Then find clues elsewhere. Comfort the families. Aside from the insurance, give each family an extra 10 million. "Yes, sir." Manhwa was stunned, lost in thought. 10 million. Mr. Yi truly cares about his subordinates as people. As Ye Chen stood there, he turned and noticed one of the bodies, clutching something tightly in its hand, not letting go. Ye Chen walked over and pried open the corpse's palm, pried open to see what the man was clutching so tightly in his hand. When Ye Chen picked it up to inspect it, he saw a badge with a bizarre shape and was quite surprised. "This is a family crest." Ye Chen felt a sense of grim satisfaction that Ye Lingtian's subordinate had struggled to leave a clue for him. He held it up for Manhwa to see as well. As expected of Ye Lingtian's men, even in their final moments, they managed to leave us a lead. With this, we'll find out who did this. Who exactly was it? Scene changes. Over here, Yingjing's phone started ringing. The caller ID was hidden. Yingjing picked up, sounding curious. "I'm Yingqin. How did you get this number?" Ye Chen spoke to Yingjing, using Manhwa's phone, as his own was already destroyed. "Yingjing, my phone is busted. I'm using Manhwa's phone to reach you." "Understood." "What's the matter, then?" Ye Chen sent a photo of the family crest to Yingjing for him to check out and investigate. "Investigate something for me. I've already sent the photo to you." Yingjing held the phone in his hand, looked at the photo Ye Chen sent, and was quite shocked. "Isn't this the crest of the Wu Huang Society?" "The Wu Huang Society." Next, Yingjing told Ye Chen more about the background of the Wu Huang Society. The Wu Huang Society is an overseas dark force. Not only is their influence spread globally, but they've repeatedly tried to get their hands on Huaxia. The head of the Wu Huang Society is named Beija. In his own territory, he is invincible. He has a massive arsenal. Yingjing continued to describe that Beija guy, his reputation in his home country. In their country, Beija is practically a godlike existence. Yingjing mentioned that he had crossed paths with them before. Although he won, the losses were too heavy. They and I once had a battle domestically. Though we drove them out, we lost 7 good men. The people of the Wu Huang Society are no joke. Seeing the situation, Yingjing immediately informed Ye Chen. Someone once mentioned it. He told Ye Chen everything he knew about the Wu Huang Society's whereabouts. Not long ago, there were reports of a group from the island nation arriving. If I'm not mistaken, they must be from the Wu Huang Society. They are currently staying at the Harbor Sun Hotel in Jiangnan City. Word is the Wu Huang Society has some skin in that hotel. Ye Chen smiled coldly and said to Yingjing, "Send me the address of that hotel, now!" Manhwa felt a wave of anxiety when he heard Ye Chen was planning to confront the Wu Huang Society.
"Mr. Yi,
"Are you really going to face the Wu Huang Society?" Ye Chen only gave Manhwa a chilling smirk. One's country is the foundation of their existence. These people were living the good life, yet they came all this way to Huaxia just to throw their lives away. In that case, I'll be happy to help them along. Scene shifts to the hotel. Harbor Sun Hotel, Jiangnan City, at night. Inside the hotel at this hour, a group of men dressed in sleek, expensive suits sat together deep in conversation. A massive bald man among them puffed on a cigarette and spoke up. "Akita-kun, I never expected our trip to Huaxia this time would yield such a massive harvest. The emperor must be watching over us." The man with blonde hair, Akita-kun, replied to the hulking bald man, "Uehara-kun, you've got it all wrong. The emperor only protects the commoners. We should be thanking Lord Beija." Akita and Uehara laughed and joked as they chatted with each other. They seemed very pleased with themselves. "Akita-kun is right. We truly owe it all to Lord Beija. Lu Jiwen stood before the two of them, brown-nosing, and trying to stay in their good graces. My lords, I believe I deserve some credit for this success too. So about that matter we discussed earlier, Uehara laughed loudly while talking to Lu Jiwen, telling him not to worry about it. Relax, Lu Jiwen. For a loyal servant of the Empire like you, we've always been very generous. Uehara-kun said gleefully, slinging his massive arm around Lu Jiwen. Wasn't it Japanese citizenship? And 30 million US dollars? You'll get it. We'll make it happen in a bit. Lu Jiwen held up 2 fingers, his face showing that he wanted them to cough up the cash up front. Can't we do it right now? Even just a portion of it would work. I betrayed the Tianjin group. I can't stay in Huaxia anymore. At least give me some getaway money. Unexpectedly, this completely ticked off the bald guy. He slapped his hand onto Lu Jiwen's head. Are you trying to tell me how to do my job? The hulking bald man grabbed Lu Jiwen by the head and slammed him violently to the floor. What right does a slave have to bargain? Do you think we're scammers or something? After throwing him down, the bald man slowly approached Lu Jiwen again. And so what if I don't give you a dime? Serving the Empire is your damn honor. Lu Jiwen's expression shifted as he thought, damn it. I shouldn't have trusted these 2 islanders. Now that I've betrayed my country, there's no place left for me in all of Huaxia. My life is pretty much toast. At that moment, the blond man sneered, seeing Lu Jiwen in such a pathetic state. You still dare to hold a grudge? A dog without enough loyalty is useless to keep around. Finish him off. When Lu Jiwen heard the blond man order his death, he cowered in sheer terror, trembling with anxiety. Wait a second! Lu Jiwen immediately fell to his knees, begging them to spare his life. I don't need anything at all. Please, have mercy, don't kill me. The bald man showed zero pity. He just mocked Lu Jiwen further. You lowly Huaxia trash, you deserve to die. Just as they were enjoying themselves, a voice rang out from nowhere, catching the 2 of them completely off guard. Let me set the record straight. Ye Chen leaped in through the hotel window, their room, perched on the window ledge. The only trash here is that guy kneeling on the floor. Don't drag Huaxia into this. Ye Chen stood outside the window, his voice icy. As for you lot, you're just pathetic runts lower than vermin. At the towering Harbor Sun Hotel in Jiangnan City, the lights blazed through the night. Ye Chen leapt into their room and demanded furiously, Who gave you the balls to come looking for trouble on my turf? As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, the entire room went dead silent. Everyone turned their gaze toward Ye Chen. The blonde-haired man asked coldly, utterly baffled as to how Ye Chen could have climbed up to the 18th floor through a window. How the hell did you get up here, kid? This is the 18th floor. How is that even possible? Off to the side, Lu Jiwen wailed, pleading with Ye Chen for help. Mr. Ye, save me, please, save me. The hulking bald man cracked his knuckles, warming up as he stared coldly at Ye Chen. Mr. Ye, so you're the Huaxia guy. Full of bravado, the bald man ordered his lackeys to take care of Ye Chen. Break that kid's limbs, then drag him over to me. The bald man's henchmen immediately lunged toward Ye Chen. Some brandished knives, others held clubs, all following their boss's orders, to charge at Ye Chen. Ye Chen only flashed a chilling, deadly smile. The blond man instantly sensed that something was very wrong. In a blur, Ye Chen teleported right behind the bald man's back to ask him a few things. So are you the big shot in charge here? The bald man gritted his teeth, thinking, when the hell did he get behind me? Who exactly is this guy? But Ye Chen's face darkened. No longer caring about an answer, he said, Forget it, you're all dead men today anyway. With lightning speed, Ye Chen reached out toward the mouth of the bald man, paralyzing him with sheer shock. Ye Chen's hand was right at his teeth. He looked at him with a cold, amused face. You seem to have a lot to say, fatty. Then his teeth scattered everywhere. Ye Chen decisively smashed all his teeth in a single strike, making him howl in agony. The bald man collapsed to his knees, screaming in sharp pain before Ye Chen. The blond man rushed over, worried about his friend, and warned the massive bald man, Careful, watch out, that guy is an ancient martial artist. The bald man's disciples immediately charged forward, while he peeked through squinted eyes to see what Ye Chen would do next. But before he could think, Ye Chen grabbed his arm. He cried out in absolute terror. The bald man's disciples, who were charging and saw Ye Chen about to do something to the bald man, and they froze in panic. Then Ye Chen grabbed the bald man's arm and threw him straight at his incoming disciples. Seeing the scene unfold, the blond man cowered in a corner, watching his friend get absolutely wrecked by Ye Chen. The blond man felt a flicker of worry, thinking to himself, with just one hand, he lifted Uehara-kun, who weighs nearly 300 kilo. This is just But as his anxiety peaked, his expression suddenly shifted into a mysterious, terrifying grin.
Incredible.
The blonde man looked toward where Ye Chen was fighting. The blonde man was actually thrilled. I've been in Huaxia for so long, yet every opponent I've met has been a total loser. I heard there were powerful Grandmasters, but I never ran into any of them. Ye Chen, with a satisfied look of revenge, raised his fist before the blonde man, while the blonde man thought to himself, but this person is different. Without a doubt, this man is a Huaxia Grandmaster. Once Ye Chen had finished off those guys, the blonde man suddenly spoke. Mr. Yi, my subordinates have made quite a fool of themselves. The blonde man gripped his sword, taking a combat stance against Ye Chen. I am a swordsman of the Empire. Akita Rumi, Kyusuke, Kuruma, Ichidai, your strength has really opened my eyes. As a sign of my respect for you, I'll personally send you on your way to the afterlife. Ye Chen flashed a smile. A chilling, creepy smile directed at the blonde guy standing there. Cut the crap, you stole the pill formula and murdered my people, didn't you? The blonde guy then confidently bragged to Ye Chen about everything Kawaki had done. I heard Lord Kawaki handled it himself. After all, his lordship is very interested in seeing exactly how much pain a human can endure. But I'm not handing you over to Lord Kawaki just yet. But the moment he finished speaking, Ye Chen's foot was already inches away from his face. Go ahead and become the ghost under my blade! Ye Chen slammed his foot into the blonde guy's face, making his nose bleed all over his face. After gifting the blonde guy that kick, Ye Chen immediately pinned him to the ground. Pretty strong, huh? Listen up, pretty boy. Call that Kawaki guy over here right now. If you don't, I'll let you experience the absolute peak of agony that a human can possibly feel. You Huaxia lowlife! You caught me off guard because I wasn't paying attention. Wait, what are you doing? Ye Chen swiftly grabbed the blonde guy's hair, making him beg for mercy. Wait, don't pull my hair! I'm part of a diplomatic mission. I'm a guest here. Don't, please don't! But Ye Chen remained cold and decisively ripped a clump of hair right out. The man let out a piercing scream. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out. Man, you're so damn noisy. Emerging was a tall young man, bald with a scar on his face, looking toward the scene. You guys woke me up, you know that? When Ye Chen heard the blonde guy cry for help and shout the tall man's name, Lord Kawaki, save me. So you're Kawaki? You're the one who killed my men? Upon hearing Ye Chen's question, Kawaki replied with genuine interest. Ye Chen, so that's how it is. So you're Ye Chen? That's right, and I'm the one who killed your men. Ye Chen grew furious, his face darkening, with rage as he listened to Kawaki. Kawaki said he had something interesting to tell Ye Chen. Oh, right. Let me tell you something interesting. Kawaki gleefully recounted the story to Ye Chen. Actually, before I killed them, I wanted to have a little chat about you. But the weird thing is, not a single one would talk. It made me suddenly want to play with human origami, so I slowly twisted and crushed their bones. Too bad. Still nobody wanted to chat with me. After hearing Kawaki's story, Ye Chen released the blonde guy's hair and slowly walked toward Kawaki in a state of absolute boiling resentment. They protected you even unto death. Who would have thought you'd come looking for me yourself? Ye Chen, they died because of you! The blonde man was now delighted and confident upon seeing Kawaki's arrival. This is great. Lord Kawaki is here. That means this Huaxia guy is as good as dead. The blonde man thought about Kawaki's background, wondering how powerful he must be to inspire such confidence. The giant Kawaki stood at a staggering 240 centimeters tall. He possessed demonic strength and surprisingly agile speed. With that massive frame of his, he could tear through iron plates with just his fingers. Possessing a brutal nature, he was a literal killing machine. But while the blonde man was lost in thought, Ye Chen delivered a powerful kick to Kawaki's jaw. At the Martial God Association, besides Lord Kitahara, no one can suppress him! So, you really like torturing people, don't you? The blonde man lying in the corner froze in shock at the sight, completely stunned by Ye Chen's actions. Disgusting monster, inch by inch. I'll crush your bones, inch by inch. You can take a hit, I'll give you that. Must have drunk too much nuclear waste. After a barrage of strikes from Ye Chen, Kawaki lay defeated, sprawling on the ground, beneath Ye Chen's feet. Hey, crawl back up for me. Ye Chen let out a cold, heartless laugh at Kawaki's massive body. I suddenly want to try playing the origami game, too. Ye Chen excitedly threw a frenzy of punches. Ha ha ha, you can really take a beating. Ha ha, then let's play a little longer. He unleashed countless strikes, causing Chuan Chi's body to contort to the absolute limit. The blonde guy's face was now pale as a ghost, crying a river. He was terrified. How is this possible? Master Chuan Qi has no power to fight back at all. Ye Shen kicked Chuan Qi toward the blonde guy, who was sitting there in a daze. He stammered in shock. Just who are you? As soon as he finished, Ye Chen raised a hand, grabbed his neck, and effortlessly lifted the blonde guy up. It's your turn. Hearing that, he panicked. Wait a minute, it's all a misunderstanding. The blonde guy desperately tried to explain. Everything that happened before was all just a test for you. For any harm caused to you, that we will compensate you. The Wu Huang Society has always been looking for powerful forces in Huaxia to establish a partnership. Clearly, Mr. Ye, you are exactly that kind of person. Before he could finish, Ye Chen's face darkened as he spoke. You said compensation. The blonde guy quickly replied, Yes! We will definitely make sure Mr. Ye is satisfied. Just as he finished speaking, Ye Chen surged power into his hand, terrifying the blonde guy. Wait! Before he could finish the sentence, the power in Ye Chen's hand erupted, making the blonde guy's head disappear, followed by his agonizing, blood-curdling scream, along with Ye Chen's voice. Then use your life as compensation. Ye Chen let him go, staring intently at Lu Wenjai. Having witnessed everything, Lu Wenjai was currently paralyzed with fear. Dead, they're all dead. This kind of absolute power is the reason Shenhai Hua takes orders from him? Xiao Wenjai stammered out. Yezong. Ye Chen walked toward Lu Wenjai while saying, Lu Wenjai. Seeing Ye Chen getting closer and closer, Lu Wenjai's whole body was shaking. Drenched in sweat, he knelt there begging, Please, Director Ye, forgive me. From now on, I'll work my tail off. For the company. I'll be fully dedicated, no salary needed. I'll even work for free. I am Hidaju's younger brother. I'm definitely useful. Let me make up for my sins. Ye Chen remained silent, decisively delivered a painful kick to Lu Wenjai's stomach. He angrily continued, It's a human life. How could you ever atone for that? Lu Wenjai lay on the ground, clutching his stomach, begging, Mr. Ye, please don't. Ye Chen's face darkened as he spoke solemnly. Beat it, I won't kill you. Lu Wenjai, knowing he was spared, immediately started kowtowing repeatedly. Ye Chen didn't even spare him a glance, gave a huff and turned his back away. He said, You were supposed to follow the Tianzheng group to rise up and become one of the top elites in Huaxia. But now you'll never be able to lift your head again. You will carry the resentment of that family, the one who is gone forever, and live in eternal regret and misery. After speaking, Ye Chen pulled out his phone and thought to himself, Next, I'll have Ye Lang Tian send someone to clean up the scene. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Ye Chen's train of thought. Just who are you? The voice came from behind him as Chuan Qi stood up. Black energy was oozing from his entire body. Ye Chen quickly turned around and took a defensive stance. He wondered in his heart, how is he still alive? Chuan Qi contorted, dead? They're all dead. Seeing this, Ye Chen thought, no, he's not alive. Suddenly, the black energy from Chuan Qi's body poured out, transforming into a spectral image. He glared at Ye Chen and spoke, Do you know what happens to those who cross the Wu Huang Society? The kind of ending you will face? Ye Chen remained silent, thinking to himself, Someone is controlling this corpse from a distance to speak. Ye Chen gave a cold smirk and began to speak. What kind of thing are you? And what the hell is the Wu Huang Society? But in his mind, he continued to think, I didn't expect that someone in Daoguo would know how to use this secret art. But just when I was worried about not being able to find their big boss, the ferocious spectral image spoke out. Beishi of the Wu Huang Society, state your name, kid. Ye Chen spoke indifferently. I'm your daddy, Ye Chen. At the same time, he raised his hand. The spectral image screamed in rage. You brat, you have no idea who you're messing with. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden talisman shot out from Ye Chen's fingertip, striking right between the spectral image's eyebrows. Watching the spectral image vanish, Ye Chen continued, I'll only say this once. If your people dare to step into Huaxia ever again, and I'll kill every single one I see, Ye Chen added. Meanwhile, in a magnificent hall in Japan, guards stood around as a man knelt in the center. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, his face drenched in sweat. The man abruptly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. One of the two guards was horrified. One of them cried out, Master Beisie, what happened to you? Beisie spat through gritted teeth. Ye Chen! Then he suddenly stood up, looked toward the east, and roared, I will definitely make you pay for your arrogance. Back at the Tianzheng group, Ye Chen tossed a stack of blood-stained documents onto the table. Everyone present sat seriously in their respective seats. Ye Chen stood at the head of the table and spoke. The attack incident has been dealt with. Does anyone here have anything to say? Hearing this, everyone began to whisper. It's only been a short while, and Mr. Yi has already brought the documents back. The documents are covered in blood. What on earth did he do? Ye Chen continued to speak. In the future, anyone who is dissatisfied with me can leave the Tianjung group at any time. But if anyone dares to betray me again, I guarantee the consequences will be brutal. As he spoke, Ye Chen released an overwhelming pressure and killing intent. Terrified, everyone responded in unison, "Yes, Mr. Ye." A while later, Ye Chen finally arrived home. Seeing Ye Chen was upset, Sun Yi spoke up. "Still mad? Since you're already home, just put the group's business aside for now." Holding a glass of water, Ye Chen said, "I really regret it." His face darkened as he continued. "If I had been more careful in choosing people back then, this tragedy wouldn't have happened." As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, "Son," Yai wrapped her arms around his neck seductively and said, "Then stop being sad. Look at me. How about now? Feeling any better?" Seeing this, Ye Chen gently moved closer to Sun Yi's lips. "It's not enough. Please give me more." It was already morning. On the stairs leading up to the room, their clothes were scattered everywhere. Ye Chen and Sun Yi lay in bed naked, holding each other to rest after a tiring night of hard work. They were both drenched in sweat. Ye Chen looked tenderly at Sun Yi. "Does it still hurt?" Sun Yi blushed shyly and said, "After you treated me, it doesn't hurt anymore." Hearing that, Ye Chen reached out to touch her cheek and said, "That's good. Don't push yourself so hard next time. Let me take the lead from now on. I can handle it." Sun Yi puffed her cheeks out adorably and said, "No way! I want to be in control." Seeing that, Ye Chen laughed helplessly. "Fine, fine, have it your way." Sun Yi lay on top of Ye Chen, feeling his warmth, and softly said, "Ye Chen, let me tell you a secret. But after I tell you, you have to tell me one, too. I get to know one of your secrets, okay?" Ye Chen gently replied, "Sure, sure." Hearing that, Sun Yi continued, "Actually, I've liked you since 5 years ago. Knowing you could come back, I was happier than anyone. I really missed you so much." Just as Sun Yi finished speaking, Ye Chen immediately reached out to pat her head. "Me too," Sun Yi continued. "Later, when I found out what happened to your family, I was so angry, but I couldn't do anything about it. Because my power was just too small, far too small. Even though right now all I do is drag you down." She turned her body and spoke softly. "But I love cooking for you. Even though my cooking isn't as good as yours, I just love being with you more than anything. That's why I wanted to be your first woman, so that you'll remember me for the rest of your life." Hearing this, Ye Chen held Sun Yi close and said, "Don't worry. Your place in my heart. It is irreplaceable. No one else can take it." Sun Yi felt at ease and gave a soft, "Mm-hmm." Ye Chen continued, "Now that you've said your piece, it's my turn. What do you want to ask me?" Sun Yi looked up, touching Ye Chen's cheek as she spoke. "Suddenly I realized one question isn't enough. Because you have too many secrets. I don't know which one to pick, so you choose." Ye Chen immediately placed his hand over Sun Yi's, the one resting on his cheek. "Then I'll tell you where I've been these past 5 years. Ye Chen began to reminisce. 5 years ago, I fell into a lake and was saved by an old man. He took me to a place called Kunlunshu. The entrance to Kunlunshu is hidden deep within the Kunlun Mountains." Ye Chen continued. "That place is crawling with powerful masters, and mystical arts are everywhere. Ordinary laws mean absolutely nothing there." Ye Chen's face turned serious. "There is only one principle there, survival of the fittest." He spent 5 grueling years there. It was hard, but it was very real. Sun Yi piped up and asked, "Then can you take me there to see it sometime? I want to see the places you've been." Hearing Sun Yi's request, Ye Chen felt conflicted. "Well, about that." Internally, Ye Chen's expression darkened. Kunlunshu is truly dangerous. Even for me, survival was a struggle, let alone bringing someone else along. But that was then. Now, I possess the reincarnation cemetery and 100 ancient powerhouses backing me up. What's there to fear? On the outside, Ye Chen remained calm. Ye Chen gently tapped the tip of Sun Yi's nose and said, "Okay. When the time comes, I'll take you there for a tour." Hearing that, she was overjoyed. "That's great!" As soon as Sun Yi finished her sentence, Ye Chen's expression softened. "As a reward, let's go for one more round." At the same time, at the Jiangnam Province Martial Arts Association, inside a private room, 10 old men were sitting together. The atmosphere was deathly silent. Suddenly, the old man sitting in the middle spoke up. "Who should be held responsible for Yuan Jingfu's death? And back in Zhongluo town, when our association tried to cover up his demise, who is going to take the fall for that?" "The president of the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnam Province, head of the Tang family. Tang Niao ranked 189th on the Huasha Grandmaster list. The other elders were all breaking into a cold sweat. Tang Gao roared in anger. "Are you guys deaf? Is no one going to man up and take responsibility for this? Or do you all actually think that this whole mess is my fault?" One of the elders stood up and spoke. "President Tang, We believe the person who truly needs to answer for this isn't any of us, but that punk named Ye Chen. We've investigated the incident at the martial arts arena. Although the exact details are unclear, Ye Chen is definitely involved. Hearing this, Tang Nagao spoke up. That's exactly the point. That Ye Chen is nothing but a loser from the Ye family. Who knows where he picked up some cheap tricks? To even reach this level, sent to the Grandmaster. He killed Chen Yuanli. And as for Guo Bao, it's no surprise to me. But how could he kill Yuan Jingfu? Another old man stood up and spoke. This matter is indeed very fishy. I heard from an eyewitness. Yuan Jingfu spontaneously combusted. It was like a cultivation deviation. Wu Dai was the same, he just blew up. Tang Nao suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Then he pointed at the man who just spoke. Yuan Jingfu was our vice president. He had a bright future ahead of him. Facing a piece of trash, why would he self-destruct? And what about Zhang Luozhen? He always stayed in the shadows. Why is he dead too? Being questioned like that, the old man immediately replied, "It's very hard to explain. We've asked many people. They all gave the same answer. They clearly weren't lying, but I don't know why. They don't know any of the specifics. This is the part that confuses us the most." Hearing this, Tang Nagao went silent for a moment. Then he spoke. "Mo Weiji, Tun Nguyen Tu, Thoi Chan, the strength of those three in the association is also in the top tier. You two must still be vice presidents. I now order you to go to Jiang City. Investigate the cause of Yuan Jingfu's death." Tang Nao continued. "Do not overlook any clues. If there are no clues, then bring Ye Chen before me. This matter is absolutely linked to Ye Chen. I, Tang Nao, don't need evidence, so what if I kill this loser? We can't let a vice president die in vain. No way." Hearing the order, the rest of the old men spoke in unison. Yes, President Tang. At the same time, at the Dragon Soul Strike Team headquarters in Jiang City, the people there were training very hard. They all shouted together. "Hup, hup, hup, Ye Chen was invited here. Yingjing, thanks for yesterday." Yingjing heard this and replied, "Mr. Ye, you're being too kind. It's what I should do." Ye Chen spoke up. "What did you need to see me for today?" Yingjing immediately replied, "The chief invited you. He has something to discuss with you." We've arrived. Suddenly a man in military uniform, who was waiting for Ye Chen, appeared. Lei Shuwei was delighted by Ye Chen's arrival. "Ye Chen, you're here." He spoke in front of the entire Long Hun team. "I asked you here because I need your help with something. Join Long Hun." Hearing this, Ye Chen flatly refused. "No way," Lei Shuwei explained with a smile. "Hear me out first. I'm not asking you to enlist. I want you to be the chief instructor of Long Hun." Ye Chen looked at the team members and asked, "Is this the Long Hun strike team?" Lei Shuwei replied, "Not exactly." He explained, "This is a team with mysterious power in Huaxia, codenamed Long Hun. As for Yingjing's strike team, it's just a small squad within it. Long Hun only takes orders from the top leader of Huaxia, sworn to protect the dignity of Huaxia at all costs, and handle all special internal matters of Huaxia." Confused, Ye Chen asked, "With such vital power, are you sure you want to let an outsider like me handle the training?" Lei Shuwei affirmed, "I'm absolutely sure. I can guarantee that with your strength, Mr. Ye, no one in all of Huaxia is more suited than you." He walked over and patted Ye Chen on the shoulder. "Of course, I know you don't like being tied down, Mr. Ye, so you only need to come train them whenever you're free. As long as you agree, Mr. Ye, I promise those close to you will receive full protection from the Huaxia military." Ye Chen questioned, "Oh, to what extent?" Lei Shuwei answered, "For example, from the shadows, where Sun Yi and Xia Ruoshui won't even notice. There will be top-tier snipers on guard. Should they face any unavoidable danger, the military will take them out directly." He smiled and looked at Ye Chen. "Of course, this is only one part of the deal. Long Hun will also station experts near them. At the slightest sign of trouble, it will be reported to the Long Hun system. That way, Long Hun can respond in the shortest time possible. At the same time, we'll notify you immediately." Ye Chen thought it over. This level of treatment is basically equivalent to that of a VIP leader. Even if I don't expect them to handle a Grandmaster, with elite power, they can at least buy me some time, which is still a huge plus, Lei Shuwei added, to be blunt. "Lately, Mr. Ye, you've made too many enemies. The Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, the Qin family, and the island nation's Wu Huang Society, plus those lurking in the shadows. This might not be a threat to you, but it's different for Miss Xia and Miss Sun. You can't be by their side 24/7. But Ye Chen still weighed his options for a moment. He asked what the Long Hun chief instructor actually had to do. Lei Shuwei replied immediately, "The training methods are entirely up to you, Mr. Ye. The goal is simply to make them stronger. When they are strong, Huaxia is strong." Hearing this, Ye Chen readily agreed. "Fine, if you trust me that much. I'll give you a solid guarantee. With just one session with me, I can ensure these people and take down 10 more elite enemies on the battlefield. Lei Shui was slightly taken aback by Ye Chen's bold claim. He thought this was a bit of a stretch. Being a powerhouse yourself and making others strong are two different things. Ye Chen didn't miss a beat and immediately announced to the whole team, "Listen up. I'm sure you all heard what I just told Lei Shui. You probably heard it loud and clear. From now on, I, Ye Chen, am your chief instructor." But the Long Hun members, though they kept a straight face, were feeling pretty salty inside. Did Ye Chen get in through the back door? What else could it be? What's this kid's deal anyway? It looked like the deputy chief was practically begging him. Is he even worthy? They need to know we don't just handle firearms. We're ancient martial artists too. Who does he think he is? Suddenly someone spoke up. "Chief, I don't accept this." One after another, others joined in the protest. "They're not okay with it, and neither am I. What gives him the right to be chief instructor? The lives of our brothers can't be placed in the hands of some kid like him." Ye Chen let out a smirk. "If you're not convinced, then let's settle this with a fight. If you don't like me, come at me. You can all come at once if you want." This statement rubbed the Long Hun members the wrong way. They started whispering among themselves. "Too arrogant. He can be as cocky as he wants. But we have to keep our pride. Ganging up on him would be embarrassing, seriously." "Ignorant brat." Lei Shui sided with Ye Chen. "He wouldn't talk like that if he didn't have the skills to back it up. Go ahead and make your move. Don't worry about me. If you can beat him, I'll kick him out immediately." A martial artist in the team got hyped up right away. Yeah, ganging up would ruin Long Hun's reputation. He pivoted and launched an attack at Ye Chen. "I, Gudashwo, am more than enough to handle this alone." Ye Chen didn't waste words, schooling them while holding his stance. "In that case, let me teach you your first lesson. Focus your energy in your toes, and center your stance at the dantian." Ye Chen's leg blocked Gudashwo's kick effortlessly. He continued to instruct. "This is how you properly apply force." The clash was so powerful it shook the ground around them. Gudashwo was stunned. My God, how is his inner energy this overwhelming? It's impossible to block. He was sent spinning across the yard by Ye Chen's kick. He was caught so off guard he couldn't even react. Gudashwo slammed hard into a nearby wall. This left everyone else absolutely shocked. He defeated Gudashwo using his own specialty, kick techniques. His territory, he is strong, extremely strong. Ye Chen gave a serious invitation. "With just this pathetic level of yours, even ganging up on me won't mean a thing. If you want to save some face for Long Hun, then use every dirty trick you've got to defeat me first." Ye Chen's provocation definitely worked. The entire Long Hun team charged at him in a rage. "Bastard, you've gone too far. You think you're hot stuff just because we talked back, huh? Today we're going to show you what's what." Ye Chen excitedly took his stance, getting ready to take them all on. "Very good, at least you've got some fighting spirit. Now let me broaden your horizons." Ye Chen clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful Heavenly Slayer punch at them. A single strike from Ye Chen was so powerful it created a massive gale, blowing away every single person in the group, leaving them with no way to fight back. He smirked. It seemed the outcome was already decided. Every member of Long Hun was floored by Ye Chen's punch at the military training camp. Ye Chen took down the team members one by one. He asked the Long Hun members, "So, still not convinced?" They couldn't deny Ye Chen's overwhelming strength. Damn it! How can so many of us not beat one guy? How can someone be this powerful? They had no choice but to be impressed. Ye Chen walked up to one of the team members, who was lying on the ground. "What do you say?" Ye Chen was surprised to see someone spring up. Gudashwo stood straight at attention and reported, "Gudashwo reporting to the chief." Seeing Gudashwo's reaction, the others also stood up in formation one by one. "Fang Chao reporting. Reporting to the chief instructor. Li Hu reporting to the chief instructor. Zheng Aikun reporting to the chief instructor. Zhang Yiyun reporting to the chief instructor." Ye Chen was satisfied. Their foundation was actually quite solid. Boosting their power would be a very simple process. Ye Chen asked them a question. "By the way, do you guys want to learn the Heavenly Slayer punch?" When I offered to teach them, they were stunned for a moment. But they snapped out of it quickly. Everyone excitedly agreed. "For real? We're definitely in. I want to learn, Master Ye. I want to be able to take on 10 guys at once just like you." Ye Chen smiled and said, "Don't rush, I'll teach you 2 moves first. Let's upgrade your combat skills first." He thought to himself, if I can gain their support, then the first phase of building my own power structure is complete. The factions siding with Ye Chen will continue to grow. A king of Jiangnan, responsible for controlling the underworld in Jiangnan province from the shadows. The Tianjin group providing me with financial backing, plus Long Hun, which is under the military's command. However, Ye Chen can handle the vast majority of situations. This way I'll have the ability to protect those close to me and the leverage to settle scores with that Long family member who stripped me of everything. He recalled how Ye Longtian had helped him. That guy from the Long family in the capital was being blocked by another force. Even someone like Lei Shui didn't have a single clue about it. The waters in the capital run deep. Even high-ranking officials have to respect the hidden martial arts families there, simply because they stand at the absolute peak of Huaxia. Ye Chen was determined. To stand against them, he had to build his strength until he could crush them under his feet. Somewhere else, 3 people stood before the destroyed martial arts arena. Ma Weiqi, Su Yuanchu, and Kui Zhen came to investigate the situation at the arena. Ma Weiqi looked around. Destroying the martial arts arena. I doubt Yuan Jingfu could have done this. Wanshu analyzed. These marks, it was shattered from the inside by an immense force. It's hard to imagine a martial artist capable of this. He asked, are you saying there's a master in Zhangcheng that we don't know about? Kuijen hesitated. No way, right? Could it really be a cultivator who did this? Aren't those just legends? Ma Weiqi dismissed it. Unlikely, the chances are slim. Su Yuangshu was skeptical. During those 5 years that Ye Chen vanished, he must have stumbled upon some incredible miracle. Otherwise, there's no way he'd have the power to kill a Grandmaster. Ma Weiqi decided there are still too many red flags here. President Tang also gave orders. Without direct evidence, we can't just go and grill the kid. Let's start by checking him out. Back at the villa, a table full of delicious food was spread out. Ye Chen was caught off guard. I didn't expect a pampered rich girl like you to actually know how to cook. Sun Yi agreed. It's the first time I've seen little Shu cook too. Xie Ruoxue looked pleased. You could stand to compliment me more, you know. I've been learning some tips from my grandma lately. Ye Chen teased her, making Xie Ruoxue flare up. The taste is something else. Hard to believe it's your handiwork. Do you even have a filter? What's that supposed to mean? Sun Yi asked him. Ye Chen, where did you head off to yesterday? He replied, just some nameless headquarters. Helping someone out with a few things. I'm going to visit Hangzhi later. Want to come along? No? Sun Yi grabbed Xia Ruoshui's hand. Ruoshui and I already have a shopping date planned. Xia Ruoshui chimed in as well. Exactly, I haven't been back for so long. Don't even think about leaving me behind. Seeing that, Ye Chen got ready to head out. All right, there'll be plenty of other chances anyway. I'll head out first, you two enjoy your meal. Ye Chen walked outside and was taken aback. He was surprised to see an unfamiliar car. Huh? There's a car I've never seen before parked right in front of my house. Someone was already there waiting for him. The man spoke up formally. Greetings, Chief Instructor. Are you heading out, sir? Ye Chen thought to himself. The Long Hun crowd, even though Lei Shui acts like that. He's actually pretty thoughtful, yeah. He replied, take me to Zhongbei University. And don't call me Chief Instructor in public. You can call me Mr. Ye or Ye Chen, either is fine. The man followed the order. Yes, sir. Chief Instructor at Zhongbei University. Ye Chen went to Wang Yuheng's dorm room. Brother Chen. He put on an expression as if he had just attained ultimate enlightenment and said to Ye Chen, that thing you gave me is insane. I've reached the first level of cultivation, and I feel like I'm bursting with energy. Like I'm about to explode. Ye Chen looked at him, speechless. I can see that. Inside the dorm, Wang Yuheng had reached a new level of cultivation after being personally guided by Ye Chen. A bright aura emanated from his body. Right then, Ye Chen flicked his wrist, and a handful of pills appeared in his palm. He gave these elixir pills to Wang Yuheng. Ye Chen gave him strict instructions regarding the dosage and how to use them. Take one of these pills every week. It'll be quite uncomfortable the first time you take it, but you have to tough it out. Then circulate your cultivation technique and you'll see the results. It was unexpected, truly unexpected, that Ye Chen would give Wang Yuheng so many pills. After explaining, he handed them over for safekeeping. After reaching the first level of cultivation, Wang Yuheng seemed much more mature. He took the pills and replied obediently, Understood, Brother Chen. He clenched his fist, showing his resolve. To protect my family, I will definitely get stronger. Ye Chen praised Wang Yuheng's willpower, but seeing him act like this felt a bit weird to him. Recalling how innocent Wang Yuheng used to be, he said, For now, just go back to your normal self. His whole vibe had changed. A while later, after Ye Chen left the university, he walked out of the dormitory area. It was late at night by then. Only a few people were passing by on the street. Suddenly, someone called out in the dead of night. Excuse me, young man. Ye Chen felt curious. Stop right there. A rather tall and stocky man asked him, Excuse me, how do I get to the male dormitory around here? It was a perfectly normal question, so Ye Chen gave a perfectly normal answer. Just follow this road straight ahead and you'll be there. After giving directions, Ye Chen started to walk past him. The man said, "Much appreciated, young man." He waved his hand in response. "No biggie, but I have a feeling the things you want to ask go beyond just that, don't they?" At this moment, his voice changed completely, as if he had been exposed. The man, who was Su Yuanxiu, immediately launched an attack from behind him. Ye Chen continued walking forward calmly, even taunting him. "You shameless old geezer." Su Yuanxiu tried to sucker punch Ye Chen from behind, but little did he know he had been spotted from the very start. He shifted slightly and leaped up, causing the man to miss completely. Ye Chen was like, "Surprise, old man!" The impact of his strike sent dust and debris flying everywhere. One could imagine that if Ye Chen had taken that hit, he would have been critically injured. He was stunned by this boy's reflexes. Pulling his hand back, he said, "To think you could dodge that! Kid, you're definitely not just anyone. You're Ye Chen, right?" Towards someone who tried to backstab him like this, Ye Chen didn't bother being polite. He tilted his head back and asked arrogantly, "What do you want with your daddy?" Frustrated by such a total lack of respect for an elder, Su Yuanxiu shook his head in disgust. To avoid wasting any more time, he cut straight to the point. "You ignorant brat, forget it. Just answer me one question." Bringing this up made Su Yuanxiu's blood boil again. The question he had was about Yuan Jingfu. He tried to keep his temper in check, to get to the bottom of the truth. What exactly happened at the duel that day? And what was the real cause of Grandmaster Yuan's death? Hearing this, Ye Chen let out a contemptuous laugh. "Ha ha, and here I thought it was something important. Should listen closely." Still keeping that condescending attitude, he replied, "So you're just more trash from that martial arts association, huh?" Feeling insulted, Su Yuanxiu pointed right at his face and barked, "Impudent brat! Even if Yuan Jingfu is dead, as members of the martial arts association, we are not someone a little punk like you can just disrespect." Despite the scolding, Ye Chen didn't budge. He even let out a mocking laugh and shot back, "My bad when I said association trash. What I meant was, I wasn't just talking about that loser Yuan Jingfu." As he spat out those harsh words, his handsome face completely lost its charm. Replaced by the sinister look of a cold-blooded thug, Ye Chen pointed straight at Su Yuanxiu's face. He continued, "What I meant was that includes you too. Every single person in your damn martial arts association is nothing but absolute garbage." This was the last straw. Being humiliated by a brat like him, Su Yuanxiu was absolutely livid. "You little brat! How dare you insult our Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association? Regardless of whether you tell the truth about that day or not, I'm going to make sure you pay today." Seeing him fly into the blind rage made Ye Chen even more amused. He replied to Su Yuanxiu, clearly trying to drive him even crazier. "Yeah, it was Yuan Jingfu. I'm the one who killed him." "What about it? Also, let me tell you something else." Ye Chen's cryptic remark made Su Yuanxiu both furious and curious. He shouted, "Spit it out already!" Then, in an instant, who knows what kind of deep grudge Ye Chen held against him, but from the moment they met, Ye Chen had already decided that this time next year would be the anniversary of Su Yuanxiu's death. Ye Chen let out a savage grin. The smile of a literal demon was etched across his face. Ye Chen finished his sentence, "I'm going to be the one who kills you too." After committing the act, Ye Chen wasn't worried at all, nor was he afraid of being prosecuted. He calmly called someone to help him clean up the scene. "Xiaodong, come here for a sec and help me take out some trash while you're at it." At that moment, Xiaodong's voice rang out loud and clear from the other end. "Yes, Mr. Ye." While he was on the phone with Xiaodong, something suddenly caught his eye. Ye Chen grew curious. A shattered phone had fallen near Su Yuanxiu. The phone was vibrating with an incoming call. Ye Chen picked it up and hit the answer button. A nervous voice on the other end asked, "Hello, Yuanxiu, what's the status? Did you find that Ye family loser yet?" Ye Chen remained silent, and the person continued, "If he resists, whatever you do, don't kill him. President Duong wants him alive." Receiving no response from the other end, the caller began to panic. "Hello, Yuanxiu, why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me." Right as he said that, the person on the other end hung up in a hurry. Ye Chen let out a sly smirk. He stared at the phone and muttered to himself, "Pretty quick on your feet, I see. So you hung up just like that? But I have plenty of ways to hunt you guys down." Barely 2 minutes after the call to Xiaodong, he pulled up right in front of him. The sound of tires screeching to a halt was followed by Xiaodong's frantic voice. "Mr. Ye!" Xiaodong jumped out of the car. He slammed the door shut and looked at him. Looking at Su Yuanxiu beaten to death on the ground, Xiaodong asked Ye Chen in a panic, "Are you okay?" As if anything could actually happen to Ye Chen. He calmly replied, "I'm fine. Trace this for me." the location of the most recent calls made from this phone. Then he tossed Su Yuanshu's phone to Xiaodong. Completely clueless about what was going on, he caught the phone with a bewildered look. A phone? While Xiaodong was still dazed, Ye Chen added, "Also get me the files on that martial arts association in Jiangnan province." Ye Chen's words were like law to Xiaodong. He immediately complied. "Yes, sir, right away." Once everything was handled, Xiaodong drove him home. Once back home, he began researching the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Province. Using the stacks of documents Xiaodong had provided, after going through the entire pile, he began to get the full picture. Having existed for a century, he picked up another set of files to skim through. Simply put, their sphere of influence was incredibly complex, involving at least 12 martial arts families in Jiangnan. This Jiangnan Martial Arts Association actually had some real teeth. Suddenly he was taken aback by a piece of information regarding the head of the association. His eyes narrowed as he read, thinking to himself, the president of each term in the association has always been a figure. With sky-high power in Jiangnan province, the current president is named Tang Gao. He is the head of the Tang family, a high-tier martial arts lineage in Jiangnan, ranked 189th on the Grandmaster list. His power is on a completely different level, compared to the likes of Yuan Jingfu. But after a moment of silence, he grew cautious and thought, and yet these stats are 2 years old. There's no telling how strong Tang Gao is now. My current strength probably puts me in the top 300. As for whether I can break into the top 200, that's still a toss-up. At that moment, he held a spirit stone in his hand, which was glowing brightly before him. Ye Chen looked at it and told himself, for now, the one I really need to watch out for is Tang Gao. I need to take another trip. Immediately, another dimension opened up. This place was thick with ominous energy. Well, it made sense. Ominous energy in a graveyard is only natural. Ye Chen then walked over to a specific grave. Approaching the headstone, he thought to himself, the other graves haven't awakened yet. Right now, is Chen Jingtian really my biggest trump card? But to actually meet him, my current cultivation level isn't enough. He stood there dazed, pondering for a while. I have to level up quickly to summon Chen Jingtian. The Martial Arts Association is already on to me. I need to find a way to stall for time before the fight. Suddenly, the sound of a text notification startled him. Ye Chen opened the message. It was from Xiaodong. The message read, Mr. Ye, this is Xiaodong. The location has been confirmed. It's at the Tiangxi Hotel in Jiangcheng. Through our investigation, we found the 3 people staying there are Ma Weiqi, Su Yuanshu, and Kuijin of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. Ye Chen called Xiaodong and said to him, they're still at the hotel? Haven't they realized yet that one of them is already dead? Xiaodong monitored the situation and replied frantically, it looks like they haven't. Or maybe they found out but just can't believe it. Mr. Ye, they are very powerful. Do you need Longhun to step in? Ye Chen replied, no need. I can handle it. He then hung up. Feeling uneasy, he muttered to himself, even if I kill those 2 today, the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association's revenge won't stop there. They might even go completely off the rails. I need time right now. I must find a way to stall. Wait! A sudden thought flashed through his mind. In the information Lawantian gave me, there is indeed a technique for enslaving others. If I can turn one of them into my slave, things will be much easier to handle. Scene changes to Tiangxi Hotel in Jiangcheng. Ma Weiqi and Kui Jin are sitting in the hotel, waiting for Su Yuanshu. By now they had grown restless and anxious. Ma Weiqi wondered, why hasn't Su Yuanshu contacted us yet? Could he really be in danger? Kui Jin was equally worried. But he tried to stay calm. No, Jiangcheng is just a small town. How could there be anyone that powerful here? Ma Weiqi had been tracking Su Yuanshu's location. He pointed at his phone and said, Su Yuanshu's last coordinates show up near Jiangbei University. Go check it out to see if there's anything unusual. Kuijin sensed something was off. He said anxiously, there isn't a single trace of Su Yuanshu's aura. Either he was wiped out or he bailed a long time ago. I'm betting on the former. Something definitely happened to him. Hearing this, Ma Weiqi became even more worried and said, if that's really the case, it proves that by Ye Chen's side, there must be a master protecting him. Even we might not be able to handle this. Report this to President Tang immediately. Suddenly, a glowing crescent-shaped object charged at the 2 of them at lightning speed. It struck Ma Weiqi's hand, making him scream out in agony, ah! He even dropped his phone. That sneak attack just now was Ye Chen's doing. Sitting on the balcony, he said arrogantly, I may have killed. That's Su Yuanshu. But either way, you guys are still double-teaming me. In this situation, you still need to call for backup? Then his face darkened as he told them they were being pretty low tier and lacked martial ethics. Seeing him and his don't give a damn attitude, Ma Weiqi and Kui-Jen were triggered. They barked, "Ye Chen! This brat!" Immediately, Ma Weiqi drew a dagger hidden in his sleeve. This was considered his stay-strapped self-defense weapon. Ma Weiqi hurled the dagger toward Ye Chen. He yelled, "Die!" Just as the dagger was about to hit him, he looked at it and gave a decisive command. The dagger instantly froze in place right in front of him. Then he ordered it to return. The dagger immediately flipped back toward Ma Weiqi. Ma Weiqi couldn't block it. He was shaking in his boots. "I'm cooked! I can't dodge this!" Seeing this, Kui-Jen nearby used his soul-shocking staff. Kui-Jen's staff helped Ma Weiqi block a fatal blow. The two of them didn't have enough smoke for him, Kui-Jen said to Ma Weiqi. "This kid really is a cultivator. A cultivator's methods are sketchy, and they have too many hidden cards. We have to play this smart." Ye Chen looked at the staff and marveled, "Whoa, this staff looks like the real deal. If you guys agree to be my servants, and hand over this staff while you're at it, I might just let you live." Ye Chen's audacity made them see red. Ma Weiqi barked at him for being so insolent. Kui-Jen piped up as well. "Even if you're a cultivator, it doesn't mean you can take both of us on at once." Just then, Ma Weiqi shouted, "Get him!" A surge of energy erupted from his body. Then, countless arms appeared, throwing punches directly at him. Ye Chen then used an illusion technique, creating a perfect clone of himself. Unable to tell which one was real, Ma Weiqi's punches hit nothing but air. Seizing the moment, Ye Chen grabbed his arm in a death grip. He then swung him around like a rag doll. Kui-Jen was also sent spinning until his head throbbed. Next, he ruthlessly delivered a crushing punch, leaving him critically injured. Right at that second, Kui-Jen charged in with his staff, trying to land a few hits. "Ha ha!" With his slick reflexes, he dodged a staff strike. Then Kui-Jen roared, "Soul-shattering staff! Wraith summon!" Countless eerie spirits appeared, aiming to crush Ye Chen. He was genuinely shocked and wondered what was going on. The aura swirled around Ye Chen, making him groan in discomfort. Kui-Jen kept up the pressure. He laughed maniacally while slamming the staff down. "Ha ha ha! Told you against my ancestral soul-shattering staff. You're nothing, kid!" To his surprise, Ye Chen actually blocked that strike. Kui-Jen's gloating grin instantly vanished. He was absolutely shook. Not letting him celebrate for long, Ye Chen gave a mocking smirk and said, "I only took that hit from you to test out the strength of this weapon. I've seen way more than you ever will." Then he snatched the staff away and threw a punch that knocked Kui-Jen's teeth out. He held the staff, quite satisfied, and praised it. It really is a spiritual artifact. It needs spiritual energy to be activated, though I wouldn't call it top-tier stuff. But it's still a bit of a waste on its current user. Then he looked at Kui-Jen. His eyes showed that he wanted to use the man's own staff to test its power on him. "I'll let you witness its true power." He delivered a blow that sent Kui-Jen flying 10 meters away, crashing straight through the walls into the next room. In that room, a couple was in the middle of a sweet moment, when they were shocked to see the wall cave in. Kui-Jen slumped against the wall, taking his final breath. The terrified couple scrambled in all directions. Without even putting their clothes on, they let out 7 high-pitched screams. "Murder! Someone's been killed!" Afterwards, Ye Chen walked over to the badly injured Ma Weiqi, lying on the floor. He pointed the staff at Ma Weiqi and threatened, "Die with him, or become my slave. The choice is yours." Ye Chen emphasized it once more. "Be my slave or die." Ma Weiqi lay on the floor, knowing he had no way out now. Trapped under Ye Chen's staff, he fearfully thought about his family. "If I die, the Ma family will surely collapse. My life's work will be devoured by others. My clansmen will also be bullied and targeted by our enemies. For the sake of my clan, I have no choice." Ma Weiqi, reading the room, reluctantly bowed his head at Ye Chen's feet and accepted his fate as a slave. While bowing, he pleaded, "Mr. Ye, I choose the second path. I am willing to be your slave. Please, Mr. Ye, spare my life." This made Ye Chen feel quite satisfied. He told Ma Weiqi, "At least you know your place. Look up. I'm going to place a blood essence mark on your forehead." Ma Weiqi obediently complied. He took a drop of blood from his index finger and warned, "From now on, if you ever dare to have a single rebellious thought, your soul will be shattered instantly." As he spoke, he pointed toward Ma Weiqi, transferring the blood essence into his body. The man's whole body trembled in fear. As he watched the blood essence enter the center of his forehead, a strange change left Ma Weiqi stunned. It felt like Ye Chen's gaze was constantly monitoring his every thought, ensuring he would never dare to betray him. Ma Weiqi then continued to bow repeatedly. "Thank you for sparing my life, sir. This old servant wouldn't dare defy you. Since ancient times, the weak have always been slaves to the strong. I, Mawechi, am willing to follow you, Mr. Ye. While bowing, his body could feel the effects of the blood essence. Drenched in a cold sweat, he thought to himself, I can feel it. If I even think about betraying him, he can shatter my soul with a single thought. What a terrifying technique. With the matter settled, Ye Chen prepared to leave. Before heading out, he gave a final order. For the next month, I don't want the Jiangnam Martial Arts Association bothering me again. You know what you need to say to them, right? Ma Weiqi quickly bowed and replied, yes, I understand. Only after he left did Ma Weiqi dare to look up. He wondered to himself, strange, why exactly 1 month? Could it be that in just 1 month, he'll be strong enough to face President Tang now? The scene shifts to Ye Chen's villa. By now, night had fallen. Ye Chen was sitting on the sofa. Holding the soul-shocking staff he took from Kui Zhen, he muttered to himself with interest. Didn't expect to get such a decent haul this time. I don't have a proper weapon right now, so this staff will have to do for now. He gripped the soul-shocking staff tighter, whispering, just wait until I've trained for another month. I'll pay a personal visit to the Jiangnam Martial Arts Association. Tang Niao, ranked 189th on the Grandmaster list. I want to see just how tough you really are. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Startled, he looked up, wondering why someone was here so late. Ye Chen went to open the door. He saw the girl outside and gasped in surprise. Jin Lanyan? Jin Lanyan stood there trembling before him. She looked absolutely terrified. Her face was pale. Her hands were clenched, and she whispered weakly, Mr. Ye, can I come in? Seeing Jin Lanyan in such a pitiful state, he told her, come in. As she walked past him, he watched her with a cautious gaze. Once they were inside, he asked curiously, what on earth happened? Did something go down with the Jin family? Right after that, Jin Lanyan took off her down jacket in front of him. She revealed a green jade pendant hanging on her chest before Ye Chen. In an anxious state, she said, Mr. Ye, you'll know just by looking. Upon seeing the jade pendant, Ye Chen was struck with horror and shouted, where did you get this jade pendant? This jade pendant was far from ordinary. A massive amount of spiritual energy was gathered within it. It could be considered a supreme treasure. He stared at it intently, thinking to himself, the spiritual energy in this jade is incredibly dense. By wearing it, one's cultivation speed could increase at least 3-fold. Even in Kunlun Heights, this would be a top-tier treasure. Jin Lanyan clutched the jade pendant, her face full of worry. She said, Mr. Ye, as you know, my Jin family is in charge of Jiangcheng's special auctions. Occasionally, we receive some very strange auction items. She began telling him how they came across this treasure. The night before last, my father's friend came from Hong Kong and handed this item over to the Jin family. He said he wanted to put it up for auction the following day. But yesterday, he suddenly had a change of heart. He called to say he didn't want to sell it anymore and wanted to take it back that evening. She continued, my father naturally agreed, but we waited all night and he never showed up. We couldn't reach him by phone either. Feeling suspicious, my father paid a visit to his house. To our horror, his entire family had been wiped out. At that moment, Jin Lanyan's father was completely stunned. But he didn't know the cause of his old friend's death. After that, strange things kept happening one after another. At this point, Jin Lanyan was visibly terrified. She held up the jade pendant and told him, from the state of the bodies, the perpetrators' methods were brutal. Their strength is terrifyingly high. What's worse is, everyone my father's friend contacted over the last few days have also been dying one after another. The most likely cause is this jade piece. Jin Lanyan handed the jade pendant to him with an earnest plea. She said that currently, our Jin family's strength is unfortunately not enough to protect this item. But we can't just hand it over to others for nothing either. Therefore, my father wants to entrust this to you, Mr. Ye, for safekeeping. In Jiangcheng, it seems only Mr. Ye has the power to do this. If anything happens to our Jin family, then this item belongs to you. He was truly shocked by the events surrounding this jade pendant, but he still agreed, taking the pendant and saying, all right, I accept. So what do you guys plan to do next? As he held the jade pendant, he thought to himself, Jin Lanyan has helped me a lot before. Besides, this thing is very useful to me. I can't pass this up. After handing him the jade, Jin Lanyan felt visibly relieved. She picked up her down jacket and said, my father has already arranged a plane. The Jin family will leave Jiangcheng for a while. She put on her jacket, stood up, and continued, while it's in your care, you are free to use the jade pendant as you wish, Mr. Ye. Consider it the storage fee we're paying you. She looked at him with sparkling, lingering eyes and said, perhaps this meeting will be our last. Jin Lanyan's issues were settled for the moment. She walked over to say her goodbyes to him. "Goodbye, Mr. Ye." Ye Chen didn't ask anything more. He simply said, "Until we meet again." Ye Chen truly has good fortune on his side. Every time he faces a hurdle, someone steps in to help. This jade pendant will allow him to focus on leveling up by significantly speeding up his cultivation process. To surpass Tang now, he saw Jin Lanyan to the door. After she left, he closed the door. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him, "Ye Chen!" which made him spin around in surprise. It was his two beautiful leading ladies. They had overheard him talking to a woman and had rushed downstairs hoping to catch him red-handed. Suspecting him of cheating, they began to grill him aggressively. Xia Ruoxue looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Was there a beautiful girl here just now?" Sun Yi also showed her annoyance, asking, "It's the middle of the night. Are you cheating on us?" Ye Chen quickly stuffed the jade pendant into his pocket and said, "It's nothing, just a friend who came to me for some help." "My bad for waking you two up." Xia Ruoxue didn't seem to care that much. She felt hungry, so she went to the fridge to grab a carton of milk. She added, "Right, you're coming to the Tianzheng group tomorrow. You haven't been there in ages, have you? The product launch press conference is starting soon. There will be plenty of domestic and international reporters there." She took a sip of milk, then looked at him and continued, "We need to create a buzz for the upcoming product." At the mention of this, Sun Yi walked up to him. She looked as if she were pleading with Ye Chen. "You have to go because I'm the one representing the group to speak at the press conference. If you're not there, I'll be a nervous wreck." To ease Sun Yi's mind, he gently patted her head and said, all right, I'll go, okay? I'll take some beautiful photos of you two while I'm at it." Hearing his promise, Sun Yi felt much more relieved. She smiled broadly. It was a peaceful night at Ye Chen's private villa. Early next morning, Ye Chen was in his bedroom, taking out the jade pendant to examine it. Ye Chen held the jade pendant in his hand and said, "To think it made the Jin family, one of the top martial arts families in Zhangcheng, this terrified. They'd even abandon their legacy and flee the country. The background of their opponent is clearly no joke." Ye Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, still clutching the jade pendant in his palm. "But whether they're legit or not, we'll have to throw hands to find out. This jade is pretty interesting. Let's test it out first." Ye Chen raised his hand and the jade pendant lifted into the air, hovering before him. A faint blue energy began to swirl and glow around it. Ye Chen was suddenly surprised as he watched the glowing jade pendant float around in the air. Ye Chen was suddenly caught off guard, staring intensely at the jade pendant glowing in his hand, drifting and hovering all around. Ye Chen, strong spiritual energy radiated from the jade pendant, bursting out. Ye Chen stared blankly at the jade pendant before him. Ye Chen was absolutely stunned, looking at the jade pendant right in front of him. As expected, this is the real deal. Ye Chen looked up at the jade piece hovering above. He happily remarked, "This jade could at least speed up my cultivation by tenfold. It's way more cracked than I thought." While Ye Chen was feeling hyped and joyful, black stone suddenly flew out from his body toward the jade pendant above him. The black stone hovered in midair, just like the jade pendant, but it began to suck all the spiritual energy out of the jade. This took Ye Chen completely by surprise. Watching the stone's behavior, he thought, "What on earth is going on?" After the black stone absorbed all the energy from the jade pendant let out a loud crack and shattered into pieces. It was totally trashed beneath the black stone. Ye Chen was deep in thought about the actions of the black stone after it drained all the jade's spiritual energy. What is this? The jade's energy is being sucked into the black stone. Ye Chen slowly examined the black stone after it finished absorbing the jade's energy and was quite shocked. This spiritual energy is insane. Has the jade's power completely transferred into the black stone? Upon closer inspection, Ye Chen noticed the reincarnation graveyard seemed to have changed a bit as well. Even the reincarnation graveyard inside has shifted. It's overflowing with endless spiritual energy. As he was thinking, Ye Chen suddenly remembered the jade pendant he was given had been completely smashed to pieces. Speaking of which, Ye Chen picked up a fragment of the broken jade and examined it. This treasure is nothing but scrap now. How am I supposed to explain this to Jin Lanyan? Then, Ye Chen struggled to think of a way to make it up to Jin Lanyan. I'll just give her some spirit pills or something when the time comes. That should cheer her up a bit. The scene shifts to the morning, with the bright sunlight streaming into a tall skyscraper. Inside, a massive crowd has gathered in a large auditorium. The building is packed. Many men are holding wine glasses in their hands, standing around and mingling with one another. They are laughing and having a great time. A soldier and a red-haired young man are joking around and laughing together. In another area, Numerous photographers are snapping photos rapidly with their cameras. Ye Chen is now wearing an expensive suit, looking sharp as he poses before the cameras for photos. Quite a few familiar faces have shown up. Very nice, very nice. From a distance, Ruok Shui and Sun Yi happily walk toward Ye Chen, waving their hands cheerfully in greeting. Now that everyone is here, it's our turn to show off. Ye Chen smiles warmly at Ruok Shui and Sun Yi. Further off, Ruok Shui and Sun Yi stand on the stage, in front of the crowd, to introduce the new products from Tianjin Group. Today, our Tianjin Group is launching two distinct types of products. Specifically, the blood-clotting longevity pill and the mid-grade skin-refining liquid. Sun Yi enthusiastically introduces the two items. The blood-clotting longevity pill and the skin-refining liquid are highly beneficial for everyone. The longevity pill can improve the health of the elderly after use, restoring their vitality and strength. The skin-refining liquid can revitalize your complexion. From now on, when taking photos or filming videos, you won't need beauty filters anymore. Off stage, as soon as Sun Yi finished speaking, a swarm of reporters crowded around her to ask questions about the products. Excuse me, has this already passed clinical trials? Are there any side effects? Is it really this effective? Sun Yi remained unfazed and began drawing lots for the lucky individuals who would get to trial the Tianjin Group's products. I can totally understand how you all feel. Next, we will use a random draw to invite 5 reporters backstage for a trial to personally verify the efficacy of our products. Down below the stage, guests from various countries all hope to be chosen to test the products. I want to go up. A random hand held a product bottle and slowly dispensed some to try it out. Then, those fingers applied it to the face to experience the new product. Once everyone had tried it, they all shared their thoughts, praising the miraculous effects of the product. Oh my God, I suddenly feel like my skin is glowing. My wrinkles have faded so much. Huoxia is truly magical. Son, I was delighted to hear the guests' glowing reviews and couldn't help but smile constantly. It seems everyone is very satisfied with the trial. Might as well give it a shot. I'm sure you're all very curious about where you can purchase this product, right? The specific release date we've set is, this is great! Everything is going so smoothly. Wait, I have a question. Sun Yi was caught off guard, looking toward the loud voice that just spoke up. An old woman, wearing a Japanese kimono with a face full of freckles, held a microphone to ask about the product. Hello, I'm a reporter from Japan's Imperial News. I have a few doubts regarding the Tianjin Group's products. You claim such miraculous effects, but are the ingredients actually safe? To clear up these doubts and verify the safety, please provide a sample for me to take back for testing. Although Ye Chen looked calm and cold on the outside, inside he seemed quite suspicious, annoyed by that old woman's question. These people have it too good. The product isn't even on sale yet, and you want samples? You're just looking for a way to steal the research, aren't you? Those islanders are clearly up to no good. I hope you can understand this, ma'am. This is a sensitive matter, so we cannot give it to her. I'm sorry, but this involves corporate trade secrets. We cannot comply with your request. Even after hearing Sun Yi's refusal, the old woman wouldn't let it go. She even claimed there must be something wrong with the product. Does your attitude prove that Tianjin Group is afraid of an inspection? Or is there actually a problem with your product? It might even have major side effects. Hearing the old woman's accusations, the crowd below began to murmur and gossip. That's true? Is such a miracle drug actually safe? The core tech is pretty sus. If it's too good to be true, it probably is. Son, Yai immediately tries to explain the truth to everyone. Regarding this, we have passed all Drug Administration inspections. Safety is definitely not an issue. Please, everyone, believe in us! Ruo Shui, standing to the side, was worried about Sun Yi and was about to step in to help. This is Sun Yi's first time hosting a press conference. She could easily panic facing such an unexpected situation. I have to go save the day. In that tense moment, Ye Chen appeared to comfort her. Ye Chen stepped up to confront the woman. Sun Yi, leave the rest to me. The old woman was startled. Not knowing who had come to Sun Yi's aid, Ye Chen stepped out in front of Sun Yi to talk to the woman about the product's safety. Sun Yi was overjoyed to see Ye Chen. Little Chen, regarding your concerns about product safety, I can explain them to you. Ye Chen stood before the whole audience and addressed the old woman. Regarding the issues with today's new product, I will be the one answering your questions. She gripped the microphone tightly, refusing to back down, insisting on obtaining the key ingredients of the new product. May I ask who you are? If you don't release the official ingredient list today, we will not accept this. Ye Chen held a bottle of the new product firmly in his hand, ready to expose her petty scheme. Didn't we already tell you? The Drug Administration has already inspected it. Our product is absolutely safe, since you want our ingredient list so badly. Don't tell me you're just trying to steal our formula. Even though Ye Chen had called her out like that, she still refused to back down, and made up yet another excuse. I don't care. No skincare product is this miraculous. It must be some special effects trick. Those people are just models you hired, aren't they? Otherwise, how could they all look younger in an instant? When Ye Chen heard this, he was quite annoyed by her antics, but he still replied coldly, "Ha, you want to play games here?" The old woman continued to provoke Ye Chen, challenging him to hit her. Because she still didn't believe in a product that was so miraculous. Who cares about the Drug Administration? I only care about the ingredients. If you've got a problem with that, then hit me. Ye Chen used one leg to spring forward in a quick, clean leap. On one of Ye Chen's palms, he had smeared some of the blue liquid from the new product. Ye Chen swiftly threw the solution straight onto her face. Sun Yi stood watching from the side, feeling a bit worried seeing Ye Chen act so impulsively. Little Chen is being way too reckless. After Ye Chen threw the product solution at her, she began to wail and make a scene. When Ye Chen splashed the liquid on her, "He's attacking me! Shenzhen Group is assaulting people!" But Ye Chen calmly retorted, "Who's hitting you? I just wanted this guest here to try out our product. I was just helping this guest apply a sample. And this time I'm applying it to the right side. Now everyone, you can see the efficacy of our product much more clearly." Hearing that, she immediately pulled out her phone to check herself. Upon using Tianjin Group's new product, she was stunned, speechless. The side of her face where it was applied looked like it belonged to a completely different person. The reporters started snapping photos like crazy, capturing this viral moment. No way, even a novel couldn't make up an effect like this. Click just a casual application and it does this? Hurry, take the picture! This is definitely today's front page news. Click. She walked back to ask Ye Chen about the other half of her face, and Ye Chen playfully replied to her. Wait, only half of my face got the medicine. What about the other half? What's that got to do with me? Do as you please. Ye Chen flashed a smug grin at her and said confidently, by the way, the efficacy of our house's product is permanent. Consider this good half of your face my gift to you. Ye Chen confidently introduced to everyone where this miraculous new product would be sold, letting every guest know. Wait, no. Didn't a reporter ask earlier about the sales regions? The first sales region will definitely be Huaxia. Other countries will launch 1 month later. Furthermore, let me be clear. Ye Chen's expression turned dead serious as he made a major announcement to everyone that Tianjin Group will never enter the island nation market. The old woman from before spoke up again to protest Ye Chen's decision. Discrimination! This is blatant discrimination! It's even an insult! This behavior violates the principles of fair competition, market fairness. My country expresses its formal protest. When Ye Chen heard that, he just gave a cold laugh and confirmed her suspicions. I'm discriminating, so what? What are you going to do about it? Ye Chen pointed his finger at her, looking smug about his decision. It's my product. I'll sell it wherever I want. This reporter from the Imperial Daily or whatever has bad intentions and is disrupting our press conference. Security, kick her out! After giving the order to security, Ye Chen turned back with a cheerful face and asked Sun Yi to continue with her duties. All right, I've said my piece. Next, Ms. Sun Yi will answer the rest of your questions. As Ye Chen left the stage, Shen Haihua called out to him from a distance. Ye Chen, Mr. Ye Chen! President Shen Haihua was a bit anxious about Ye Chen's sudden decision, so he came over to double-check with him. Mr. Ye Chen, are we really going to abandon the island nation market? Their media will likely drag our name through the mud, sir. Ye Chen remained calm and smiled at Shen Haihua, reassuring him about the situation. Let them smear us if they want. Our product quality speaks for itself. No need to worry. Go back to your work. Yes, sir. Ruoxue walked over from afar and praised Ye Chen for a job well done. Well done. That was so satisfying. You flatter me. Ruoxue, holding her phone, spoke to Ye Chen, making him listen with great curiosity. To be honest, Zhang Cheng has had a lot going on lately. Even our press conference made the front page news. What do you mean? Ruoxue checked the message on her phone and began reading the news to Ye Chen. Breaking news just came in. A private jet in. Zhang Cheng suddenly exploded. And not long ago, the Qinghe building also blew up. A private jet? Ye Chen then recalled what happened last night, specifically what Jin Lingyan had told him. Last night, Jin Lingyan said the Jin family wanted to take a private jet to leave Zhangcheng. Could it be? Ye Chen quickly pulled his phone out of his pocket. Ye Chen hurriedly called Xiaozheng to go with him tonight to investigate. Xiaozheng reported, Long Hun is investigating today's private jet explosion. Besides that, drive over here immediately. And take me to the Jin residence. Scene change. A long while later, Ye Chen and Xiaozheng arrived at the Jin family home. The place seemed very eerie and deserted. As soon as Ye Chen stood before the Jin family's door, he caught a heavy scent of blood. The smell of blood is overwhelming. Despite this, Ye Chen didn't hesitate and kicked the door wide open to head inside. Whatever, I'm checking it out first. Upon entering, Ye Chen's eyes suddenly widened at the horrific sight right in front of his own eyes. A pile of Jin family corpses lay scattered everywhere, a tragic scene reeking of blood. Even Xiaozheng was terrified by the sight before him. How is this possible? The Jin family? The Jin family has been wiped out. Ye Chen gently knelt beside the bodies and quickly analyzed the killer's methods. The attacker was ruthless. Men, women, old and young, they killed everyone, no survivors. They clearly wanted to pull the Jin family up by the roots. When Xiaozheng saw a message pop up, he immediately called out to Ye Chen. Mr. Ye Chen! Long Hun's investigation results are in. What is it? Xiaozheng reported everything that Long Hun had discovered to Ye Chen. Regarding the private jet incident, it was indeed the Jin family's, but his daughter, Jin Lingyan, was not on board. The plane was empty. Ye Chen breathed, a sigh of relief for Jin Lingyan's life. Thank goodness Jin Lingyan is okay. Her father must have anticipated something, using a decoy plane to avoid drawing the enemy's attention. Xiaozheng further informed Ye Chen about the death of the father of Jin Lingyan. However, Long Hun discovered a body in the outskirts, confirmed to be Jin Lingyan's father, Jin Shangming. Based on the struggle marks, it seems there was a long fight to stall the opponent. Jin Shangming's limbs were all broken. Ye Chen turned to Xiaozheng and asked about Jin Lingyan's whereabouts. Any sign of Jin Lingyan? Reporting none, sir. Jin Lingyan's current location is unknown. We are still continuing the investigation. Ye Chen then waved his hand, ordering Xiaozheng to head back first. All right, I got it. Xiaozheng, you head back first. Yes, sir. Mr. Ye Chen. Ye Chen's expression then turned bone-chillingly cold. He told Xiaozheng, I'll handle it from here. On the ground, corpses were everywhere. They lay scattered, not a single one moving. Before leaving the Jin residence, Ye Chen turned back and sighed. All this for just one jade pendant? Is human life really this cheap? He held a fragment of the jade pendant in his hand. Technically speaking, I shouldn't stick my nose into the Jin family's business. But I've already benefited from them and exhausted the spiritual energy entrusted within their jade. With one hand, Ye Chen decisively crushed the piece of jade. I have to step in. The jade pendant was given to me by Jin Lingyan earlier. Her aura still lingers on it. I can use it to cast a spell. All around, Ye Chen's hand was now enveloped in energy. Ye Chen formed hand seals while chanting under his breath. The great origin flows, giving life to all things. Purity is the source of clarity. Movement is the basis of stillness. Pierce through the vital force, locate the one 10,000 miles away. As he finished, a golden flame gradually emerged. It stirred the surrounding air violently. Ye Chen raised his hand high. A burst of golden flames ignited, forming a rift in space, like a mirror surface. That could see across 10,000 miles. Ye Chen stared intently, his murderous intent soaring as he muttered into it. Coral Lake. The image showed a rock formation surrounded entirely by water. Waves crashed continuously against that massive stone. Standing on that rock was Jin Lingyan. In front of her stood a man dressed in bizarre attire. Jin Lingyan sat on the stone surface, her eyes welling up with tears. The sheer helplessness on her face was clear as she thought to herself, I'm cooked, so this is how it ends. A minor martial artist from Jiangcheng actually dares to defy me? The man growled, staring at Lingyan with a ferocious glare. The man was quite hulking and gaudily dressed. He wore a mask shaped like a demon's face, complete with 2 horns in blue and red, and pants with green and white stripes. He stood like a mountain before Jin Lingyan. If you want to live, you only have one choice. Jin Yan looked at this man, thinking to herself, what a creep. The man used his massive hand to seize the neck of Jin Lingyan, lifting her off the ground. Where is the jade pendant? Tell me now or I'll snap your neck. Jin Lingyan gave a cold smirk. We of the Jin family are merchants. We value our word above all else. Not only did you break the rules, but you also slaughtered my entire family. I wouldn't tell you the location of that jade even if I died. Knowing her fate was sealed, she spat right onto the demon mask of that man. Feeling utterly insulted, he flew into a rage and slammed Lingyan hard onto the ground. You wretched woman, do you have a death wish? Knowing there was no escape, Jin Lingyan struggled to prop herself up. She still maintained her proud defiance. Go on then, kill me! Do you really think just because you won't reveal the location of the jade pendant that I wouldn't dare to kill you? The man spoke coldly, but killing you now is too easy. It lacks a real challenge. I've decided. First, I'll use my riz to win you over. Every word he said left Jin Lingyan jaw dropped. What are you doing, idol? That creepy weirdo suddenly held up a key. He continued, the ultimate magic key. Pointing at his belt, he declared, once I use this key to unlock the seal on my belt, I'll transform into a masked heartthrob. Any woman would fall for my irresistible charm. I want you to be my woman. Now Jin Lingyan was terrified of such a nut job. She screamed, help, pervert! Standing B complete, transform! The pervert began chanting some kind of spell. Right in that clutch moment, Chen rushed in at full speed. He leaped toward the guy from afar and delivered a massive kick to his head. You damn creep, go to hell! Getting kicked that hard, the guy lost his grip. Ye Chen watched as the key fell from his hand into the sea. Jin Lingyan was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. She muttered to herself, Ye Chen? Suddenly, Ye Chen reached out his hand, snapping her out of it. Can you get up? Hearing that, a dazed Jin Lingyan nodded. Yeah. Meanwhile, the masked man was reaching out after the key. My key! But by then, the key had sunk deep into the ocean, gone for good. Curiosity got the better of Jin Lingyan as she asked, Mr. Ye Chen, how did you get here? Ye Chen immediately countered her with a question. Why didn't you come find me? You should know that in all of Zhangcheng, only I can keep you safe. Jin Lingyan shook her head and spoke respectfully. This is my family's cross to bear. I didn't want to drag you into this, Mr. Ye Chen. Ye Chen sighed. Why did you have to do that? That's what Ye Chen said aloud. But deep down, she could have easily sold me out, to trade for her own survival. But she didn't do it. She's a real one, a friend worth my sincerity. Ye Chen turned and walked toward the masked man, not forgetting to say to Jin Lingyan, how about this deal? I'll take the jade pendant, and in return I'll avenge your family. Hearing this, Jin Lingyan agreed immediately. Jin Lingyan suddenly remembered something and spoke up quickly. The Jin family has already been wiped out according to the agreement. The jade pendant belongs to you anyway. Ye Chen paused slightly. Fine, I got it. The masked man gripped his blade, glaring at Ye Chen as he barked in rage. You little punk! Do you have any idea what you've done? The key is at the bottom of the sea now! Now not only can I not transform, I can't even go to the damn bathroom anymore! Ye Chen was taken aback, muttering to himself, seriously, what a freak. The masked weirdo shifted into a combat stance. But now I know the jade pendant is on you. You little brat! Since you've delivered yourself to me, then don't blame me for what happens next. His legs exploded with power as he leaped high like a cannonball, raising his massive blade to chop Ye Chen down. Ye Chen unleashed his move, God-slaying slash. Ye Chen didn't flinch or back down at all. He casually raised one hand to catch the blade mid-air. The masked man gasped in shock. No way! You caught my blade with your bare hands? Ye Chen countered coldly. You actually dared to swing this piece of trash at me? With a snap, Ye Chen broke the blade in two. The masked man panicked. My blade? Let me show you what a real weapon looks like. Ye Chen drew his soul-shocking staff. The weirdo froze, his face turning pale. The soul-shocking staff? Why is it in your hands? The masked creep waved his hands in terror. Wait, let's talk, I surrender. You can't kill me! I'm a martial arts prodigy of the Yan family. Killing me is the same as offending the entire Yan family. Besides, my uncle, Dong Ngao is the president of the Martial Arts Association, Jiangnam Province. He's also my master. Killing me is basically a death wish for you? Ye Chen let out a disdainful smirk. Oh? Dong Ngao, huh? I guess I should show him some respect then. Hearing that, the guy was overjoyed. Right! In all of Jiangnam, no one has the guts to mess with my uncle. It's good that you know your place. Showing him respect is the smart move. Ye Chen tapped the staff in his hand. He spoke with a smug tone. Well, this time don't expect an easy death. Ye Chen didn't hesitate to raise his staff, ready to give that masked creep a brutal lesson. He rained down strikes as fast as lightning bolts, leaving the guy writhing in agony on the ground. Begging for mercy, he cried, Oh my God, my uncle is Dong Ngao! Stop hitting me! Mommy, stop! If you keep hitting me, I'm gonna lose it! After a satisfying beatdown, Ye Chen pointed his staff at the guy and said, Nice. You really are a martial arts prodigy. You sure can take a punch. The creep lay on the ground, his mouth still running. Stop! Stop! Dong Ngao is my uncle! You can't... Wait, right. That woman from the Jin family. And the jade pendant, you can have it all. Just let me go now. And we can act like nothing ever happened. The masked man spoke to Ye Chen in terror. Ye Chen looked at him and said flatly, "You say act like nothing happened?" He trembled and replied, "Yes, yes, yes! I guarantee it. My uncle will absolutely not come after you." The guy was sweating bullets. Seeing that Ye Chen had stopped the beating, he secretly gloated. "Hook, line, and sinker. You fight well, I'll give you that. But what good is being a good fighter? In the Gangnam martial arts world, it's all about influence and lineage. An idiot like you, as long as I stay alive, I'll use my uncle's background to find a way to crush you." Before he could even finish the thought, Ye Chen drove the staff right through his head. Taking him by surprise, he only had time to let out a sharp cry before tumbling backward. The creep cried out pathetically, "Are you out of your mind? If I die, my uncle will never let you get away with this." At this point, Ye Chen asked, cutting him off mid-sentence, "What about the blood debt you owe? The lives of the Jin family that you slaughtered. How do you settle that?" The guy stammered, I'm different from them. I'm a martial arts genius and Dong Ngao is my uncle." Refusing to let him finish, Ye Chen raised the soul-shocking staff. A massive surge of spiritual energy erupted. "Dong Ngao? Since you love your uncle so much, don't you worry. Before long, I'll send Dong Ngao to the afterlife to keep you company." The energy aura grew more intense by the second. Ye Chen let out a cold smirk. Without making the masked man wait any longer, he slammed the staff down with savage force. A violent explosion of chi shattered the surroundings. Blood splattered everywhere. The body of that perverted masked man was blown to bits, disintegrating into ash. Ye Chen stood there and added, "Now go rot in the ocean and atone for the Jin family's deaths." Jin Lingyan witnessed it all. Her tension snapped and she sank to her knees. "It's finally over," she whispered. Seeing this, Ye Chen stepped forward and offered her a pill. Ye Chen said softly, "Are you okay? Take this, it'll help." Jin Lingyan whispered her thanks. Ye Chen gazed out at the vast, endless sea. "The Jin family is gone," he continued. "What do you plan to do next?" Lingyan only let out a soft sigh. She thought for a moment and said, "Yantan is dead. Dong Ngao will definitely investigate this. I'll certainly be the prime suspect, even if I go into hiding and change my identity. I'm afraid I won't survive long." As Jin Lingyan drifted into despair, Ye Chen spoke. "Come with me." Startled, she instinctively looked up at him. Ye Chen continued, "Go to Dragon Soul first. I'll have them set you up with a new identity. I'll make sure Dong Ngao never finds you." Hearing this, Jin Lingyan placed her hand on the palm that Ye Chen was reaching out to her. "I will follow your arrangements, Mr. Ye." Her voice blended with the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks. The scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. Over the next few days, the business world was rocked by an earth-shattering wave. Tianjin Group's products were officially launched on the market. Although they initially only covered Jiangnan province, clips from the press conference went viral online. The public was in a total frenzy. Thanks to the miraculous effects of the medicine, it took only 5 days for blood longevity pills and mid-grade face-nourishing elixir to hit sales, figures of over $100 million. Demand was skyrocketing by the minute, becoming the hottest topic across the internet and the country. But what really blew everyone's minds was that amidst this intense shopping spree, Tianjin Group's products completely sold out. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan province, there was a luxurious villa belonging to the Jia family, a place anyone would dream of owning. Inside one of the rooms, a man and a woman sat on the sofa. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. Xia Hongye, holding a newspaper, asked, "This group, Tianjin, was it really built by that kid Ye Chen?" Mrs. Jia nodded and spoke up. "Yes, as you can probably tell. While Tianjin Group's current scale is modest, in less than a year, it could become a top-tier corporation in China," Xia Hongye continued. "Looking at your bet with Ye Chen, you lost. I've already accepted the defeat." Mrs. Jia then said, "He carries too many secrets, so many that it feels surreal to me. I have to admit. The guy is truly impressive." She continued speaking. Xia Hongye let out a sigh and said, "If Ye Chen is this outstanding and Ruo Shui likes him, but without the Qin family..." Suddenly a voice dripping with murderous intent rang out from behind. Oh, and what if there was no Qin family? The two of them jumped in fright and spun around. Standing there was a young man, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Qin Zhengyang continued, "I've only been gone for a few days, yet you already want to marry off my precious fiancé to someone else?" The two of them stammered in unison, "Young Master Qin!" Xia Hongye's face turned pale as he gasped, "Why are you here?" Meanwhile, he thought to himself, "I heard the Qin family just returned from Mount Amei a few days ago. Could they have known about Ruo Shui at the birthday party?" Unexpectedly, suddenly, Qin Zhengyang grabbed Xia Hongye by the neck. Zhengyang choked him in a rage and hissed, "I just made it back from Mount Amei with great effort. hoping to see my fiancé with joy. And yet you tell me that my fiancé is in Jiang City, shacking up with someone else? Mrs. Jia was horrified at the sight. Honey, young Master Chin, please stop. Qin Zhengyang completely ignored her. He slammed Xia Hongye violently onto the ground. Get Xia Roshu here to see me, right now! The loud noise brought Xia Roshu's grandmother out. Hongyi, what happened? Why the racket? Mrs. Xia was consumed by panic. Mom, it's nothing. Please just go back. Qin Zhengyang glanced over with a dark smirk. He let out a mock, oh! Then he lunged and struck her forehead. Ruoshuk's grandmother was knocked unconscious. Mrs. Jia immediately rushed over in distress. Mom, what's wrong? Wake up! Qin Zhengyang laughed wickedly and said, right now, inside her body. Is something eating her from the inside? She is gravely wounded. Only I can save her. I bet Ruo Shui will be back in a heartbeat, won't she? Ha ha ha. At Ye Chen's villa, Xia Roshu and Sun Yi collapsed onto the chairs, exhausted. He asked, tired already? Don't tell me you don't even have the energy to pour some water? Xia Roshu grumbled. What would a hands-off boss like you know? Everything was bought out, the warehouse is bone dry. Right now the whole company is a mess. I'll rest for a bit, then I have to head back for overtime. Sun Yi gave a weary smile. Hey, with such a killer product. The press conference I hosted was a total hit, wasn't it? Heh. Seeing them, so exhausted, Ye Chen quickly brought over some water to serve them. All right. You two worked hard. Hurry up and have some water. Ye Chen sat down with them to drink some water. He thought to himself, after all, these are medicines refined by a cultivator. It's only natural they'd sell like crazy. The real issue lies in what comes next. Unlike Jiang City, Jiangnan province is full of powerful experts. It's complicated, Dong Nao. Though on the surface, he's the top dog in Jiangnam. There are definitely others much stronger than him behind the scenes. He pondered. Dominating Jiang City was just the first basic step. Next up, I need to set my sights on all of Jiangnam province. Suddenly, a phone rang, catching the attention of Xia Ruoshui and Sun Yi. Xia Ruoshui happily answered it. It was her father. Hello, Dad? But it seemed that Xia Ruoshui heard some very bad news, so bad that she burst into tears. Sun Yi had no idea what happened to Xia Ruoshui. Sun Yi called out to her, Ruoshui! Xia Ruoshui rushed outside in a hurry. She apologized hastily. I'm sorry, I have to go back to the Xia family. The door slammed shut. Only then did Ye Chen ask Sun Yi, what's wrong with her? Sun Yi replied, I don't know. But she didn't even grab her bag. I'm afraid something huge just went down. Sun Yi didn't hesitate, and immediately chased after Xia Ruoshui. I'm going out to check on her. After Sun Yi left, Ye Chen picked up his phone to call someone. Ye Chen was calling Ye Lingtian. Ye Lingtian, investigate what's been going on with the Xia family lately. Report back to me as soon as you have news. Ye Lingtian replied immediately. Given the relationship between the Palace Master and Xia Ruoshui, we have always been keeping an eye on the Xia family. Just now, Xia Ruoshui's parents rushed her grandmother to the hospital. Something must have happened to her grandmother. Hearing this news made Ye Chen fall into deep thought. Something isn't right. This doesn't add up. I saw her grandmother at the birthday party. She was in great health. Then again, it's hard for the elderly to avoid a bad fall. Ye Lingtian continued his report. Furthermore, there are other matters I must report to the Palace Master. The Qin family from Jiangnam province has returned from Mount Ma. They are likely to target you, Palace Master, due to what happened at the birthday party. Also, the situation in Jiangnam province has been shaky lately. Several hidden forces are moving in the shadows. Things could blow up at any moment. Ye Chen replied, Jiang City is after all too small. It's time to move to a bigger stage. Ye Lingtian was surprised by Ye Chen's sudden decision. Palace Master, are you coming here? Shall I send a car to pick you up? Ye Chen gave Ye Lingtian one last instruction. No need, Dragon Soul has a car ready. Stay put for now, don't blow your cover. Then he hung up. He placed the phone down on the table. Ye Chen checked his cultivation progress. He thought, the black stone absorbing the jade pendant has significantly boosted my cultivation speed. The reaction from the second tombstone is much more intense now. I should be able to barely activate it in a few days. I'm basically ready. Just then, Sun Yi burst through the door in a panic. Seeing this, Ye Chen immediately extinguished the spiritual energy in his hand. He stepped forward to ask what happened. Sun Yi was exhausted from chasing after Xia Ruoshui. It was clear she hadn't been able to catch up with her. Panting heavily, she replied, Yeah, Ruoshui left in a car. By the time I flagged a taxi, she was already gone. She's not picking up her phone either. She said to Ye Chen, one more thing. On my way back, Shen Haihua called and mentioned that Tianzheng Group is planning to open a subsidiary. It's located right in the heart of Jiangnam province. He wants to invite me to manage it. What do you think? Should I go? Ye Chen smiled and replied, Go for it. I was actually planning to head to Jiangnam province myself. Let's go together. In his mind, he thought, fate has its own way. Everything is following the grand design. The next day, a car was already waiting outside Ye Chen's villa for him to come out. The person sent greeted him warmly. Mr. Yi, shall we head out now? Ye Chen agreed, and they set off for Jiangnam province. They arrived at the city center of Jiangnam province. At the Minqi Villa estate, the driver poked his head out to look at the surrounding scenery. He gasped in awe. My God, this villa is so fancy. Money alone can't buy a place like this. No wonder it's Mr. Ye to own such an insane house. Ye Chen got out of the car and said to him, I'm just crashing here thanks to a friend. Even though he said that, the truth was Ye Lingtian had arranged it. Ye Chen asked him, Xiaozheng want to come in? But Xiaozheng happily declined. No, I'm good. I still have to head to the Dragon Soul headquarters in Jiangnam province to report in. After saying that, he drove off. Before leaving, he said goodbye to Ye Chen. See you later, Mr. Ye. The phone in his pocket started ringing. It was Ding Ming. Ye Chen was surprised because after Ruoshui's birthday, he had told him to return to Jiangnam province. They hadn't been in touch for a long time. Ye Chen picked up the phone. Ding Ming answered quickly. Hello, Mr. Ye. Are you still in Jiang City? I have something, but I'm not sure if I should say it. Ye Chen replied. I'm in Jiangnam province. Just spit it out. Ding Ming spoke hurriedly. Mr. Yi, the head of the Wu family wants to see you. I'm afraid he doesn't have good intentions. You can choose not to see him. I can still stall things on my end. Hearing that, Ye Chen thought to himself, at the birthday party, Wu Dingming stood by me and offended the Qin family. I'm afraid the Qins have already started breathing down the Wu family's neck. The Wu family will naturally pass all that pressure onto Wu Dingming. Since he's calling me now, he's probably at his breaking point. With that in mind, Ye Chen replied, Dingming, give me the address. I'm heading over right now. He felt it was only right. This whole mess is because of me, so what's the harm in meeting him? He arrived at the Wu family's territory. Right at the entrance, Wu Dingming was already standing there, waiting for Ye Chen's arrival. Ye Chen smiled and joked, I didn't expect that my first contact with the martial arts world in Jiangnam would be with the Wu family. Wu Dingming sighed, Mr. Ye, you really shouldn't have come. Lately, the Wu and Qin families have been at each other's throats. They're on the verge of an all-out war. The head of the family is in a terrible mood. I'm afraid he might lash out at you. Ye Chen remained confident, instead of waiting for him to make a move. I might as well take the initiative and go to him. Let's go in and see what he's about. Wu Dingming had no choice but to follow Ye Chen's lead. But actually, things aren't completely beyond negotiation. A big shot from the Jiangnam Martial Arts Association is coming soon. He wants to settle the feud between the two families. The head of the family probably won't give you too hard of a time. Wu Dingming led Ye Chen inside. Ye Chen observed the head of the Wu family, who was waiting inside. The head of the Wu family, Wu Qiwan, and his daughter, the young lady of the Wu family, Wu Xinlin, were both waiting for them. Wu Xinlin sized up Ye Chen the moment she saw him. So this is Ye Chen? To have Uncle Wu Dingming so wholeheartedly side with him, he must be something else. The head of the Wu family spoke up. So you're Ye Chen? Ye Chen replied decisively. That's right. Suddenly there was the sound of someone slamming the table in anger. He was so furious that he stood up, pointing his finger and shouting at Ye Chen. How dare you! This brat doesn't even show respect when facing the head of the house. He even dares to talk back so loudly. That's too much. Ye Chen snapped back at him. According to him, do I have to keep my voice down and kiss his ass? Furthermore, if you dare point your finger at me again, Ye Chen warned, I will take it off. He hadn't calmed down yet. The kid is truly arrogant. I want to see what you're actually made of. Wu Dingming immediately stepped forward to stop him. Lao Cheng, be a little careful. For my sake, please respect Mr. Ye Chen's temper. Don't sweat it anymore. Lao Cheng immediately brushed Wu Dingming's hand away. He pushed it off his shoulder. Cursing, he scolded Wu Dingming. Wu Dingming, are you a member of the Wu family? Or are you just this brat's dog? I find it strange. As a master yourself, do you really need to suck up to that kid like that? Wu Dingming frowned. Wu Cheng, if you dare to insult Mr. Ye Chen again, then I'm sorry. Wu Sheng wouldn't back down either. He replied, Are you really going to go against me for an outsider? You want a piece of me? Fine, I'll go all the way with you. Then Wu Guiyuan's voice boomed an order. Everyone shut your mouths. The loud, majestic voice echoed throughout the room, making the atmosphere instantly silent. Wu Guiyuan said to Ye Chen, Kid, I don't know why Dingming admires you so much, but regarding the matter of the Wu and Qin families, you cannot escape involvement. He stood up and walked toward Ye Chen, speaking in a stern voice. Being too arrogant as a young man is not a good thing. Who knows, you might end up dead one day. 3 waves of pressure radiated from his body, making sure Ye Chen could feel it. This made the people of the Wu family gloat. Ye Chen is just a young man. There's no way he can withstand it. The head's pressure is still so terrifying. Even I feel scared. Someone else said, he's doing this likely to force Ye Chen to submit. But Ye Chen showed no fear before him. He said coldly, "You want to use pressure on me? Then I'll show you how a real cultivator plays." With that, he stomped 1 foot down, causing the ground to crack. Then his pressure began to be released, clashing against Wu Guiyuan's own pressure. Seeing this display of power from him made everyone around completely shocked. Oh my God. Not only did he withstand the head's pressure, he even managed to break it. The head's rank as a Grandmaster is only 3 ranks below Duong Ngao. Could it be that he is stronger than the head? No way! He must be using some kind of trick. Wu Hanlin found his performance quite impressive. So this is the strongest man in Jiangcheng from the legends. Wow, he's actually legit. The head of the Wu family spoke up. Ye Chen, I acknowledge your strength, but you are just one person. What you're involved in concerns 2 high-level families in Jiangnan province, something you definitely cannot handle. Ye Chen didn't look worried at all. He said, Wu Guiyuan, I didn't come to the Wu family to join your side. I just wanted to tell you, he continued, I, Ye Chen, will handle the Qin family matter myself. It will absolutely not involve you guys. If the Qin family comes looking for trouble with you, just pin it all on me. Wu Cheng interrupted angrily and shouted, Who do you think you are? You think you can take on the Qin family by yourself? This is Jiangnan, not that tiny Jiangcheng of yours. Just because you killed a few Grandmasters, those losers back in Jiangcheng, you really think you're invincible? Wu Guiyuan raised his hand to signal Wu Cheng to stop. He spoke. If that's the case, then this matter has nothing to do with my Wu family anymore. With that, he turned around. Take your arrogance and ignorance. Take that traitor Wu Dingming with you and get the hell out of my house. But the others took the chance to enjoy the drama. They were gossiping about Wu Dingming. Wu Dingming is expelled, he's getting out just in time. The Qin family won't have a reason to mess with us anymore. Serves him right, to think he was a Grandmaster, yet was willing to suck up to some young punk. Wu Dingming seemed reluctant to leave. He called out, Head to the house! But Wu Guiyuan didn't want to look at him anymore. I'll spare you out of respect for your years of service to the Wu family. I won't kill you today. But from now on, you are no longer one of us. Now get out. If you want to be someone's dog, go do it somewhere else immediately. Wu Dingming showed his loyalty by dropping to his knees. He said, Wu Dingming is grateful for the care the Wu family has shown. This bow is my final thanks to the Wu family. Wu Guiyuan looked disgusted upon hearing this. Then Wu Dingming continued, But I, Wu Dingming, am certain of one thing. Ye Chen will definitely reach the absolute peak in the future. Right now, I might just be a dog to him. But later on, you people of the Wu family will definitely be the ones kneeling to beg this dog to return. This bold declaration of his made everyone in the Wu family despise him even more. They chased him away. The great Wu family needing to beg a dog like you? Ha ha ha! Are you actually proud of being a dog? Beat it already. Don't stay here and embarrass yourself further. Ye Chen sighed. Why must you degrade yourself? I have never looked down on you like that. Ye Chen told Wu Dingming as they left the Wu residence. Let's go. Right at that moment, Ma Weiqi arrived in the Wu family home. He paid his respects to the head of the Wu family. I got a bit held up on the way. Truly sorry about that. He laughed cheerfully. Wu Guiyuan's face lit up immediately, welcoming the VIP. Ha ha ha, old Ma, you're here. Quick, come in and have a seat. As Ma Weiqi was about to step inside, he suddenly froze. He saw Ye Chen looking at him. Ma Weiqi immediately greeted Ye Chen formally. Mr. Ye Chen, what brings you here? This sight left everyone in total shock. Wu Cheng instantly became much more timid than before. Ma Weiqi is the vice president of the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Province. He wondered why. He addressed him the same way Wu Dingming did. Ye Chen is Mr. Ye? On what grounds? This is crazy, totally crazy. The world has gone mad. Ma Weiqi had to bow down respectfully. As Ye Chen and Wu Dingming walked past, he tried to strike up a conversation. Mr. Yi, are you? Ye Chen coolly replied. Just some minor business. As the two of them reached the door, Ma Weiqi was still acting all humble and respectful, leaving everyone in an uproar. So many powerful factions want to suck up to him, yet none of them could get close to old Ma. Now he's acting like this toward that guy? The main thing is old Ma isn't even offended. What kind of world is this? Wu Guiyuan was completely clueless. He intended to ask Ma Weiqi, Old Ma, you... Ma Weiqi gave an awkward smile. Ha! Let's talk about the main business first. The main business is more important. Meanwhile, at another location, Ye Chen was walking with Wu Dingming, who had just been kicked out of the Wu family. Ye Chen asked, "Dingming, now that you've left the Wu family, what are your plans?" He replied, "I've finally got my freedom back. Of course, I'll follow whatever you say, Mr. Ye." Ye Chen happily patted his shoulder. He told Wu Dingming, "Good, from now on, stay by my side and take orders from me. Since you chose me without a second thought, I'll make sure the Wu family can never touch you." After saying that, Ye Chen took out some treasures to give to Wu Dingming. "These 30 elixir pills. Take one every day. Your cultivation speed will be at least 3 times faster. I'm also giving you this manual. Starting right now. Forget all that trashy martial arts in your head and practice this technique instead." Ye Chen continued, "I promise you, 1 month from now, Wu Guiyuan will be like a mouse facing a cat when he sees you. You'll be able to crush him under your feet." Receiving the gifts from Ye Chen, Wu Dingming couldn't help but be amazed. My God, so this is how Ye Chen works his magic. Ye Chen looked at Wu Dingming with a satisfied smile. It moved him deeply as he thought that this man didn't see him as a slave, let alone a dog. He treated him like a real human being. Wu Dingming immediately dropped to his knees to express his profound gratitude. "I, Wu Dingming, am willing to go through hell and back. For Mr. Yi, I'll lay down my life without a second thought." Part 3. At the VIP ward of Jiangnan Province First Hospital, Jia Ruoshu and Madame Xia were in the room, worrying sick over Ruoshui's grandmother. Jia Ruoshui stared at her grandmother. How can this be? She clearly had a full body checkup, and everything was normal. Why did she suddenly collapse? Madame Xia wiped away her tears, thinking to herself, "If I'd known Qin Zhengyang was that heartless, I never would have brought Mom back to the Xia family. I've failed my mother, and I've failed my daughter." Madame Xia pulled Xia Ruoshui aside. "Let's go. Go home and get some rest first." But Xia Ruoshui seemed unwilling to leave. Furthermore, she sensed something fishy about the whole thing. "Mom, the more I think about it, the weirder it gets. Are you hiding something from me? Why did Grandma faint? Even the hospital can't find a single reason." Xia Ruoshui's pointed words caught Madame Xia off guard. She stammered, I'm not really sure either. She's just getting old after all." Deep down, she was determined. She absolutely could not let Ruoshui know the truth. Knowing her daughter's temper, she'd risk her life just to settle the score with Qin Zhengyang. Just then, someone else walked in, startling the two of them. He began to whine. "My fiancé finally makes a trip home. But instead of visiting me, she's here checking on this damn old woman." It was Qin Zhengyang who had just arrived. He leaned against the door, looking like he was up to no good. Though his words were full of fake grievance, he couldn't hide his smug, self-satisfied smirk. "It really breaks my heart." Xia Ruoshui was stunned to see him. Could it be that you're Qin Zhengyang?" Xia Ruoshui took a step toward Qin Zhengyang. She said to him in a fit of rage, "No way! Even if you're the young master of the Qin family, you have no right to insult my grandmother. I demand you take back what you just said." Qin Zhengyang's expression soured with displeasure when she made her demand. He backhanded Xia Ruoshui right across the face. The pain was so sharp it sent her collapsing to the floor. Her cheek began to swell up. Qin Zhengyang loomed over her and barked, "Did you really think I wouldn't find out? That you've been messing around with another man in Jiangcheng? If I didn't care about the fact that you're still a virgin, you'd be a cold body by now. How dare you raise your voice at me?" Xia Ruoshui was shell-shocked by his words and the brutal slap she just took. Terror filled her eyes. Qin Zhengyang sat down right beside her. He smirked and warned, "I'm here to tell you this. The engagement planned for 5 months from now, it's off. I've run out of patience. In the coming days, I'm going to Kunlun Mountain to fetch someone. The day I get back is our wedding day." He grabbed her by the throat, leaving Xia Ruoshui helpless and unable to fight back. "During this time, if you dare take one single step out of Jiangnan Province, I'll make sure not a soul in the Xia family is left alive." Having finished his threat, he finally stood up. Xia Ruoshui was still in a daze, unable to process it all. He added, "You only have this attitude with me because of that little punk Ye Chen, don't you? The fact that he touched one of my Qin family's people. It won't be long before I bring his head to you." Qin Zhengyang laughed as he walked out the door to head home. "Consider it a little engagement gift, won't you? Ha ha ha." Only then did Madame Xia dare to help her daughter up. Her face was still pale from the sheer terror, but it couldn't drown out the rage burning inside her. Xia Ruoshui was fuming with anger. She swore to herself, "Qin Zhengyang, I, Xia Ruoshui, would rather die than ever be your woman." Back at the Mingthui villa, Ye Chen was inside the villa trying to call someone. Ye Chen called Xia Ruoshui, but she didn't pick up, which struck him as strange. Ruoshui still isn't answering. I have no idea what's going on over there. But then Ye Chen decided to let it go for now. Never mind, I'll just try calling her again later. If she still doesn't pick up, I'll head over to the Xia family mansion myself. Ye Chen was currently sitting in the villa, focused on his cultivation. He cleared his mind and meditated. After a few days of intense training, I've advanced from the first level of the Qi Calamity Realm to the peak of the second level. Once I break through to the third level, I should be able to trigger the second tombstone. Suddenly, a sharp knock came from the front door. Ye Chen, in the middle of his session, wondered who could be bothering him. He went to open the door and found a rather strange-looking girl standing there. Her face was completely covered, and her eyes were filled with pure terror. She pleaded with Ye Chen. "Please, I beg you, let me hide here for a moment." "They're almost here!" Ye Chen saw the hesitation in her eyes and simply said, "Fine." But a second later, he kicked her right back out the door. "No way! If you dare set foot in here again, I'll make sure you leave as a corpse." She hit the ground hard, crying out in pain. But she didn't give up. She pulled out a medicinal pill to trade. "I'll trade you this pill. Just let me stay for one night."
"I'm begging you."
From her hand, Lu Hanshuang produced a purple spiral-shaped pill. Even under her heavy assassin gear, Ye Chen could clearly see the beads of sweat and the sheer panic on her face. Lu Hanshuang told him, "This pill in exchange for one night." Ye Chen had absolutely zero interest in what Lu Hanshuang was offering. He dismissed her with a bored wave of his hand. "I don't give a damn about your pills, beat it." Lu Hanshuang gasped in disbelief.
"What?" He paused to think.
Ye Longtian had mentioned before that things in Jiangnam were becoming chaotic. This girl was clearly a magnet for trouble. He couldn't afford to let his guard down. Stupid kindness would only get him killed. Suddenly, from outside, furious voices erupted. "Where the hell did she go? She has to be around here somewhere. Would you like me to translate what happens when the pursuers arrive at Ye Chen's door? Search everywhere." Liu Hanshuang slumped to the floor. In a panic, she said to Ye Chen, "We're in deep trouble. That crowd is about to find this place." With no other choice left, Hanshuang had to pull out something else to bargain with Ye Chen. She pleaded desperately, "I will use this sword to trade for your protection just this once. I'm begging you." Ye Chen looked at the item in her hand. He froze for a second. "This is..." He stared at the broken sword, which was nonetheless wrapped in a spiritual aura that was incredibly powerful. Ye Chen immediately realized it was a spirit sword. He silently sized up the girl in front of him. Even though it's shattered, its grade is high. Compared to the soul-suppressing staff, its level is on a whole different level. This girl was definitely no pushover. "Once it's reforged, I can put it to good use." Ye Chen smirked and said, "No problem. I'll shield you from now on." Moments later, Liu Hanshuang was resting on the sofa in his home. Suddenly, Ye Chen caught a scent in the air. He immediately recognized the metallic smell of blood. Watching Liu Hanshuang's pained expression, Ye Chen grew thoughtful. "Looks like this girl has been through the ringer. Her weapons are clearly high-tier stuff." After a pause, Ye Chen asked, "Why did you come looking for me specifically?" She replied exhaustedly, "I wanted to take a shot in the dark. This room radiates the aura of a total pro. As long as you say yes, I'm sure I can dodge this bullet." Liu Hanshuang looked up at him. Ye Chen gave her a flat command. "I see. It seems your intuition is actually pretty legit. Take it off." Hearing this, Liu Hanshuang bolted upright. She said in shock, "Wait up. Did you just tell me to strip?" He calmly replied, "Yeah." His intentions, however, were completely innocent. "Doesn't it feel suffocating, having to hide your face like that all the time?" Liu Hanshuang hadn't expected him to say that, and she was beyond embarrassed. She quickly crossed her arms to cover herself. What do you think you're doing? I already gave you the ancient sword. Now you want my body too? Don't even try it. You're just a bully trying to force yourself on me." Ye Chen wasn't the patient type, so hearing Liu Hanshuang's constant nagging made him extremely annoyed. "Shut it! You're loud as hell. I told you to take off that veil." Deciding to just speed things up himself, Ye Chen instantly used his spiritual energy to slash her veil right off. Liu Hanshuang's face was finally revealed, and she was quite a looker. She shyly stammered, Wait! Looking at her beauty, Ye Chen thought to himself, she looks like a decent person. I'll take care of this girl's problem. As Ye Chen studied Hanshuang's face for a moment, he suddenly noticed a strange mark on her forehead. Before he knew it, the air outside filled with the voices of a group of aggressive men, followed by a violent pounding on the door. "Open up! Someone open this damn door for me!" Liu Hanshuang turned pale as a ghost and whispered to Ye Chen, "This is bad. They're here." He calmly reassured her while heading out to handle it. "Stay right here. Don't go anywhere." Ye Chen swung the door open. The first thing he saw was the incredibly creepy face of a man with a scraggly beard. The man asked in a deceptively soft voice, "Sorry to bother you, kid, but tell me, have you seen anyone suspicious around here?" Ye-Chen kept a straight face. He muttered the man's words back at him. "Suspicious people? Isn't that you guys?" Standing before him was a bunch of weirdos, dressed up like total freaks. One was in a Pikachu suit and another was a literal rat. He silently assessed them. These guys were all at the half-step transformation realm. This rat-head old man was a Grandmaster. The person that girl crossed paths with must be a powerhouse from a martial arts family. The rat-head old man chuckled casually. "Ha ha ha! This kid's got jokes. We're just peaceful, good-hearted citizens." He patted the man next to him on the shoulder and gave a bright smile. "That person is extremely dangerous. For your own safety, let my men go inside and check it out. It's your call." The guy named Xiao Bi replied, "Ooh la la!" He saw a punch about to slam into his face and cried out in shock. "Ooh la la!" His entire body was sent flying high by Ye-Chen's kick. This sudden move caught all of them off guard. They started yelling in a rage. "Brat, you looking for a death wish? How dare you hit my brother!" Ye-Chen raised his foot, channeling spiritual energy forward, and issued a threat. I don't recall ever inviting you into my home. This is the line. Anyone who dares to step across will be killed on sight." The rat-head old man quickly held back his crew. "Hold on!" He then switched to a professional tone, acting like some slick businessman. "Little brother, we are from the Shu family of Jiangnan province. Tonight our patriarch was murdered by a girl. We've tracked her here. Naturally, we can't miss a single house. Offending the Shu family is not a wise move." Before he could finish, a hard object was thrown right at his face. Ye-Chen's voice followed. "Open your damn eyes and look at what this is." He grabbed it and gasped in terror. "This is the Dragon Soul Badge, and the rank seems very high." The rat-head old man immediately bowed in apology. "Commander, my deepest apologies for disturbing your rest." He knew they couldn't search a military member's home. Ye-Chen gave them one final warning. "Get lost. Don't let me see your faces again." The group obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Inside, Lu Hanshuang was gasping for air, looking utterly drained. "Ha, ha, ha." Ye-Chen reported to her. "It's handled." Lu Hanshuang struggled to speak. Thank you." He asked her what her name was. She glanced at Ye-Chen and answered slowly, "Lu Hanshuang." Hanshuang struggled to sit up to thank him. "Now I just need to wait until dawn." Suddenly, Ye-Chen cut her off. "Hurry up and take it off." She gasped in surprise. "Wait, what did you just say?" He calmly continued, "I said get your clothes off, now." Lu Hanshuang's entire face turned beet red, but she still firmly refused to follow Ye-Chen's orders. "I knew it. Your goal all along was my body. I'd rather die than go along with this." Ye-Chen swiped the knife right out of her hand. Then he said seriously, "What the hell are you thinking? The poison in your chest has already spread to your vital organs. If you don't treat it now, you're dead meat, and I don't exactly want you dying in my house." Hearing that, Lu Hanshuang asked skeptically, "You actually know medicine?" Ye-Chen glared at her. "My medical skills are even higher than my martial arts." Ye-Chen rested his chin on his hand and muttered, "I thought so." After examining Lu Hanshuang's body, he immediately figured out a way to treat her. Meanwhile, she tried her best not to let her mind wander. A patient shouldn't be picky. A patient shouldn't be picky. It's just medical treatment. I can't think of anything weird. Ye-Chen spoke up, "About your injury." But Lu Hanshuang quickly covered her chest with her hands. She asked him shyly, "Are you done looking yet? Do you really have to stare that closely?" He continued to ignore her. She kept talking. "It's even worse than I imagined. But it's not impossible to cure. I originally wanted to give you some medicine to neutralize the toxin. But looking at you now, I can just use my hands to force the poison out of your body." Then Ye-Chen suddenly stood up and held out his hand, which was flowing with spiritual energy in front of Hanshuang. She screamed in shock, Use your hands? Wait, what do you mean?" Ye-Chen didn't give her a chance to calm down before reaching out. "I'm starting." Lu Hanshuang was so embarrassed her head was spinning. She stared intently at Ye-Chen's hand as it approached her. Every time Ye-Chen's hand touched Hanshuang's body, she cried out again. "Wait, no, don't stop!" He remained focused on the treatment, ignoring Lu Hanshuang's moans. "I still need more external force to soften the hardening." She let out a sharp cry, then tried her best not to let her mind wander to dirty thoughts by repeatedly chanting to herself, "A patient shouldn't be picky. A patient shouldn't be picky." She closed her eyes tight, thinking how comfortable it felt. There was a slight chilling sensation, while her whole body went numb. "It feels so good. He's just treating my injury, don't overthink it." Suddenly, Lu Hanshuang let out a loud gasp. She panted heavily, "Ha, ha, ha!" By this time, Ye Chen had finished the procedure. He reminded Han Shuang to rest for the night and leave the next morning. After this, we're even. But there were still traces of tears on Lu Han Shuang's face as she relaxed and slumped onto the chair. She whispered, "The thank you." Ye Chen said nothing, just watched her in silence. The next morning, he looked at the broken sword and a piece of paper left behind. Ye Chen muttered, "She's already gone?" On the paper was a note from Lu Han Shuang. It read, "Yi Chen, I owe you 3 favors. I will repay them." After reading it, Ye Chen replied nonchalantly, "It's fine if you don't." After all, the feel was NDTO. He flexed his hands. Then he picked up the spiritual sword. After swinging it around for a bit, Ye Chen remarked, "This sword is definitely something else." He thought to himself, even though it's broken, it still packs this much power. It'll be useful once I reforge it. Ye Chen looked at the spiritual sword in his hand and said to it, "From now on, I'll call you the Dragon Slayer Sword. I hope that before long I can use you to chop off the heads of those dragons in the capital." A moment later, Ye Chen called someone. When the person answered, he chatted happily. "Ruo Shui, why didn't you pick up last night? It wasn't easy for me to make a trip to Jiangnan province. Don't just prioritize the local big shots." On the other end of the line was a woman's high-pitched voice. "You dummy, why on earth did you come here? You absolutely must not go out these next few days. Stay inside no matter what. I'm begging you, okay?" Ye Chen carefully asked her, "Is someone looking for trouble with you?" As if he had hit the nail on the head, Xia Ruoshui stammered in reply, No, that's not it." After a moment, Ye Chen offered her some comfort. "Wait for me. I'll be at your place within half an hour." Xia Ruoshui was so moved that she started to cry. She sobbed his name, "Ye Chen." Leaving the house, Ye Chen said to himself, "I should probably give Little Dung a call. I'll have him drive over and pick me up." Suddenly, he was taken aback. Ye Chen asked the man standing in front of his house, "Why are you here?" "Ye Lingtian." Ye Lingtian said respectfully, "Hallmaster, your subordinate has come to meet you." Hearing this, Ye Chen reminded him, "You are my hidden ace in the shadows. I've already said we should try to meet, as little as possible." Lingtian replied with deep emotion, "Even if you say that, the gentle breeze is faithful, the bright moon is boundless. My longing for you, Hallmaster, makes every day feel like a year." He didn't have a clue what he was talking about, so he ordered, "If you got something to say it fast." Ye Lingtian said happily, "Please come with me, Hallmaster, to the Hidden Dragon building. The brothers all want to see you." Ye Chen flatly refused. "Not going, I'm busy." He gasped in shock. "Wait, what?" Looking at the other man's actions and expression, Ye Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Ye Lingtian's current attitude makes me want to take his place. Besides, I'm still curious about just how powerful his influence really is. He told Lingtian, "I have to go to the Jia residence now. You drive me there. When I'm done, I'll go with you to the Hidden Dragon building." Ye Lingtian cupped his hands and replied, "Thank you for your blessing, Hallmaster." Sitting in the car, Ye Chen didn't forget to ask Lingtian, "By the way, any news on the Long family in the capital?" Ye Lingtian answered worriedly, "With just my current strength. Infiltrating the capital isn't exactly rocket science. But I sent 6 people ahead, and so far it's been total radio silence." Ye Chen thought to himself, "Looks like that Long family is more of a handful than I imagined." Ye Lingtian quickly apologized. "Forgive me, Hallmaster, I haven't done enough. I'll head to the capital personally. I'll definitely bring back useful intel." Ye Chen said calmly, "No need for that. Jiangnan province needs a king of Jiangnan, and that's you. Leave this matter for now. Just have a few people keep an eye out." Elsewhere, Lu Han Shuang was meditating, focusing her spiritual energy. She opened her eyes and said to herself, "Just what is that guy's deal? His massage didn't just heal my wounds. It actually boosted my cultivation level." Han Shuang held the paper, where she had written down his information. Technically, he should have a massive background. But according to my intel, he's just some guy from a small town in Zhang City. Remembering that nobody had such a terrifying look on his face, she went quiet. Then she continued, "Never mind. He's probably using some high-level trick to wipe his tracks, right?" At the Xia residence, dozens of men in black suits were standing guard strictly. Even a fly couldn't get through. Ye Chen lurked in the distance, observing. He looked at them. Every single one was big and tough-looking. He wondered, are these the Xia family guards? They all look like hard-boiled soldiers. Rukshui's vibe on the phone seemed off too. Is she under house arrest? After observing for a long while, he thought of a way to sneak inside. Going through the front entrance might cause trouble for her. It's better to just slip in. From the bushes in front of the house, Ye Chen teleported instantly into the interior. With lightning speed, he glided past the guards like a shadow without anyone noticing a thing. He leaped onto the balcony of Xia Ruoxui's room like a cat burglar. At this point, no one had realized he was inside yet. From outside the balcony, Ye Chen called out to Xia Ruoxui. Xia Ruoxui was suddenly startled. She heard a familiar voice calling her name. She immediately turned around. Seeing him, she wasn't happy. On the contrary, she spoke both anxiously and frantically. I told you not to go out, yet you still ran all the way here to find me. At that moment, Ye Chen pulled the door open and stepped inside. His face was dead serious as he looked at her. He walked up to her and said, Ruoxui, who is threatening you? Seeing his furious expression, Xia Ruoxui tried to calm him down. What are you talking about? I'm the eldest young lady of the Xia family. Who would dare threaten me? Don't worry about me. But how could Xia Ruoxui's words possibly fool Ye Chen? He pressed her for an answer. Is it the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association? Or the Wu family? Or maybe the Qin family? Upon hearing the Qin family mentioned, Xia Ruoxui's face turned deathly pale. She was so terrified she broke into a cold sweat, her body trembling. Seeing Xia Ruoxui's reaction, Ye Chen figured it out. He angrily raised a fist full of resentment and said, Looks like that's the answer. Tell me the address of the Qin family. I'll take care of all this trouble. Suddenly, Xia Ruoxui took his hand gently. Then she softly tried to persuade him. Ye Chen, I know you're strong, but this is Jiangnan Province, not Jiang City. You have no idea how terrifying the Qin family is. I'm begging you, please just listen to me. Find somewhere to hide. Ye Chen stood frozen, staring at her. He didn't respond, remaining silent. Then Xia Ruoxui suddenly burst into sobs. She looked at him fearfully and said, I'm really scared. I don't want anything to happen to you. Seeing her so worried about him, Ye Chen pulled Xia Ruoxui into his arms. His voice was gentle as he comforted her. It's okay, don't cry anymore. As he held her, he thought to himself, Sole Chief Instructor, Hall Master of the King of Jiangnan, the Reincarnation Cemetery. Even if I told her, even if these things were out in the open, she wouldn't believe it. He stroked her long hair, thinking, to put her mind at ease. The best way is to handle the Qin family immediately. If she won't say it, I'll investigate it myself. Right at that moment, the sound of two people's footsteps came from the stairs. Ye Chen realized someone was approaching. He turned sharply toward the door, silently guessing who it was. Footsteps? The pace is very light. Sounds like experts are heading our way. He let go of Xia Ruoxui and urgently moved toward the door, warning her, We've got a situation. Stay in this room, don't go out. This sudden shift left Xia Ruoxui bewildered. Huh? She looked completely clueless about the situation. He opened the door and peered out, thinking, if it were the Xia family experts, they certainly wouldn't dare approach Xia Ruoxui's private chambers. So those guys are likely sent by the Qin family to monitor Xia Ruoxui. At that moment, two female experts were slowly approaching, getting closer by the second. Suddenly, they stopped in their tracks, stunned. Both were totally taken by surprise. Ye Chen was standing right there, blocking their path, making them panic. Who are you? When did you get in here? As they spoke, they immediately took up offensive stances. While staying on guard against Ye Chen remained perfectly calm. To avoid disturbing his babe, Ye Chen just pointed outside and told them, I know what you're up to. Let's settle this outside. Don't make a mess here, it'll scare Ruoxui. The two female experts looked at each other as if asking for agreement. A moment later, they were in the empty lot behind the house. Ye Chen faced both of them alone and asked, Who sent you to spy on Ruoxui? Was it the Qin family? One of the female experts replied angrily, If you already know about the marriage alliance between the Xia and Qin families, then why do you still dare to enter the young mistress's private room? Ye Chen raised his voice. He beat his chest and pointed at himself, showing off his alpha energy, declaring to them, Because Xia Ruoxui is my woman! The two experts couldn't take it anymore. They went ballistic and charged at him, screaming, Young Master Qin's woman, is someone you dare to fight for? You're asking for death! As they lunged forward, Ye Chen got into a stance with his feet shoulder-width apart. Then he pulled something out of his pocket. With a quick flick of his hand, no one could tell what it was. All they saw was something blurring past. Ye Chen pulled a baton from his pocket and slapped one of the experts right across the face. It was a savage strike that sent blood spraying everywhere. The other one saw this and felt a wave of anxiety. She hesitated for a split second, but then charged forward anyway. She struck out with an eagle claw technique. The lunging hand made Ye Chen feel a bit skeptical. These weak sauce moves were beneath him. With his fighting experience, he saw exactly what she was trying to do and countered her. Effortlessly, he grabbed the other expert's arm, leaving her in a state of shock. She lost her balance and was completely wide open. With one hand pinning her arm, he lunged forward with the other and clamped his hand firmly around the expert's throat. He lifted her entire body off the ground with a single hand, tossing her around like a toy. Ye-Chen then spoke up. "You wanted to catch me? You're still way out of your league." The expert's aggression vanished instantly. Gasping for air while being choked, she cried out, "Please, I'm begging you, don't kill me!" She was so terrified she literally pissed herself. She kept pleading desperately for her life. Ye-Chen didn't let go. Instead, he tightened his grip. He insulted her before questioning her further. "Scared into wetting your pants after just 2 moves? I guess the Chin family's experts are just mid. Tell me, where is the Chin family located?" Clutching his arm, the expert struggled to speak. "On the Banshan Highway, south of Jiangnan Province. Go in 500 meters and you'll reach the Chin Villa. But right now, none of the key members of the Chin family are at the villa." Ye-Chen squeezed harder and demanded, "Where did they go?" Choking and desperate to save her own skin, the expert decided to spill everything. She confessed everything she knew. "My rank is very low. I only know that the master took the young master and a few others to Mount Kunlun. They want to invite a major figure to come down from the mountain. Word is, if they manage to recruit this person, the Chin family's influence will skyrocket, and they'll dominate Jiangnan." Hearing this, Ye-Chen's eyes widened. "Mount Kunlun?" he thought. Could they be trying to invite someone from the Kunlun Void? No, that's not right. Given the Chin family's minor status, they wouldn't have the standing to even enter the Kunlun Void. It's more likely they're after a Mount Kunlun expert. But thinking about the experts on Mount Kunlun, Ye-Chen felt a sense of unease. Even though they don't compare to the Kunlun Void, there are still powerful cultivators on Mount Kunlun. Most of them were outcasts from the Kunlun Void. They are incredibly strong. Even I might struggle to deal with them. But Ye-Chen still hadn't let go. He squeezed even harder and continued his interrogation. "When are they coming back?" The female expert, struggling to breathe once more, managed to rasp out, "I don't know the exact time. It's estimated to be at least half a month. How long they stay depends on the mood of those big shots." Since his questions had been answered, he finally said, "All right, I've got it," and then released his grip, dropping her to the ground. Finally getting her life back, she sat on the ground, clutching her neck, coughing violently. She then shot a glare at Ye-Chen. Fueled by rising hatred, she cursed under her breath. "You bastard, just you wait. I'm going to report this right now. You're dead meat, kid." Unexpectedly, Ye-Chen swung his baton right in front of her face and said, "Oh, that's right. I almost forgot to ask you. Are you going to end it yourself, or do I have to do it for you?" The expert was struck with terror. She looked up at him and gasped in a panic, "What? Weren't you going to let me go?" His expression turned cold as he looked down at her and replied, "Why would I? I'm about to wipe out the Chin family. So why should I let a Chin family lackey like you stay alive and risk you snitching on me?" Death was staring her right in the face.